Hi, I'm Devin Handel. I'm with Tristan Plumbing. I'm the lead foreman here. You need people that you can trust. We like to promote within our company because we know we can trust the guys that are within it. We do have a good competitive wage program.
I was working for another general contractor and I wasn't really having the best time. I talked to the foreman there. I saw opportunities with the Tristan. I decided to take them and it's been great.
Workers, people in their mid-20s, or even people looking for just a new kind of career, it's been an awesome opportunity to get in right now. At the end of the day, I go home happy, you kind of see what you build here, and you can walk away from it and be proud. If you're ready and eager to build a career that grows with you, look no further than the Tristan Mechanical.
It's not just a job, it's JBS equipment.
People work here because they're proud of this equipment. And customers are buying this equipment and they're proud of it. When everybody gets around a piece of JBS equipment, there just becomes that feeling in your gut where you're like, this stuff is really awesome. It's built by good people. That's how we can move mountains, and that's what we do here.
Our story is one worth sharing. It begins with the vision of two friends and a humble 900 square foot store where the first Lordco Auto Parts and our founding values took root. It's about quality, care, drive, and family. Our story has many faces. It defines who we are. This makes us leaders in what we do. So the question is, what do you want your story to say about you? Be a part of our story. Join our family today.
At Black Bandit, we're more than just a brand. We're craftsmen, designers, and engineers dedicated to create top-tier exhaust systems right here in North America. Our mission? To deliver unmatched quality and performance for those who demand the best. We mark each exhaust with our name, a seal of quality that signifies our commitment to craftsmanship. At Black Bandit, we don't just manufacture exhaust systems, we build the ultimate driving experience. From concept to completion, our team is committed to creating products that embody quality, craftsmanship, and the spirit of adventure. Black Bandit, born in a factory, built for the road.
I believe we've got everybody at least rolling this direction. Let's just make it a final call, though. Final call for Junior Street, Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, and Junior Streeters. Junior Streeters, listen up. You guys are going to hot lap right back around for time trial / qualifying session number 2. So after you make your first run, Junior Street, come right back up because you will follow the Junior Dragsters for your time trial session number 2. Junior Dragsters, after you've made the first one, you can sit tight. Your schedule is a little bit later on in the morning. But Junior Streeters, you're going to hot lap right back around. By the way, if there's anybody here that's got friends, family, folks home or somewhere that would like to keep track today, it is being streamed, and your friends, family, and folks can watch it free, courtesy of the folks at Lordco Auto Parts. Just have them go to YouTube, search Mission Raceway or Northwest Open. Should come right up. But we are up on the stream right now, and if somebody wants to keep track of you from afar, that'd be the easiest way to do it. Looks like we've got all of our juniors loaded in lanes. Top of the morning, sir. I just realized this weekend that Justin Bond is busier at a bracket race than he is at a national event race. He's only got one car to run over there. He's got like 14 of them here this weekend. Okay, the Jeep golf cart is cool. I got to get me one of them. I don't know why. I have absolutely no use for it, but it's just cool. Well, let's see. I've got 8:29 and 48 seconds. Let's get cars in the water box and go. a few that were out here doing some test and tune work yesterday, but we've got quite a few more of them, looks like, coming out to participate. Great to have each and every one of you here. Mission Raceway.
Well, look at that. We have a pair of cars at the starting line. We're going to start off day one, the National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. Good morning, Alan Reinhardt.
Good morning.
So I'll be the first to officially do this on the mic. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park. I am quite sure that I can speak for everybody in the British Columbia Custom Car Association and say that we are thrilled to have you here.
That's not nearly as important as Nathan Lloyd firing off the day with a perfect reaction time. First car down the track in the left lane goes trip zip. Man. And I don't even have any donuts. I hate that. Our junior streeters on the starting line right now. Just a terrific program where drivers can come out here and get involved before you even have a driver's license. Make the transition from the small cars into the big cars. It really is my pleasure to be here, and thank you for the warm welcome. But I mean, come on, a perfect reaction time, first car down the racetrack. That's way more important than a guest announcer.
That is impressive for sure.
Jack Johnson over in the right side right now. Don't have all of the information. The drivers that were here yesterday, we've got loaded into the computer database already, but we did have some new arrivals this morning, so that's why we're going to have a couple of drivers here, especially in the junior ranks, that we don't have any driver information on as of yet. By the time we see them the next time, hopefully we'll get that taken care of. We've got fingers feverishly working on the keyboard back here behind me, getting all of the latest information put in. These drivers run to the 8th mile mark. Again, you can do this without even having a driver's license. You must have a street legal, street driven, licensed, insured car. You must have a parent or a guardian in the seat next to you. And it is a transition from the junior cars into the big cars. I do love the pickups. It's like we'll tow the race car out with this, and then I'll drive that one and you drive this one.
So pickup truck out in front early. Camaro manages to run him down by the finish line. 9:73 in the left lane, 10:14 in the right.
Dude, the Camaro's a Firebird. Come on, how long have you been doing this?
Was it?
Yes.
Oh, my mistake.
They
Very
yell at me
sorry.
when I get that wrong, so I'm going to yell at you when you get it wrong. That's the worst thing you could do, if possible. Call somebody's Challenger a Barracuda, or vice versa. Call somebody's Firebird a Camaro, or vice versa. I love the Mustang over here in the left lane. The first I saw it on Windows is JS, and I thought, wow, a stalker. It's like, no, wait, Junior Street, dummy.
Well, it's pretty hard to outdo Trip Zip, but 001 ain't bad.
Not bad. Not bad.
At the finish line, 9:69 to a 9:63. Good drag race.
How do you like your black pickups? Blacked out or with chrome wheels?
Well, I'm going to go for the blacked out look. You're going to get a a little clue as to why when you see me come up here in a little while.
All right. This time both drivers leaving a little bit on the early side of the green. We won't hold that against you in time trials. Just make sure you get that out of your system before we get into eliminations. Junior streeters, remember, you need to rock right back around because you are going to follow the junior dragsters in the next time trial run. Keep rolling on with the pickup brigade, the SS Chevrolet blue truck over here on the left side and the F-150 on the right. I think aerodynamically speaking, the tonneau cover's got to be a huge advantage. Huge. Man, that thing's a hot rod. Not quite as hot rodded as the S10 that's coming up next. 931, 77 miles an hour for the Chevy. 1039, 68 miles an hour for the Ford. Now we have the S10 Blazer Mission Showdown. Trying to figure out why the truck in the right lane's got the reverse lights on, but it's going forward. Highly confusing. That would freak people out at the railroad crossings.
So Josh Klosky in the left lane. I do believe he was in the computer yesterday, so kind of odd that he's not this morning.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
So one red light, one green. As Alan said, it's all good in time trials. Do not want to do that once we get into eliminations, however. It looks like we're down to just one. So for anybody that's curious, Alan mentioned we're going to have Junior Street come right back around and follow the juniors. The reason we do that is to try shorten up that program for parents that maybe looked at having their kid in soccer for a couple of hours on a Saturday or maybe some other sport, trying to make this less than an all-day thing for parents that are new to the sport.
All right, well, the junior street concludes with that 11:27, 61 miles an hour, and junior dragsters will be rolling around the corner next. Yesterday in Test and Tune, they were just kind of running hodgepodge, but today we're going to break them down into the Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning, based on age and performance.
Well, here we go. First round of time trials for the junior dragsters. We're going to start things off with lightning. Or sorry, thunder. And then we'll roll into lightning. So Alex Green and Hunter Gallant make up the first pair. Alex Green from right here in Mission and Hunter Gallant from Chilliwack, other side of the river. Looks like a fairly healthy car count in the junior classes today. That's great to see. Couple solid green lights. Alex Green, 031. Hunter Gallant, 043. Top end, Hunter Gallant getting there first with a 9:15 at 72 miles an hour. Alex Green stops the clocks with a 9:66 at 66 miles an hour. Looks like Adam Katnick, tower side. The JBS car over there in the right lane. Not sure who that is quite yet. Once again, both drivers go green. Once again, we're going to go Green versus Gallant. This time, Nate Green and Nash Gallant. Both cars pre-staged. Nash leaves a little early, lights the red bulb. If you're going to do it, time trials is the time to do it. 9:06 for Nate Green at the top end of the left lane. 11:96 for Nash Gallant. Now Jack Green, the third of the three Green brothers. Just a little reminder, Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. It's got breakfast on for you. The right lane was almost spectacular. 002 light, unfortunately, was on the red side. Owen Armstrong coming up left side of the racetrack. Cadence Rodrigue in the right lane, or Lordco side of the racetrack. Speaking of Lordco Auto Parts, long time big supporter of everything we do here at Mission Raceway Park, including this race. So if you are not from this area, there's anything you need parts-wise, Lordco Auto Parts would be your source. Unfortunately, there's one literally across the street. Kinda. Very close. An 020 light for Cadence Rodrigue in the right lane. That would put her to the top of the sheet. So neither of these two cars in the system yet. Left lane's got a pretty cool car number though, 007. I like that. Jackson White. So both drivers go green. Lordco Lane getting there first with a 9:22. 14:12 in the TCS lane, left side. So it looks like we've got Dallas Jackman coming up left side. And Wesley Armstrong in the right lane for Fountain Tire. Both drivers get away green. 897 in the Lordco lane for Wesley Armstrong. Dallas with a 12:07. So two more ready to go. This opening round of time trials for Junior Thunder. So we've got our junior street cars back for what will be their second round of time trials. So with that, we can go ahead and put Pro Bracket on standby. So a couple of red lights, one a little redder than the other. Top end TCS side, 12:16. Danica in the right lane goes 14.86. Now Bentley Johnson coming up left side of the racetrack. Pretty cool looking junior. Another JBS entry in the right lane. 797 arriving before an 805. Bentley Johnson with the 797. Another JBS entry in the right lane. April Bond coming up. So now we've got Adam Katnick coming up left side. April Bond off to a great start for her season. Been going a lot of rounds. Adam Katnick goes 799 left side. And April Bond with an 801. Two more coming up for you. It's going to be Connor Jackson in the left lane. And Nick Bond in the right lane. Nick Bond lights up the board with an 801. Connor Jackson, 809. That'll bring up two more Lightning cars. Izzy Marshall coming up in the right lane. Out of Vernon, BC. Wants to thank Canco, along with De Silva Auto World. Coca coming up left side. Whole bunch of wheel spin for Coca in the left lane. Izzy Marshall goes trip zip with a 2 red. Man, I know exactly what that feels like. I had that exact same light in round 1 of Pro Bracket 2 weekends ago. If there's one thing I don't like about the AccuTime timing system, it's trip zip red lights. So looks like this is going to be our final pair of Junior Lightning cars for their first round of time trials. Emily White, left-hand lane. So is Emily White in the right lane, and drawing blank on the first name, but it was the young Rutherford family member in the left lane. Glad to see the Rutherford family back here at Mission Raceway. So, Alan, I'm going to go get ready for my first round of time trials. So last night I just happened to run across a little bit of Arizona weather on the news.
Yeah.
And it's a little warm back home, isn't it?
A little warmer than it is here, yeah. But it's not bad for us. We're in the low hundreds.
Yes, they were, I believe, calling for 112 tomorrow and 113 on Monday.
Yeah, that sounds like Phoenix. They're about 6 or 7 warmer than we are. But, yeah, it's definitely summertime back there. But I will take the fact that it's too hot in July and August to ride motorcycles or drive a convertible, because most of the time in July and August I'm not home. But in January, February, perfect time to ride motorcycles and drive convertibles, and that's when I'm home.
Yes.
Well, you better go get your car, get the lanes.
We can only dream of stuff like that here in BC, even though this is probably about as mild a climate as you're going to get in Canada. But we still have something called winter here.
But this time of year, your weather's perfect for outdoor things and really fast race cars.
All right, I'll leave it up to you, and I'll be back a little later.
Pro ET, come on down. We need your lanes, please. Pro ET, you can head this direction. Sportsman, you're on standby. Super Pro, you're in the hole. Jackson Dew on the left side, Nathan Lloyd on the right side. All right, I was keeping notes, but I just double-checked. And Cadence, congratulations. You're the #1 qualifier. As Jackson Dew and Nathan Lloyd take off the starting line. A 007 light for Nathan. Now you're just showing off. Nobody likes to show off. Okay, I lied. I like a show off. I kind of am a show off, actually, so. Nathan Lloyd, as a matter of fact, was the #1 qualifier the first time. Remember, he was the guy that fired off for the trip zip and then came right back with the 007. Oh, I guess, wait a minute. After you were perfect, now you're 007. You're not showing off. Slacker. Jordan Ormsby rolling up in the Firebird. Don't have the driver information on the... Is that a Pathfinder? That's awesome. I told the story yesterday, but I know not everybody that's here today was here yesterday. My first trip down a drag strip was in my mom's 1970 LTD 4-door with a 351 and a 2-barrel. Ran 19 seconds. Pathfinder would have kicked my butt. Badly. Very badly. Jack Johnson now in the red truck over on the right side. We got a little Chevy versus GMC battle coming at you here. And they're off and running. James McNeil rolling up now in the Mustang over here on the left side. Josephine Smith out of Gibson Transmissions. Zap Strap Racing. Now I got to find out what Zap Strap Racing is. That's a great name for racing. I got a computer. I can figure this out. I was going to say I'm smarter than the average bear, but we all know that. I think I was talking to myself there for a minute. 1086, 64 miles an hour for Tyler. Taryn goes 1129, 62 miles an hour. There's one thing I've discovered after years of therapy. I finally got this straight. I said it's okay to talk to yourself. And it's okay to answer yourself. When you start going, huh? Then you got a problem. At least that's what my doctor told me. Jenna Monroe rolling in now out of the A&M Marketing Group. You guys have got a lot of S10 Blazer hot rods up here. I don't have the information on the truck driver over the right side. You want to use that one instead? Pause for equipment change. Now we're back in business. Jenna squeezed the trigger a little bit early and lights that bottom bulb. Then goes 1103 at 61 miles an hour, 960 at 75 miles an hour. Comes up for the truck. There's something about a truck. Didn't somebody make a song about that? Next pair rolling in, a little Fox body Ford on the left side, F-150 on the right. Truck can win the dash down to the finish line. 1043 at 68 miles an hour, 1125 at 61 miles an hour for the Mustang, and yet another S10 Blazer hot rod. As we are about at the end of our junior streeters. Pro ET, if you're not in the lanes, you're in the wrong place. Let's go ahead and put out the first call. First call, Sportsman ET, Sportsman ET. Come on down. Ooh, they were taking a swing at that number one qualifier spot. Came up 3 thou on the red side. And that's going to take care of that. For session number 2. So we're going to put a little bit of sticky stuff down on the racetrack because we're going to pick up the performance a little bit. Pro ET, final call. If you're not here, you're in the wrong place. Sportsman, come on down. We'll take you to stage and lanes now, please. Morning, everybody, and welcome. Great to have you all here at Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip. Yesterday, weather was good, track was even better. Sean Cowie reset the track record here with the third quickest run in blown alcohol history. And a run over 280 miles an hour, which is also some pretty rare air. Now, it was a test and tune run, so while it does count for track record, it doesn't count in the overall realm of things. We talked about yesterday, it's kind of like hitting a home run in batting practice. You proved you could do it. You really did do it. But it doesn't go into your season stats. Today, however, if you can repeat, and the weather right now is pretty darn close to what it was yesterday. Hey, Super Street and Super Comp, don't forget, if you want to buy in, you know who, where, why, and how. You got to get that done before your first practice run, before your first run would be great. Find the man you're looking for down there by the finish line. I lied to you. That 5:13 yesterday was the fourth quickest run in history. And the speed just got into the top 10. Sean Cowie, of course, holds the number one at 281 miles an hour and change. All righty, our first two Pro ET cars pull up. These guys, gals, folks, also qualifying on reaction times. So keep your eyes out for those perfect reaction times. The beauty of drag racing, you can run just about any type of car you want, or truck. Whether you've got a muscle car, whether you've got an honest to goodness race car, or a street hot rod, or just a grocery getter, you can still come out and take part. Down to the finish line. How many of you guys had the Volkswagen outrunning the Mustang? I know, right? 1152, 115 miles an hour. Down to the stripe, 1197 for the pony car, to $118. Neither driver is going to make the reaction time Hall of Fame. We had one red and one green. So I got my Junior Thunder qualifying. Candace was on top of that one, and my Junior Lightning. One of my mystery drivers. Next pair. How do you like your Malibus? Do you like the two-door hardtop? You like the wagon? Wagon. The long roof racing team. It's going to be 1142 comes up for the coupe. Man, that thing's a pretty good hot rod. 1179 for the wagon. At 112 miles an hour crossing the finish line stripe. And here comes the bonnet-free racing team. The Camaro and the Falcon both sans hood. A vinyl top Ford Falcon. I'm guessing it's a stroker small block. And the Camaro that's actually got a mini tub and a pretty good sized tire underneath the back of that thing. Both these cars were out here yesterday taking advantage of the test and tune session, 1111. That's a lot of aces. 1111 at 120 miles an hour comes up for the Ford, 1129, 119 for the Camaro. That'll bring up the little Fox body pony over here on the left side. And yet another wagon over there on the right side. So what makes you such fans of wagons? Did your mom lock you in the back of one when you were a kid? That would have been better than me. I got locked in the trunk. We didn't have a wagon. $1249, 103 miles an hour over on the right side. 1316, 101 miles an hour on the left side. Got a couple of guys we can actually identify now. Dale Northgrave's in the left side, Steve Scheffler in the right. Hey, Racer, just a reminder, if you're especially parked down in the grass, gravel, something, when you come up in the staging lanes, if you would just take a quick look under or a quick swipe of your hand and knock anything out of the wheel wells so it doesn't end up out on the racetrack, please and thank you. You know you don't want to have to drive down over some rocks that somebody else drug up there, and, well, the guy behind you doesn't want to do that either. I do like the Firebird. 406 stroker under the hood. Small block providing the power for the Nova as well. 1029 for that 77 Nova. Man, that thing's a bit of a sleeper. Coming up at 129 miles an hour. 1136, 115 for the Firebird. Ralph Eathers now rolls in. And the Mustang here on the left side. Looks like Michael Bender in the pickup over on the right side. Getting a little help from Fountain Tire. 1065, 124. Comes up in the left lane. The right lane's 1084, 120 miles an hour. Bring up Dave. That's all it says, Dave. How many of you guys remember, Dave's not here? Looks like Dave Shirk out above his speed shop. Well, if you like wagons, you got to love the one over on the right side. It's at like a 71 Bel Air. And that is a big old dragon wagon. Not quite going to be able to outrun the little Blazer, however, 1080. 120 miles an hour for the Blazer, 1170, 113. Comes up for the wagon. Now watch this Duster leave the starting line. Yesterday he was like sky in the front end. Cars that do wheelies are cool. 81 Malibu over on the right side. Lance DeSater. Man, that thing is sweet. That's kind of a mild wheel stand for the Dart. Yesterday he was doing them a little bigger, a little better. 968, 136 miles an hour for the Dart. Man, I got to get me one of them. That car's cool. 1155, 83 miles an hour. Comes up for Lance in the Malibu. See what the latest weather update is. Loading weather. Density altitude, 7 feet. Standard correction factor, 1003. A lot of power to be had out there right now. I love the dragster. Almost can't see it behind the little concrete walls down there on the starting line. So end up with a 1244 at 106 miles an hour on the left side, 1335 on the right side. I was just getting a weather update. There's actually, I've got an app that I use, but they actually have a weather station here on property that says it's 553 feet below. And a 1008. Tim Cornish off and running. A little Mustang 2, vintage 1977. The Mustang 2 going to be the first one down to the stripe, 1109 at 117, 1239 at 107. Comes up in the right lane, and yet another wagon. That's what, 63, 64? Nova wagon. Got the period correct center lines on it. That's even better. Kind of like we had with the Malibus earlier. We got the two-door version on one side. We got the wagon version on the other. You know, they actually made a two-door wagon out there in that time frame. Jesse James had one, and he wouldn't sell it to me or look the other way so I could steal it or anything. I really wanted it too. What's that? Oh, that was a father and daughter? Awesome. 1050, 125 in the right side. 1146, 116 in the left side. Here comes the testandtune.com. Is that a Catalina? Holy smokes. I'm wondering if that would have been the heaviest car off the assembly line that's racing on the property here this weekend. It looks like the shipping crate the Chevy 2 came in. Well, think about it. If you open the trunk, you could put the Chevy 2 inside it. You'd take a lot of packing peanuts to take up the slack, but you could get them all in there. 1057, 123 at 93 for the big old Pontiac. 1198, 110 miles an hour on the right side. Hey, Sportsman, if you're not there, this is your final call. You should be in the lanes, please. Sportsman, final call. Super Pro, you need to be warmed up and ready. We're going to be calling you in here momentarily. That's a couple of pretty cool cars. The black SS Nova, menacing looking machine. And Walter Johnson machine, 72. It's got an LS power. Oh, I like it. Neat little swap. Take out the original small block. Put in the new gen small block. 1110, 120 miles an hour, comes up and left. For the Nova, 1124. 118 for the Chevelle. Yet another pickup truck coming at you right now. I think with the massive tubs. Taking up about half the bed up against the red Gen 3 Camaro over the right side of the racetrack. 1102, 119 comes up for the truck. Camaro stops the timers 1094 to 120 miles an hour. And now we have the battle of the S10s. I'm purely guessing here that the white truck's going to be the quicker of the two. And the only reason I'm guessing that is because it's got a roll bar in it. So I'm assuming it goes fast enough to be required to have one. The right lane will go what? Well, it turns out my speculation in this particular case was correct. 922, 148 miles an hour. Yeah, that would need a roll bar. No doubt about it. 1191, 109 miles an hour over on the right side. 922, man, that is hustling. Mal Patterson, left side. Look at that thing standing up on the start line. You can go now. Okay, you can go now. 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 This will probably be the only car all day long whose reaction time is longer than his elapsed time. Obviously, the car stumbled, spit, or died down there on the start line. He fired it up. Since we're qualifying on reaction time, you can still take the run to get to ET, but you cannot back up, restage, and have a second shot at the reaction timer simply because it's qualifying. So he fired it back up and drove it on down to a 1040 at 126 miles an hour. And here comes the Dart. Is that a Mercury Cyclone? I think that's a Mercury Cyclone. Is it a Comet? Wheels up launch over there for the Mercury. What's the old song? If I had money, I'd tell you what I'd do. I'd go downtown and buy a Mercury or two, or three or six. 1041, 125 miles an hour for the Merc. 1132, 116 on the left side. Brings up Lauren Schwartz in the Monte Carlo and Steve McKenzie in the Chevelle. A couple of big blocks. Duking it out down there this time. That sounded weird, didn't it? Yeah, the Chevelle definitely a problem. Just kind of idling down the boulevard. 1008, 132 miles an hour. Comes up for the Monte Carlo out of Bubba's speed shot. We're going to have to make sure the Chevelle's got enough momentum down there to get clear top end and around the corner. Hey, Super Pro, let's go ahead and head this way, please. Oh, attention in the pits. Super Pro, need you the lanes. Sportsman, if you're not there, you're in the wrong place. And Super Pro, come on down. John Tabak coming up down the left side. Russ Walker on the right. Preston Chevrolet '66 Chevy 2. Then we're going to have the A-bodies going at it again. That's a pretty fun little side-by-side run down to the stripe. 1021. 128 miles an hour for Russ. 1049, 126 for John. That red light on the left side made it look a little bit closer performance-wise than the numbers would indicate. Looks like Jim Barricky in the A-body. Barracuda. Chris Stone in the A-body. Dodge Dart. And once again, pretty good little fun side-by-side run. These guys match raced a couple of times yesterday just during the test and tune session. Comes up with a 10:01 for the CUDA. 10:08 for the Dart. The Orange Dragster was out here yesterday doing a little testing and tuning, and it would appear that they're kind of working the bugs out of that thing. See the Dodge Charger over here on the left side that was not here yesterday. Obviously, you roll your car in off the street, have at it. At the finish line, it's going to be 12:16, 111 miles an hour. For the Dart, the dragster goes 13:54 at 103. And look, we have yet another Malibu wagon. The BC Scale Company Limited. And Amber Rutherford in the '66 Mustang. Amber working with the folks at Rebel Fit Nutrition Products. And if I'm not mistaken, that thing's got a big block under the hood. Amber ain't messing around. Wagon bumping in one more bulb. There we go. Well, the Mustang might be faster, but I think the Malibu would be more fun. Well, because doing wheelies in a car is fun. 934 for Amber. 140 miles an hour. That's pretty solid. 1051, 121. The Malibu got the better wheel stand, but Amber definitely has got the faster car. Super Pro, come on down. Need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Looks like Chris Stone, 007 on the old reaction timer. That's going to be number one qualifier right now. Had a 009 also, slide in there in the second spot, 009 for third. And we're going to have Sportsman cars rolling out momentarily. So Super Pro, I need you to lanes, please. Super Pro, come on down. I want to welcome everybody one more time here at Mission Raceway And also want to say a big thanks to folks at JBS Equipment. And if you're looking for tough, reliable farm equipment that works as hard as you do, look no further than JBS Equipment, now located right here in Mission. From high-performance manure spreaders, custom forage solutions, JBS builds equipment that stands up to the demands of real farming. Whether you're managing a small dairy or a large operation, JBS has got the innovation, service, and support you need right here in the neighborhood. You can check them out at jbsequipment.com or stop by their shop in Mission. JBS, built for the farmers, built to last. I love the little Fairlane 500. What's that vintage? About 1963, give or take. That's Veronica Hodgson over on the right side. And her 69 Dodge Dart. Once again, we're keeping eyes on the reaction time. 006, firing right out of the box for the Fairlane. Well, that'll give everybody something to shoot at anyway. And a 1405 at 95 miles an hour, 1190, 108. Comes up on the right side as the next pair pull forward. Pick up in the left side, Mustang in the right side as they are off and away. Both up on the green side of the tree. Nobody in the 006 zone. Going to come up with a 1301 for the truck at 100 miles an hour. 15 seconds for the Mustang. How about the Dart? Another really sweet 1975 model. Jess Armstrong. Mallory's Mustang over on the right side of the racetrack. Was watching that thing out here making some test and tune runs yesterday. At the finish line, the Ford going to get to the stripe. 1203, 110 miles an hour. Red light start for Jess, and then ends up with a 1343. At 101, Dale Wood brings up his 1972 Hugger Orange Nova. Facing off against a small block Chevy powered Datsun pickup. Pickup's actually going to get there first by just a smidge, but just because they left first. 1164 to 112 miles an hour, 1159, 114. Comes up for Dale. Motorcycles. You need to be warmed up. You're on standby, please. Motorcycles, I don't need you yet, but be warmed up and ready to go. We're going to be calling you in shortly. Haley Christensen, the 67 C10. Wow, what is that, like about a 57, 58 Ford? Don't have the information on the driver yet, but we'll get that to you. It's got a license plate on it. That makes it even cooler. The street cars on the racetrack are awesome. Pickup, however, is going to outrun the old classic blue oval down to the stripe. 1212 at 108 miles an hour to a 1292 at 100 miles an hour. Brings up the little blue Chevy out of the JK Speed Shop. And the little Fox Body Ford. The Ford gets off the starting mark first, but the truck's going to drive by him out there about the 8th mile mark. Stretch it out to the stripe, 1170, 115, 115.15. And 1322 at 10101. Comes up on the right side. How about the black Chevelle? If that thing didn't have chrome bumpers, that'd be a moonshiner's car. That thing is blacked out as well. And you see the pickup over there, that thing's going to get some laps today if it's running in Sportsman as well as being driven in the junior street category. Is that like Dad drives it in Sportsman and Junior drives it in junior street? I like it. I like it a lot.
correct?
1164 at 115 in the left side. 1243 at 108. Look at the car down here on the left side of the racetrack. Will somebody please get him a new bottle of shoe polish for his birthday? It looked like the number was written on there in invisible shoe polish, or barely visible shoe polish. And I'm just trying to be helpful here, but if your dial-in can't be ridden when we get in later in the day, that's going to be an issue. So if you've got like the fadeaway shoe polish, get yourself a new bottle. 1155, 115. In the right side, 1344, 104. And the left side. About the black Trans Am. I don't think it won't make any difference to me. Year, model, anything. Black Trans Am to me will always be eastbound and down, loaded up the truck. Oh, is that for me? Gifts? I love gifts. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, listen up. Attention in the pits. Terry Schultz, come see me. You won something. Terry Schultz, second floor of the tower, come see me. You're not in trouble, I promise you. You won something. We continue on time trialing away. Kevin McCauley in the Cutlass goes 1167 at 112 miles an hour. Over on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, we stop the timers at 1247 and 104. Holy smokes, a 68 Dart GTS convertible. Didn't Joe Mannix drive one of those? Okay, I got a new favorite car. Oh, the Malibu is taking a swing at the number one qualifying spot, swung a little bit early. Bill Wells turns on the red light. Steve Walton's in the Mustang over on the right side. 11:59, 114 comes up for Bill. 12:05, 117 for Steve. And I believe that 67, 68 Dart convertible GTS. Wow. Pretty sure Joe Mannix drove one of those. First few seasons anyway, then he traded in for a 73 CUDA convertible. If you remember his secretary's name, then you're really a hardcore 70s detective TV fan. Probably everybody out there knows. Who the heck is Joe Mannix? You can Google him if you want. Dodge is going to get there first. Actually, they're both Dodges. The Charger is going to get there first. 1216 at 111 miles an hour. 1358, 96 miles an hour. Comes up for the GTS. Do a quick little starting line maintenance, and I think we're about to pick up the performance a little bit more. Listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Motorcycles, come on down now. Lane one, please. Motorcycles, lane 1. Hot rod. Get them warmed up and ready. You are on standby. Motorcycles to lane 1. Hot rod on standby. All right, if you clicked up the Sportsman qualifying when the last car went down the racetrack and you were scratching your head, reload and do it again. The new announcer idiot pushed the wrong button, I think. But that 006 light that came up very, very early ended up staying in the number 1 spot. So sitting pretty after the first session, but leaving a little bit of room. And once again, Terry Schultz, come see me. Second floor of the tower, you will be glad you did. You're not in trouble, I promise you, but Terry Schultz, come see me. Come Jason Gibson rolling in the Mustang Fox body here on the left side, and Jan Christensen in the right. Want to say welcome to you race fans here at the Titanium Strip. Alcohol cars are going to be on track at noon today. We're running our first qualifying session for our ET bracket machines right now. The NHRA Northwest Open Series. And down the stripe is going to be an 856, 157 miles an hour comes up for Jan. Jason goes 969. Here comes Kevin Garlock. That Camaro is sweet. Watching this car run yesterday in test and tune. Malibu over on the right side that I don't have the information on as of yet. Kevin leaves red, stops the timers, went 898. Dips that baby down into the 8s. 147 miles an hour. 1072, 124. Comes up over on the right side. And we got Javon Brar in the Z28. Vintage 1978 on the right side. And the conspicuously flamed, dark-powered 34th Street Roadster winner. Oh, 0009 red. So close to perfection. So close. So close. 897, 143 miles an hour. For the Roadster, 1065, 122 on the other side. The Quality Racing team rolling in now. Just says Don. Right side is Matt Dom. 1980 Volare, the green machine with a supercharger on it. Does that thing look like fun? I think that thing looks like 8 kinds of fun. Or 8 seconds of fun. 898, 146 miles an hour for the supercharged Dodge. 1093 at 130 miles an hour over here on the left side. Motorcycles, you need to be in lane 1, please. Motorcycles, come on down lane 1. Colt Moran in the dragster. That didn't move, and then just drove gently off the starting line. Gently we go into there. He's going to try to catch that little Estendo. He ain't going to catch him. He ain't going to catch him. He ain't going to catch him. Nope, didn't catch him. 1037, 64 miles an hour. 852 for the dragster once it finally got rolling, but trust me when I tell you, it'll go a little quicker than that. And get that thing to move cleanly off the starting line. Steve Vida. 72 Duster. Chris Ormsby in the Nova over on the right side. I think Steve forgot about the top bulb, bottom bulb thing because he left on the wrong one. Way early. His 1088 will still count, but his 500 red light or 5,000 red light will put him all the way down to the bottom of the qualifying sheet. 998, 131 miles an hour comes up on the right. Here comes the flamed Corvette. There's a unique pattern of flame graphics on the front of the 63 split window. I still find it funny that the 63 split window Corvette is now one of the most revered models in history. In 1963, people hated them. Hated them. 826, 163 miles an hour for Ryan Johnson in that Corvette. 840 to 158 comes up over on the right side. If you ever wonder why they only made split window Corvettes in 1963, that's the reason. People hated them. So in 64, they went, we're not making that mistake again. Quick little cleanup on the starting line, and we've got Ron Fawcett, Emmett McKillop getting ready to come at you. Ron, who is slightly altered in that straight line race car. When you're in an altered and the scoop is higher than your head, do you think it ever crosses your eyes at like 160 miles an hour? You're going, do I look on this side? Do I look on this side? You think you're ever like not sure which way do I lean my head to see better? Dragster's going to outrun the altered as they hit down to the Lordco scoreboard. 887, 174 comes up for Emmett. Ron goes 955. Head of Mark 64. Brings up Mark Moscan for Marscan Racing and Lordco Auto Parts. I want to say Happy Father's Day to his dad. Well, that makes sense. I mean, you say Happy Father's Day to your cousin, that'd be kind of silly. And Emmett to Bruce Coos over on the right side. Big block powered machine. Had a Brand D lift truck. Shawnigan Trucking, Competition Tree Services. Oh, how about Emma with a triple O? How about you, Little Miss Perfect? At least for the moment. That's going to put Emma in one qualifying spot. She left 2 10,000ths of a second for somebody to get into. Emma, I got to tell you, I like your chances of staying there. Triple O2. Hey, listen up at the pits. Oh, attention to the pits. Hot Rod, I need you lanes 3 and 4, please. Hot Rod lanes 3 and 4, top comp, get warmed up. We're going to be calling you shortly. Hot Rod lanes 3 and 4. How about the front engine car's going to outrun the rear engine car? How about Greg Doherty had a double 0-1 reaction time? You know what Emma said? Oh, that's cute, 001. Nice try. Yeah, so close. Maybe your luck will get better later. And then the car let him down. 1181 just coasting down there at 75 miles an hour. As a 918 comes up for the front motored car on the left. Triple O2 at the number 1 spot. Not leaving a lot of room. John Tabak on the left side. Warren Jacobson in the right. Tabak, part of that Team Rad Torque Systems. Rad, another one of the big supporters here. Mission Raceway, the titanium strip. We appreciate everybody. It helps keep this racetrack rocking along. Down to the finish line at 10:41. At 126 miles an hour, comes up for John Warren. 1074 to 140. We got a couple of Chevy 2s. This has like been the ongoing argument for Chevy 2 folks for like 50 years. Is that a first generation, second generation, or are that 2 first generations? Because technically, although most people will tell you the first generation lasted all the way up until the end of 67, 68 was the second. That's really not true. That generational split in 65. So that was a 1 generation, 2 generation match up there with a 1009 132 coming up for Kevin McNichol in the 67 model. The first generation car going 1050 at 127. And see, I'm telling you, these guys are doing this on purpose. Chris Stone, Tim Benke, they do this all the time. Anna tells me that apparently these guys are like going steady because they always race each other. Probably a side bet every time down the racetrack. 10:02 to a 10:05. 005 reaction, however, for Chris Stone. So Chris is going to get the better qualifying spot. Need a little glass in that window over here on the left side. Never mind. He must have heard me. They just rolled the window up down there in that black wagon. See, I knew it was down because I couldn't see his name on it. That's Craig Allen Johnson. JCE. Red Pontiac over there on the right side. Once again, Hot Rod, come on down, top comp. You need to be warmed up. You're on deck. And stock, super stock, combo racers, you are in the hole. Get them warmed up and ready. Come up with a 1050. The TCS side of the racetrack down there, 121 miles an hour, 8:04 at 168 for the bright red Pontiac. That's Steve Robert in that 34 Chevy Street Roadster. And The Malibu got away before I could read the name off the door. I'll get it next time. Promise, promise, promise. 903, 144 comes up for the Evil Bucket. 10, 12, 128 for the Boo. Andy Halt now. Thanks to Derek Schreck, Bubba's Speed Shop, and Lauren Schwans. Also, a little help from Bubba's Speed Shop, as well as Taves Roofing, the Monte Carlo, man, that Camaro is really getting it off the starting line, isn't it? And all the way down the racetrack, 829. 161 miles an hour. 10:08 to 132 comes up for Lauren. James Cowie over in right side rolling up in the dragster. Is that Matt DeJong, I believe? In the Camaro here on the left side. Doing a wheelie bar adjustment back here. And now rolling forward. On the wrong side. 00 early leaving the starting line. Ends up with a 736 for Cowie. Off the throttle down at 146 miles an hour. Looked like it was trying to drift its way towards the center line. 830 to 160 miles an hour comes up for the Camaro. Still nobody's been able to get inside that 0002. Here comes Curtis Munson, the Valhalla Racing Team, and Emily Gerard for Rad Torque, Shear Solutions. And I do believe this is going to be our last pair because my razor sharp eyes are noticing the two in the water box that do not look anything like Super Pro machines. Hot Rod, final call. You should be in the staging lanes. Motorcycles are in the water box. $754 for Emily. Is that low ET of the day so far? I think it is. 754, 176 of speed, 1093 at 129. So Emily might have the fastest car, but she's not going to be the #1 qualifier. Not after we had that 000 reaction time. They came up a little bit earlier. I'll have qualifying momentarily. Please stand by. Congratulations, Emma. 002 for the #1 spot, Greg Doty. 001 for the #2 spot. We got a 002, 003, 005, 005, 005. Wow, we can play blackout bingo here. In Super Pro qualifying, but nobody better. The little Miss Perfect, Miss Emma. Let's here come the motorcycles. Tom Turand. Kraken Electric Motors. Got a couple of guys taking a very different approach here. Tom with a stretched out no bar bike. .846, 148 miles an hour. coming up on the right side. 9:53. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Top comp, stand down. I had an incorrect run order. My apologies. Top comp, you will run a little bit later. I do need my stock, super stock combo cars to the lanes now, please. Stock, super stock, come on down. Top comp, you will run behind super comp. And again, my apologies for having the run order incorrect up here. As we roll on through our motorcycle qualifying. Dropping the hammer about 8th out too soon. Over on the right side, leaving the red bulb burning on the Lord Coast side of the racetrack, and then an 870 comes up on the scoreboard. At a speed of 170 or 147 miles an hour. 11:58 here on the left side. 124. Stock, super stock, combo racers, come on down. Stock, super stock, combo to the lanes. Super street, you're on deck. Get warmed up. Super street, warm up. Here comes Wild Bill. On the Kawasaki left side, Jody Brickwood. Kawasaki on the right side. Wild Bill, the Wild Racing team. Boy, that thing bogged bad. Whoa. And then it came back to life, started charging down there. 9:58, 139 miles an hour on the left side for Wild Bill. 9:62 on the right for Jody, after both of them leaving a little bit early. Corey Craig now in the left lane. Corey was taking advantage of our test and tune day yesterday, made a lot of runs down there. Dwayne Steven in the right. That is a moderate stretch here on the left side. We've got a couple of super stretch bikes out there, but that one's just kind of moderate. I'm waiting for somebody to come out with, like, you know, an 8-foot long swing arm. Is there a rule on that? They can only be 7'6" or something? Final pair. Two-wheelers headed down there. 791. 177 for Corey. Dwayne goes 9:53 at 149. And call me crazy, but I'm thinking this car that just pulled into the water box might be the quickest car that goes down the racetrack here today so far. A Turbo Pro Mod making a license run. Dale Peterson, Classic Camaro, Twin Turbo. Now, I don't know where he is in the licensing procedure. You start out basically making half-track runs and then get a little further. Now, if he's to the point where he's taking this thing all the way to the stripe, this thing could run in the 5s. About the 8-mile run or so, and clicked her off down there. Good solid run to the half track. Just coasting. He still goes 8:04 at 119. What? Hey, combo racers, stock, super stock combo, come on down. We're going to put out the first call also for Super Street. Super Street, you can head this direction, please. That means super gas, super comp. You need to warm up and be ready. Super gas, super comp, warm up. I need combo racers and Super Street to the lanes. And now my hot rod car's pulling around the corner. Hey, one more time, Terry Schultz. Terry Schultz, come see me. You'll be glad you did. You're not in trouble, I promise you. You're not in trouble. Yet. Now we go rolling into our hot rod category. I believe that's supposed to be Ron Hodgson. 67 Plymouth over here on the left side. The Firebird on the right side. And if we have any casual fans out there, and I'm assuming we have a few, that are going, hey, wait a minute, I saw that car run earlier. Yes, you did. You are allowed to enter the same car in two different categories if you so desire. And obviously, a lot of these people so desire. Hey, it's a pretty simple deal, really. It's like you already bought the gas, you bought the food, you towed the car out to the titanium strip here at Mission, and if you enter in two classes, then you got two chances to go home with money and trophies. Yay, money. Yay, trophies. Dennis went 66 Bel Air. I guess the wrong year. Darn it. I usually don't miss by, well, I mean, if I miss by a couple of years, it doesn't hurt my feelings too bad, but I missed that one by like 5. Barry Patterson on the right side. And the Cornet. 500-inch Dodge under the hood. 427 small block in the Bel Air. Okay, that's cool. You get points for that. 427-inch stroker small block, you definitely get points for that. Barry goes 989 at 136 miles an hour. 989 that big old Cornet. 1167 wagon 112. Here comes the Dart GTS again. That car, the fact that it's green, I like all this. For some reason, I've got a thing for green cars. And the fact that it's convertible. And the fact that it's a GTS. Never mind the fact that the Nova is just like running away and hiding from it down there at the other end of the racetrack. 1038 for the Nova. 126 of speed. The Dart goes 1352 at 97 miles an hour. And look, here come two more. Pal John Carpenter is what it says on the window of the white car. All it says on the black car is Lordco. Again, both drivers jumping a little bit early. The worst red light will come on if both drivers jump early. But if you got a sharp eye, you might notice that the green light didn't come on even on the left side of the tree, but it only turns on the red light for the car that leaves first if both of them are too soon. 1290 and 100 miles an hour on the right side. 1049, 127 on the left side. Am I dreaming, or that Camaro sounded like it had a clutch in it? 908, 151 miles an hour, solid run. Pretty little Mustang goes 1204 to 110 miles an hour. Saw Vic down to the Mustang, and here comes her husband, Ted. Houston in the little blue Chevy, too. Combo Racers and Super Street. Combo and Super Street. You should be on your way to lanes if you're not already there. Man, that yellow car looks like a handful, doesn't it? It does to me. And I got the microphone, so I'm making the rules. At least for now, I have 941, 139. 1193, 110 miles an hour comes up over on the right side. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to pits. Super gas, super gas. You can head this way, please. Lanes 3 and 4, super gas. Come on down. Rob Monroe. Solid off the starting line, and then an 869 down the racetrack at 152. 925 on the Lordco side. 138 miles an hour. For those of you that are following along on the live stream at home, welcome to Mission, the Titanium Strip. An absolutely perfect day. It's brisk, it's crisp, it's overcast. Weather conditions are spectacular. We're glad to have you here. The TCS lane, you'll hear me refer to from time to time, that's the left side of the racetrack. The Lordco lane is the right side of the racetrack. That's Jamie Roth and Mike Nottingham going down the racetrack right now. Jamie in that 64 Comet, crossing the finish line first, 981, 1037 for the Mustang. Vintage 1968 of Mike Nottingham. And is that that? I think that might be that. That, as we occasionally say in the business, looks like that. Super gas, you should be headed this way, please. Super gas, you should be headed this way. Super street, you should already be here. Stock, super stock, combo cars, you're up next. So if you're not here, boy, are you in the wrong place. Doing a quick little reboot up here in the tower, and we're getting ready to roll out our stock, super stock qualifying. Hey, Terry Schultz, while it's quiet, Terry Schultz, come see me. Second floor of the tower, you will be glad you did. You're not in trouble, I promise you. Terry Schultz. Come see me.
No, I need a second.
Again, while it's quiet, welcome everybody. Glad to have you here at the Titanium Strip. Mission Raceway, and you know, from Vancouver to Vernon, Kelowna to Kilimat, wherever you drive in BC, Lordco Auto Parts is just down the road. They have over 90 stores across BC and Alberta. And they've got the parts, the tools, and the accessories to keep your car, truck, or RV running right. Whether you're a backyard mechanic or a pro in the shop, Lordco's expert staff and huge inventory means you'll find what you need and fast. Lordco Auto Parts, proudly BC, always stocked, always local. And if there's anybody here from out of town that is in need of an auto parts store, there's a Lordco across the street, literally. Head over there and tell them you're in town for the drags this weekend, the Northwest Open Series, and they'll be more than happy to take care of you. We're going to start off our stock, super stock combo with a couple of stockers. These two cars might have known each other like in the automotive womb, so to speak. A 1970 Barracuda on the left side, a 1970 Roadrunner on the right. Let's think about it. They might have rolled off the same assembly line on the same day. Well, I mean, you know, next to each other. The CUDA AAR 340 combination, E-stock automatic, is John Bazinski. Clarence Bidnack on the right side, that's a 440. Six-pack, 1970, Roadrunner. You know, they actually made the horn on those Roadrunners to mimic the Roadrunner. I'm not making that up. They got permission from Warner Brothers to utilize the cartoon character. You see the Roadrunner up on the front fender. These cars are qualifying against their index. So the further you run under your index, the higher up the ladder you're going to go. 1031 at 126 miles an hour comes up for Clarence. At 1082, 118 miles an hour comes up for John Bidford. See the numbers on the bottom of the scoreboard right now? That's the class index. The farther you run under that, the better. Here comes Jim Mantle. Now that car See, the beauty of being Jim Mantle, if you tell your friends, hey, why don't you come out to Mission? I'm going to be racing this weekend at the Titanium Strip. And they say, which car? And you say the 77 AMC Pacer wagon. Nobody's going to say, well, which one? If you tell them, you know, the 69 Nova, like Doug Mitchell has, then you probably need to go in a little more detail. But how can you not love a guy that sees a Pacer wagon, that's a 6-cylinder car, and thinks to himself, I got an idea. Order me a header and some mag wheels. We're going to make this a hot rod. 1125 against the 1185. Puts Doug Mitchell 59 under the index-ish. 1421 on the 1485. I'm at 64 under the index, right? Am I doing that right? Think I am. But you got to love a guy. You got to love a guy. He's a Pacer. A, knows what it is. You know what would be fun? That'll be fun. I'm going to call the guys at Lordco across the street and go, yeah, I need points and condenser for a 77 Pacer. Have the guy go, a what? A what? You like your cars old school or new school? That's Daryl Stobie on the left side. The Super J Automatic, classic Chevelle. Small block under the hood in the right side. That's Dylan Howe. That's a 427 factory stock B, new generation hot rod. Super gas, final call. If you're not here, you're in the wrong place. Both of them leave wheels in the air, but that new generation 427 is going to outpower the Chevelle by a considerable amount heading down the racetrack. 901, put him 98 under the index. And Dylan, unofficially, I think that may be the top spot right now. 10-10 against the 11. Puts Daryl Stobie 90 under the index, 9/10 under. We'll bring up Alf Weeb. The Buick GS. That car on the left side is awesome. 1970 Buick GS 455 and a 4-speed with a final top. Yes, please. I'd like 1 or 2 or 8. Ed Hodder over the right side. That's a 396 power factory stock machine. Same basic car that you just saw Dylan drive down the racetrack with a little bit smaller motor. A 996 against the 1060 index comes up for the Camaro. Alf Weeb, 1041 at 127 miles an hour. There's Bruce Taylor, Rick McKinney, blasting down there. They're side by side. They're 96 mile GT Super Stockers. The finish line stripe is going to be 1042 to 1043. That's a pretty good little side by side race. Not too shabby, as a matter of fact. Dave Jung rolling now in the left side. Derek Johnstone on the right. How about a 1966 Chevy convertible 283? Hey, Super Comp, come on down, Super Comp. Lanes 5 and 6, Super Comp, lanes 5 and 6. Oh, Derek Johnson with a 008 reaction time. Right now, he's going to start lobbying. I think we should qualify the combo cars on the reaction time, except no, sorry, it's index. But that 008 is pretty solid. Save that when we get in eliminations later on. 1051 comes up for for Dave Jung. 1336 for Derek. That big old heavy Chevy. Here comes Pete Legg. Now check this thing out. It is a 1956 Chevy two-door wagon, P stock automatic. And to run in stock, you have to run a combination originally available from the factory. You know what the big hot rod motor was in a 1956 two-door wagon? The 265. And that's what that car's got in it. the performance that they're able to squeeze out of some of the old technology and the old parts and pieces. I mean, you don't just like call Summit and go, hey, send me a set of dart heads. Or you don't call and say, yeah, send me a Crate LS motor. You can't do that in stock eliminator. But that car is really nice. Normal point over in the right side. Out of Sherwood, Alberta. The GTG automatic. LaPointe, what? If you like wheel stands, point your eyes and your cameras at a black car, because that thing is going to be standing it up. It'll have the front wheels in the air. Oh, come on. After I bragged on you and everything. Never mind. Yesterday, LaPointe was doing huge wheel stands, and yesterday Pete's car was running a whole lot better than that. So I think both of them are going to tell you, yeah, that wasn't what we were looking for. That was definitely not what either one of them was looking for. 965, 135 miles an hour for Norm. 1580. Wait, Kyle Larson? Really? He's not in Mexico City? There's more than one Kyle Larson? Oh, who knew? Kyle's got one of those semi-invisible numbers over there on his Gen 4 Camaro on the right side. Just one moment, just take care of a little computer reset here, and we'll fire off the Dodge Dakota. I mean, you got to take some imagination to see a Dodge Dakota truck and decide that would make a perfect drag car, but not quite as wacky as the Pacer. Not quite. Bruce Flodden in that Dodge Dakota. Little GT truck, and Kyle Larson. C automatic, Gen 4 Camaro. Once again, Super Comp, come on down. I need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp. To the staging lanes, please. Doing a little touch-up out there on the racetrack, and we're getting ready to go here momentarily into our .90 category. Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. You should all be in the staging lanes. And this time, Charlie Brown, this time, I really mean it, Top Comp, you're on standby. Top Comp, you're on standby. Just for a little run of show behind Top Comp, we're going to bring our junior streeters back around, and that's going to be our first elimination run of the day, since they've already had their 2 qualifying shots. Be followed by the junior dragsters coming in with their 2nd qualifying run, and that should take us up to our alcohol. Matter of fact, alcohol cars, we're running a little ahead of schedule, and we wouldn't mind keeping it that way. So alcohol cars, how about we get warmed up and ready now? Alcohol cars, plan on about an hour from now. So we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We got a lot to do today, so it would be great if we could keep it that way. Alcohol cars get warmed up and ready, please. Hey, huge thank you to the folks at the Titanium Auto Group. We're proud to recognize the Titanium Auto Group. They have been a valued sponsor of Mission Raceway for a number of years. And their support helps fuel the passion, performance, and the community of drivers and spirit that drives everything we do here at the track. Whether it's on the road or on the strip, Titanium Auto Group shares your love for horsepower and high performance. Thanks for being a part of the team and supporting Grassroots Motorsports in BC. Hey, are you thinking you need a new look? You know who you need to look to? You need to look to Vancouver Car Wraps. And give them a big shout out for all their support here at Mission Raceway. From race-ready designs to custom commercial wraps, they know how to make vehicles stand out on and off the track. Thanks for help keeping things bold, eye-catching, and full throttle at every event. And if you want your business cars and trucks to stand out, they can help you with that as well. Just contact Vancouver Car Wraps. Tell them you heard about them here at the Titanium Strip. Hey, while it's quietish, quick reminder to all you competitors, those of you that are normal competitors here at Mission, I'm sure you're aware of this, but I know we've got a few of them that don't race here every week or maybe haven't in a while. When you are turning off at the top end of the racetrack, let the left lane have the right of way, please. Since it's a left side turnoff, let the left lane have the right of way. We had a couple of relatively close calls down there, and just want to make sure that nobody goes home with a scratched up race car. So when you're turning off the drag strip, please give the left lane the right of way. It's been a public service announcement brought to you by Lordco and Mission Raceway Park. It's a genuine pleasure for me to be here, my first visit to Mission after so many years, hearing so many great things about it. When the invitation came a few weeks ago, it's yes, please. I will make time in my schedule to come up and visit A, a new racetrack for me, and B, see the place where so much history has been made. You're sure this time? Listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Top comp. Come on down. Lanes 5 and 6. Top comp, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, you're on standby. And remember, Junior Street, that's going to be round 1. And again, you're going to be the first guinea pig, so don't screw this up. Your dial has to be clearly visible on the left side of the car. See, here's the deal for those of you that don't know. Our computer goddess, Anna, a wonderful, wonderful person. She's a little bit of a math geek. Her favorite number is pi. So if she can't read your dial, she's going to put in 3.1416. Good luck with that. Make sure your dial is clearly visible on the left side. Your chances of winning will go up exponentially. And if you screw it up, you will be made fun of relentlessly. I think the Snack Shack, by the way, the down there about the 8th Mile blue building on the left side, is still serving breakfast. If you're up for late, I guess it'd be brunch now, right? But they've got a couple of great specials here this week as well. They'll be switching over to lunch about 11 o'clock, walking tacos and, what the hell, pulled pork sliders, is that right? Something like that. They've got a couple of great specials here. So as we begin sneaking up on the lunch hour, plan accordingly. I did hear one of the alcohol cars out there warming up, so that's awesome. Remember, we got a full day of activities today. Our sportsman categories are going to run to completion, and then we're going to run a complete new event again tomorrow. Whole lot of racing going on this weekend here at the Titanium Strip. Super Street rolling around the corner. You see the 1090 number down on the scoreboard. Now, this is like target practice. If you're not familiar with the .90 categories that we run on the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series, the objective here is to get your car as close as you can to that 1090 without going too quick. If you go too quick, well, break out, you can be disqualified. This is just practice runs right now, so the drivers are going to try to see how close they are dialed in to that 1090. We start off with, wow, how about a 1089, 10.898? That's pretty darn close to a 1090. Over on the right side's a 1087. That's pretty darn close as well. Brad Vinci rolling in now, the BC Racing car on the left side, and Don in the right. That's all it says on the window, Don. Kind of like, well, you know who I am, don't you? Don't you? Don't you? Top comp. I need you rolling this way, please. Top comp to the staging lanes. Finish line stripe, 1095 to a 1095. 10.957. Comes up in the left side, 10.951. Comes up in the right side. That'll bring up a couple of classic Chevrolets separated generationally by about a decade. Remember in the 50s when all the auto designers said, we're going to make cars round, and it was about the early 1960s. They had a designer meeting, we got together, and they said, you know, we've been making round bubble cars for a long time. I said, yeah, I know, boss. So I think it's time we change up something. He said, well, what are you thinking, boss? And he said, well, we've been making them round, right? He said, yeah, boss. He said, why don't we make them square? And starting about 1962, everything was square for another decade. 1092 comes up for the Chevy 2 at 139. 1099 for the 57 at 146. Comes the Puget Sound Petroleum bright red Chevy 2 on the left side. I believe that's Dale Jess on the right side. Over there in the Dart. $10.79. Wow, that's low ET so far, Super Street, which is not necessarily a good thing. Well under the index, 145 miles an hour. 1092 over on the right side at 146. All these cars are capable of running quicker than that 10-second index. So that's why you see them lurch off the starting line, and then they just kind of drop back a little bit. They slow the cars down mechanically, and then turn them loose, hoping to hit that 10.9. Well, a 1080 is about a tenth too quick. A little Chevy 2 down there. 1094. A little bit on the upside. I'll bring up the Barracuda here on the left side. Ray Carlson's machine. Over the right side, Dave Wallafield. 71 Trail. $10.95 to a $10.96. Cross the finish line stripe. Herman Shaw now, 67 Camaro on the left side. And Jay Sohara. Recreational Creations. AST Auto. .1094 comes up on the left side for Harmon. Jace goes through the timers at 11:04. Gonna bring up Team Loftus here in the left lane in the pickup truck. And a little red and white first gen. Now, Camaro's going to drop back, but it looks like picking up a little mile an hour down there. Who's close for that 1090? How about 1080? 129 for the Camaro. 1082, both of them a little on the quick side. For Alan Loftus and Fred Hoffman. And I believe we're rolling into Super Gas. Super Gas, same rules as Super Street. Same, except a second quicker. Instead of shooting for a 10.90, we're shooting for a 9.90. Both drivers off and away a little on the early side, and I mean a little, 005 to 006. And then target 9.90, click bang, 9.91. Way to go, Glenn. 137 the finish line speed, 996, 149 comes up for Rory Mosier. As Dale Dryden rolls in the plain white wrapper 57 Corvette. And then Dean Peterson. The Boss Hoss GT 10.0 liter. Might be GT 9.9, but I'm just rounding up. I'm rounding up because I can, because I want to, because you can't stop me. 987, 157 miles an hour comes up on the left side for Dale. 992, 164 comes up on the right side for Dean. Kirk Land's off and running on the early side of the Christmas tree. There's a 008 red, Ed Hutchinson, the flash point. And Ed is not running a number. He is slowing. 211.99, 87 miles an hour. 987 comes up 172 for Kurt. It says Steve Lane. Trying to read it off the window. Over here in the left lane. I know that's Ron McKenzie over on the right. In his classic topless Corvette Roadster. Another one slowing down up there on the right side of the racetrack. 1130, 91 miles an hour, 991. In the left. Wow, the Bonnaroo Music Festival has been canceled because of weather. Probably not a lot of people up here were headed that way, but that is a big, big deal down in Tennessee, Kentucky, and those parts. And that's the news update for today. Okay, I'm going to try one more time. One more time. Terry Schultz, second floor of the tower. Come see me. You'll be glad you did. Terry Schultz, come see me. My last try. A couple of cars out there in the right lane that ended up having to shut off and coast down, so we just want to go out and take a quick double check, make sure there's nothing out there that needs any of our attention. We should have Super Comp and Top Comp in the staging lanes. Junior Street for round number 1. You need to be ready to go. You are on deck, and coming up right behind you will be the Junior Thunder, Junior Lightning qualifying session number 2. And then we're going to roll into the alcohol cars. And I mentioned earlier, and I'll say it once again while it's quiet, we're running a little ahead of schedule, and that's not bothering anybody a bit. So alcohol cars, let's get prepped and ready. I think we might be calling you into the lanes a little bit early. We get the 2 thumbs up from the track safety crew down there, and Brandon Hutchinson going to roll in. I do believe it's going to be our final super gasser, and then we'll roll into Super Comp. On the throttle stop, you can hear it clearly when there's only one car out there on the racetrack. And now you hear him turn loose, charge wide open down to the finish line. 992. Pretty darn close to that number he's shooting for, 155 miles an hour crossing the stripe. Looks like I got my top compers all loaded in the lanes. As I got Super Comp rolling around a corner into the water box. Same rules, only now 8.9 seconds is the target. Tony Arthur in the left, Greg Taylor in the right. A couple of guys that made the trek up from the States. Well, from one state anyway. Both of them out of Washington. What do you think? You like the monostrut wing look or you like the non-monostrut wing look? There's no wrong answer. Whatever your preference may be. How about an 8.905 with a 002 light? Mr. Taylor, don't touch a thing. Gas it up, don't change nothing. A 008 light comes up for Tony Arthur. But he only runs 915 down there, off the throttle at 145 miles an hour. 002 dead 5 right out of the box. Yes, please. I'll take about 5 more of those runs, and you might be standing down here holding a trophy at the end of the day. Emmett McKillop down the left side. Dale Green in the right. 2 more of the Washington State runners. Looks like Washington's trying to load the box here, make sure that the Super Comp Trophy goes south. This time they both leave a little on the early side, but also still both 002 to 007. 883 for Dale Green, 893 for Emmett McKillop. All right, Junior Street, we need you lanes 3 and 4. Remember, this is round number 1, so you're going to be dialing in and getting ready to race. Come up here for pairing. And Junior Dragsters, you want just the Thunder or just the Lightning first? Both? Come on down. You're going to be in lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street for round 1. Junior Dragster for final qualifying. Here comes Emma in the Rad Torque Systems car, and here comes Mark in the Loftus car. Wow, another 00 light. 008 comes up for Mark. You drivers are definitely tuned into the Christmas tree. 910, however, that's not going to get it done. 163 miles an hour. 923 for Emma. That's definitely not what she was looking for at either end of it. There might have been some kind of a problem with that car because it really didn't lurch off the starting line, and reaction time was off, and speed was off, and everything was off. That's going to be just one of those, yeah, we'll just forget that ever happened. Erase that from your memory banks, and let's move forward, please. Bring up Tyler Dalglash out of Mission. He's defending the home turf, trying to make sure that trophy stays right here. Mark Gillespie over on the right side, another Washingtonianite. Dalgleish. Okay. That's what Kevin says. If that's wrong, it's Kevin. Well, we ended our string of 00 lights with that pair. 887, 162 miles an hour comes up for Dalgleish. 884, 176 miles an hour comes up for Gillespie, and here comes Justin Bond. And here comes Scott Robinson. And just like that, we're moving into top comp. Just like that. And top comp, kind of like we do a stock and super stock combo. Well, this is top dragster and top sportsman combo. See how fast you can go and dial them in. The guy in the left lane is Justin Bond. He is the JB and JBS equipment. Not only is he a hardcore racer, but he is also a big-time supporter here at the racetrack. Appreciate that very much. Scott Robinson over on the right side. Posted Farms, JS Power Sports, and he's got the Rad Torque Systems guys on the side of that. Another big supporter of the titanium strip here in Mission. Whoa, how about Justin Bond drops donuts? Colt Marin over on the right side. The Top Gun team here on the left side. Top comp, by the way, the 8 mile mark is where they call the finish line. You see the cones sitting on the walls down there. .452. 151 miles an hour to the 660 stripe. 499, 136 over on the right side. Juniors come on down. Junior Street from round number 1, lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2. Judging by the number of junior golf carts out in front of the tower, I'd say everybody's there. I'm telling you, the beauty of the juniors. Usually only have to call them once, and that's that. Hey, alcohol cars. Oh, attention in the pits. Alcohol cars, you are on standby. As I mentioned earlier, we're running smoothly along ahead of schedule, and we would really like to keep it that way. So if you guys and gals will be sure you're ready, we're going to be calling you up a little bit early. Jason Field, how about the Chevelle? Richie Racing Engines helping him out down there. It's all a nitrous purge. Wow, that was interesting. Both drivers like pulled in, then pulled out, and then pulled back in, and now let's try this one more time and see if we can get both of them staged at the same time. .522 comes up for Mike Kenworthy. A little bit of a wacky issue down there with the two cars, both of them like pulling in and then backing up and then pulling in and then backing up, and then the timer went off and counted out the left side. So James Rutherford now rolls in over here on the left. I love the Willies on the right. Can't read the name off the side of the window. And down and away. Those guys both driving it all the way out to the scoreboards, even though the finish line is down there at the 8th mile. 518, 132 in the right, 481, 145 in the left. Here comes Daryl Baker in the truck. Aaron Young in the dragster over on the right side. There's not a lot of things more difficult to excel at than 8th mile bracket racing. One, the shorter racetrack makes all of the cars more consistent. And two, you've got less time to make a decision. When you leave the starting line trying to decide, did I hit it? Did I miss it? What do I got to do down at the stripe? And you just don't have a whole lot of time to think about it. That's one of the reasons I was never very good at it, because it takes me longer than that to make the wrong decision. I know I'm going to make the wrong decision. It just takes me more time to do it. Anytime I tried to do anything in the 8th mile, it always came down to 508 on the left side for Daryl. Aaron goes 511. Anytime I tried to do anything in the 8th mile, it came down to, okay, what do I, and then the race was over. But it usually makes for very close, very tight racing. And that's what makes it fun. It's fun, I tell you, fun. I think that's Jerry Sarah's trying to read it off the side of the car over here on the left side. That's Greg Godey on the right side. Man, did that thing hit the tire. Holy smokes. Jerry's car really rattled the tire there when he cut it loose. Still goes 574 to 124, 491, 138 for Greg over on the right side. What do you think of Dale Phillips in that Pro modded out, stretched out 67 fastback Ford? Like the Jang says, what says on the window over there? The Camaro in the right lane. Fun little interesting Ford Chevy matchup coming at you right here, right now. .528 comes up in the right lane. That'd be the Chevrolet. 473 comes up for the Ford. 473, 143 miles an hour, run down the 8th mile. That thing is quick and fast. Wow, closed circuit for the Emmons Motor Company down in South Texas. Thanks for the note. If there's racing being streamed somewhere on the web, it will be on the screens at Emmons Motorsports. Here comes Dylan Howe. Dylan in the car over here on the left side. That thing is stupid fast. It is a Pro Charge. If you look at the car in the left lane, doesn't it look like something's missing? Right, because the blower's like right on the front of the crankshaft. Dale Phillips over on the right side. I'm sorry, John Christensen over on the right side. Dale Phillips just went down the racetrack on the left side. But Dylan, after they make this run, they're going to have to hustle back, get Dad's car ready, because alcohol cars are not that far away. $399 for Dylan. 184 miles an hour to the 8th mile. $399. What are you looking for? Hey, race fans, we've got a couple of trucks that are parked between the tower and the first grandstands over here on the pit side, a red Chevy and a blue Chevy, and that is not a parking area. Can we get those moved, please? The two pickups that are parked down here between the tower and the grandstands should not be. So we need to get those moved pretty please. All right, here we go. Now, this is eliminations. You can see the dials down on the scoreboard. Tyler Smith on the left side, Jordan Ormsby on the right side. If you turn on a win light, you get to come back and play some more later in the day. If you don't turn on a win light, you don't get to come back and play some more later in the day. They are bumping their way in. Handicap start, goes to the pickup. Off and running now. Here comes Jordan Ormsby with the Firebird. The pickup is still out there. 8th mile stripe is coming. The Firebird is coming. Firebird's coming. Finish line's coming. First, it's going to be the win for Tyler Smith. Predicted a 1085, ran an 11:05. Had superior reaction time as well. Unfortunately, for Jordan, missed a tree a little bit and paid for it down at the other end. Now we got the two. Didn't these two like time trial against each other both times also? Josephine Smith on the left side and Taryn Monroe in the right. Pro, lanes 1 and 4. Come on down, Pro, lanes 1 and 4. We're going to sneak you in front of alcohol. We're still going to have alcohol a little bit on the early side, but Pro ET lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Taryn Monroe on the right side, Josephine Smith on the left side. Taryn gets a handicap head start. Here comes Josephine. The two black pickups dashing their way down to the 8th mile mark. Who's going to turn on the wind light? It's going to be Josephine, 973. Predicted a 968. Got there first, ran 973. That's a winner. 1126, a prediction for Taryn, ran 1142, and that's not close enough. Here comes Jackson Dew. Now on the left side for JBS Equipment. Sponsor says Gramps. Thanks, Gramps. I still don't have information on the driver of the F-150 over there. Well, here's what I can tell you. There's not going to be a big handicap here. About a half a bulb going to be going to the left side. Well, I got my red pickup moved down here. Now I just need the blue one moved. Both drivers get away on the green. Will the Ford come back or will it be the Jimmy? Will it be the Jimmy? It will be the Jimmy. 1072 on the 1071. Man, that's mean. 72 on the 71 for the win. 41 on a 40. Both drivers. One above the dial. Superior reaction time went to Jackson, and so did the wind light. Well, we had the battle of the black trucks earlier. How about the battle of the blue trucks? Coming at you right now. Once again, Pro lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. We're still going to sneak you in front of the alcohol cars. Pro lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And alcohol still be ready. We're going to be calling you a little bit early. Handicap difference going to go to the big GMC over there on the right side. Is that thing a Duramax? That's not a Duramax, is it? It is a Duramax. So the diesel trying to hold on. Here comes the SS. Double breakout. Give the Duramax the win light. 1009 on the 1011. That's 2 Hun too quick. 926 on the 931. That's 5 Hun too quick. Both drivers running under the prediction. Whoever's closer gets the win. And that would be the Duramax. James McNeil and Jack Johnson coming at you now. Now, if you're McNeil, right, the last thing you want to do, you're going to have to go back to school, tell everybody, hey, you went racing this weekend, right? They said, yeah, how'd you do? I said, well, I lost to a pickup. I said, you what? You got a Mustang and you lost to a pickup? Yeah, well, you know what happens. Well, he's trying to make sure it doesn't happen. Pretty sizable handicap head start, though. Better than 1 second. Jack Johnson is out there. He wants to go home, tell all his friends, yep, I whipped up on the Mustang back there in round number 1. And down to the finish line, he did. You can see him on the brake lights early, snugging the stripe to 4 thousandths of a second. That is a nice job of driving. Down at the finish line, Mr. Johnson. Had a slight reaction advantage, got down there and snugged up 4 thou at the stripe for the win. That'll bring up Jenna Monroe in the Blazer. And the Mustang, whose driver's name I do not have as of yet. Apologies for that. But both drivers are away on a green. Unfortunately for the driver of the Mustang was really, really, really green. And that left the door really, really, really open for Jenna. 11:18 for the win. 54 miles an hour. 11:24 on the 21. That's not terrible, but when the first number in the reaction time is not a 0, you're really kind of putting yourself in a bind right off the starting line, and that's what happened there. I love the decals on the Pathfinder. How come they don't have one on the back door? They got a JBS ET series, they got an NHRA Junior Street, they got an NHRA member. Need to have one on the tailgate too. Need to have, if you're going to put a decal on every door, I mean, come on. The back door counts as a door, right? Right? See if they're going to have a chance to put one on for the next round or not. Nope, afraid not. A little less 10 taking care of business down there. Running 923 for the win. 67 miles an hour. 9999. Wow, on a 998 dial runs 9999. Last time I heard somebody say that was when I asked my German grandmother if I could have cookies. She said, 999. She was mean. Well, you didn't think the name Reinhardt was Canadian, did you? Nathan Lloyd, number one qualifier. Remember Nathan? Oh, Mr. Perfect reaction time right out of the box? Yeah, that's him. And since we had an odd number of competitors in the category, he's going to take the solo. And that's going to be round number 1 of our junior ET category. One of the newest categories the National Hot Rod Association has embraced, where young drivers can race before they even have their license. And we should have our junior drivers getting suited up and getting in their cars. Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're going to sneak you in front of alcohol. Come on down. Hey, a big thank you to National Tire Wholesale. We're proud to have National Tire Wholesale, and also known as NTW, as a valued partner here at Mission Raceway. Their commitment to keeping our drivers equipped with quality tires, trusted brands, supports not only the racing world, but everyone who lives life in the fast lane. Thanks, NTW, for keeping BC rolling. Thank you also to Rad Torque Systems. They've been powering performance at Mission Raceway for a number of years. The BC-based global leader in torque technology, precision, strength, and innovation to all your industries and now to the track. Grateful to have the support of local motorsports and engineering excellence thanks to Rad Torque Systems. Second qualifying session coming at you in the Junior Thunder. Hunter Gallant left side, Alex Green in the right. Hunter goes 886. Alex goes 950. They're all chasing. Candace in qualifying. We had an 020 reaction time, 020, so a little bit of room there if somebody wants to try to sneak in and take over that top spot. Ashton Kay rolling up now over here on the left side of the race course. And the Hulk over there on the right. A little last minute instruction from Dad. Ashton a little quick on the leave and turns on that red bulb. Jackson stays on the green side, 14:59 the elapsed time, 37 miles an hour. Remember, as you get older, you're allowed to go a little quicker. That's why you see some of the cars that are running in the 12, 13 second bracket. They are the youngsters that are just kind of getting started in the league. As they gain age and experience, will be allowed to move up. All right, last chance. If this is your blue pickup that's parked between the tower and the first grandstand, it needs to be moved. That is not a parking area. I have the means to move it, but I'd really rather have you move it. And you would really rather have you move it too, because if you move it, you'll know where it is when you want to go home tonight. And if I move it, Could end up in the lake. Is that a lake or a river behind us? River? What's the name of it? What? It's what? Fraser River? All right. How many illegally parked vehicles have you put in there over the years? Oh, top secret. Top secret. Well, we might be adding that inventory today. Cadence Rodriguez, she's the #1 qualifier over there on the right side. Did not improve on her time, but for the current moment, she's going to stay in the #1 spot. Ended up going 8:99, 72 miles an hour. 12:34 over here in the left lane at 50 miles an hour. Got all my Pro. Oh yeah, my Pro ET guys are all rolling in there. Thank you. I appreciate you listening up, heeding the call, and being here. Both drivers off and running 9:15, 71 miles an hour. The TCS scoreboard down there at the finish line. And the Lordco side, stopping the timers at 12:06 at 49 miles per hour. Comes Nashgalant. Team Napa Auto Parts in the left lane. And Wes Armstrong over in the right. Nash just clipped off an 0.28 reaction time. By my unofficial math, that's going to move him up the sheet a little bit. Maybe as high as the #2 spot. 12:07 down the racetrack, 9:05. For Wes over on the right side, 71 miles an hour, who left a little bit early. Just a little bit, just a little. You don't have to tell anybody, it was just a little. Danica over on the right side, and Nate Green here in the left. Great field of junior racers we've got here at Mission this weekend. Appreciate each and every one of you coming out to be a part of the show. Both these drivers jumping on the early side, taking a swing. Hey, there's a couple hundreds out there if you want to be #1. Because unofficially, I've still got 020 and Candace sitting in the top spot. Looks like rolling up next is going to be Kira in the left side. And an unidentified fast driver, UFD, unidentified fast driver, over on the right. Ever so gently rolling into that bulb. The right lane getting the better of it on the reaction timer down there. And the better of it on the ET as well. 12:13 last time, 51 miles an hour. 14:17, 42 miles an hour. Comes up on the left lane. And here comes Jack Green. Team Rutherford over on the right side. Oh, 4-0 reaction time comes up to Rutherford. See if that's going to be an improvement for them. I'm not seeing it on my list there, but an 883 and then a 12 for Jack Green over on the left side. Hunter Thompson rolling up down the left side, part of the JBS fleet. Looks like Jordan over on the right side. Both drivers looking for that top spot. Both drivers coming up on the red side. .898.72 miles an hour. In the left lane, 15.14. Comes up in the right lane. Connor Jackson, TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab, Rodriguez Family Racing. Over here on the left. Looks like Emily White. Pulling up over there on the right side. Both drivers very gentle on that final staging move. Oh, how about an 015? Connor Jackson unofficially goes to the top. 015 on the reaction timer, and then 805 down the track at 80 miles an hour. 917 comes up over on the right side. We've now moved into the Junior Lightning category. So 015 might not have gone to the top in Junior Lightning. Junior Lightning was qualified a little quicker, I believe. Hang on, click, bang, boom. Well, Junior Lightning throwed over 36 at number 1, so that 015, that's going to make a move. Make a move. Jizzy Marshall now. Left side. Canco, as in Canadian Co. Getting into the older kids, getting into the quicker cars. Adam over on the right side. Izzy here on the left side. Couple of 7-second players. 7-9-0 for Adam. That is the floor of the category. Got it right on the number. 7.89.9 Izzy. This is the perfect run by a thou. I think both of them are going to be dialing on the floor when we get up here later on. Bentley Johnson now in April Bond. Bentley, part of the Rodriguez family racing group, and of course April, part of the JBS equipment group. See Justin down there keeping a very watchful eye on the pink machine. Unofficially, I've got 015 sitting in the #1 qualifying spot. 037 for Bentley Johnson. That's not too shabby. Matter of fact, it's going to pick him up a little bit from where he was earlier. 798 comes up on the scoreboard for April. Bentley stops the timer at 8:04. Maddie, I think Maddie Thompson over here in the JBS car on the left side. Abigail rolling forward and right. We're getting down towards the end of the string of our junior competitors. Got the lanes full of Pro ET. Reaction time. Thompson over here on the left side, unofficially. I'm going to move that one up to number 2. 798 in the left side, 790 in the right. Elapsed time down to the 8th mile. Yep. Caden stays number 1. In the Junior Thunder. Nashgalant 2, Alice Green 3. Just a little bit of shuffling in that last session. Remember, the next time we see them, they will be in eliminations. This is Nick Bond now on the left side. Coco in the right. That's a pretty solid little hit at the tree down there for Nick. And then an 8:04 down the track. Coco. 8:01 down the track. And is that going to be that? I think that's going to be that. We get our qualifying sheet updated here momentarily, and we'll find out just who. As Pro AT should be getting ready to roll around the corner here momentarily. And Connor Jackson ends up in the number 1 spot, 15 bulb. Number 2 is an 18. Number 3 is a 20. That'd be Nick, I do believe. We'll get the ladder printed out. Next time we see those cars, they will be in eliminations. There's a lot to like about that Caliente, isn't there? Oh, even more now. You get extra points for doing wheel stands. You do on my watch anyway. $10.45 for the big wheel stand, 124 the speed. $10.92 for the pickup, 117 miles an hour. And that'll bring up one spectacularly clean little Chevy 2. Can you imagine the crowd that thing would draw if you took it to cruise night? I mean, everybody in the place would be over checking that thing out. Well, I would be anyway. The early 60s version of personal transportation, the Chevy 2, and the mid-80s version of personal transportation, the Malibu. Going side by side down the track, 1057, 125 comes up in the left lane, 1162, 113. Comes up in the right lane. So let's see, we had one from the 60s, we had one from the 80s, now we got one from the 70s. Steve McKenzie in that Chevelle, vintage what, 71, 72? And Kim Cornish, Mustang 2. And the 302 under the hood. Remember, Charlie's Angels drove Mustang 2s. Yeah, I know, they just wasn't, I mean, that's why none of them ever pulled a Rockford. You just couldn't do that in Mustang 2. It didn't have enough power to get going backwards fast enough to spin around. That was the major thing. Whatever you do, don't touch the transmission fluid in that little Malibu down there, because he was on a converter a long time. That thing's gonna be heating up. Down the quarter mile, 1066. Call that 10 2/3 seconds, 119 miles an hour, 1321 and 100 miles an hour over in the right lane. That'll bring up the dragster over here on the left side. I wonder what the vintage of that dragster is. Just looking at it is definitely an older school chassis. It's got a small block Chevy in it with a quadra-jet. Nothing fancy. You don't need nothing fancy. A 9-second duster, 136 miles an hour. Another good solid run for Team Red. And here come these two guys, kind of like the two guys in the trucks that just always race against each other. Kind of like Chris Stone on the left side. Murphy on the right side. The two vintage Dodge A-bodies side by side. For the Cuda, 1007 for the Dart, and here come the battle of the wagons. The 66 model Biscayne in the left side and the mid-80s Boo over in the right side, or early 80s. Well, I guess we're going to have to find a tow truck for that blue Chevy pickup down here. Don't worry, we'll find one. Don't worry. Well, I look out the window and I see the alcohol cars making their way into the staging lanes, and it means we're getting a little closer to being a little louder out there, and a little faster out there. A fun little drag race, wasn't it? 1172 in the left lane, 1174 in the right lane. With a better reaction time. The right lane actually got there first by a couple of thousandths of a second. Not that it matters in qualifying, but better reaction time definitely matters in qualifying. Amber Rutherford, 66 wheel standing Mustang. Wheels up and running away, 938. 141 miles an hour. 1038 for the Nova. Comes up at $126. Well, we had the Chevy 2 against the Malibu hardtop earlier. Now we got the Malibu hardtop against the Chevy 2 wagon. 1141, 116 miles an hour in the right lane. 1241, 106 in the left. Pro bracket, actually our biggest bracket here this weekend. And again, thanks to everybody that come out and support in your local racetrack. And special thanks to those who came from further away. Support not just your local racetrack. Down to the finish line is going to be a 10:28 on the left side. TCS side of the racetrack up on the scoreboard, 143 the speed. 11:09 at 117 for the Lordco lane. Dave Shirk out above the speed chop here on the left side. Watch that little Volkswagen. That thing's faster than you'd think. I mean, it's not going to be faster than the little S10, but it's faster than you think. It's faster than I thought anyway. The S10 goes 1081, 120 miles an hour, 1153 for the VW. At $115. 1153. Man. They're holding them up as they take a look at something down at the finish line real quick. Cordis Johnson rolling up over here on the left side of the racetrack. And how about the Dodge Dart Swinger? Those are pretty fun cars back in the 70s. I don't think they even got anywhere near the recognition they should have from a performance standpoint. Wheel standing Malibu wagons are cool. And if you don't agree, then you came to the wrong place today. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. Wheel standing Malibu wagons are just cool. 1054, 121 miles an hour down the old 1320. 1113 and 117 miles an hour comes up on a Lordco scoreboard, and we go into red Chevrolet mode with Walter Johnson over here on the left side. Mal Patterson over there on the right side. Patterson wheels up and away, airing out the Nova down there. Alcohol Dragster, come on down. I see some of you are already on the way. If you haven't pushed it out from under the awning yet, now would be a good time to do so. Attention in the pit. Stop Alcohol Dragster to the lanes, please. 11:26, buck 18 for the Chevelle. The Nova goes 10:06 at 131. Brings up Team SS Nova on the left side and Team Monte Carlo on the right. .1008 for the Monte Carlo, 132 the speed. Crossing the finish line down there, 1191, 110 miles an hour. For that beautiful little SS. Brings up Ross Walker on a Preston Chevrolet. And the second generation, like the forgotten generation Camaro, at least the mid-70s were. 1014, 129 the speed. 1245 over here in the left lane. Once again, we get out the mops and the blowers. Send out a reminder to everybody, please, like, run your hand through the wheel wells when you get back in the staging lane. Just knock whatever's in there out of there. Fun pair of race cars right here. Steve Schaffler, 68 Firebird. And Ray Bollinger's 63 Pontiac Catalina. Testandtune.com. Payday Contact Customs Brokers on the side of the big old Pontiac. Is that thing really a small block Chevy? Wow. Imagine you're a small block Chevy. Okay, imagine you're a small block Chevy. You're getting built into a race motor. You go, this is awesome. I'm going to be a race motor. You go on the dyno. You go, this is awesome. I make lots of power. And then they take you out in the shop and go, okay, here's what you're going to be pulling around for the rest of your life. And you're going, whose stupid idea was that? I mean, look at the size of that thing. At that point, if you're a 355-inch Chevy, you're going, you know, a 572 crate motor. Those things are a lot of fun. Man, talk about the little Chevy that could. 1058 at 123.4 miles an hour. Just imagine if you put that in a Camaro. Mid sevens. All right, maybe not that fast, but man, that is one big old piece of iron that little small block has got to pull around forever and ever. Steve Scheffler, meanwhile, goes 1140, 115 the speed. Bring up Michael Bender, another one of the Fountain Tire drivers, and Ralph Ellers. And little Fox Body Ford over there on the right side. .1071 for the Mustang, 124 the speed. 1086, 120. Comes up here on the left side. Steve Watkins in his little blue 5.0. And the dragster out of Perry Hill Machine. Little 4-cylinder powered. I'm going to find some information on it. I'm really curious about the idea, the design, the execution. 1214, 117 miles an hour. Comes up for the Mustang. The little dragster runs 13:39. And that'll bring up a little Dr. Seuss moment. We play one car, two car, red car, blue car. Gen 3 Camaro with the headers on backwards. But when the exhaust comes out the fenders in front of the tires, I think the headers are on backwards. I believe that is a Scat Pack. It's not a Hellcat. I believe that's a Scat Pack Charger over on the right side. Or an Angry Bee, maybe. He's very prominently displaying that it's going to run 12 point something. $12.09. $12.09, darn near in the 11s. 111 miles an hour. 11:14 over here on the TCS side. 120 mphs. Brings up a third gen Nova SS, and man, that is one clean machine. Silver Camaro on the right. That reminds me, I need to send Cal Novak a note. Just cuz. Those two cars fairly evenly matched as they go charging down the old 1320. 1109 comes up in the left side, 120 miles an hour, 1132, 114 in the right. And the end is near. And by that I mean the end of the pro category. Because we have got staging lanes full of alcohol dragsters. Full lanes, lots of dragsters, fun stuff. Apologies, I just got distracted by a very nice gentleman who came in and offered me a kokanee. And cheesies. Interestingly enough, I got more people that look like they want to steal my cheesies than want to steal my kokanee up here. Final pair as they head down the racetrack. Just like that, 1047, 126 miles an hour for John Tabak. 1193, 109 miles an hour. Holy smokes.
Super shifters hot. Yeah. The boys are super shifters.
Okay.
Hot stuff. And all you Americans like our cheesies and our beer. Nice to hear you up here, buddy.
Thank you very much. I just got another care package of cheesies. I got so many cheesies now I'm going to have to claim them at the border.
All the guys that come bring beer and cheesies.
You guys actually have a BC Super Shifters Association? No. I'm 100% for that. I have my street car, one of my street cars. Oh yeah. Okay. What? One of my street cars, true story. I have a 67 Mustang that I bought when I was in high school. I didn't buy it new, I'm not that old. It has a 428-inch small block and a G-Force clutchless 5-speed that I drive on the street. I love clutch cars. Not only are they fun to drive, not only they're faster than automatics as a general rule, but it also is like a millennial anti-theft device. There's nobody on the planet under 30 could steal the damn thing because I don't know how to drive a car with a clutch in it. But I appreciate it. Thank you very much. The BC Super Shifters brought me a whole bag full of cheesies. Well, it's my pleasure to be here. But please thank that guy right there, and if you see Justin Bond, thank him. They're the reason. It really is my pleasure to be here, but I'm here because Kevin and Justin reached out and said, love to have you. I said, love to come up there. They said, make it happen. Put it on the calendar. All righty, you can see we're doing a little traction farming out there. We've got the spray buggy getting loaded up and ready to go. I've got alcohol cars back in the staging lanes. You got a minute. You don't have a lot of minutes, but you got a minute. I am going to take that minute and go grab myself a fresh bottle of water and get ready to go. Yesterday, in testing, Sean Cowie reset his own track record and made a run that was the 4th quickest in the history of the sport. and the 10th fastest for a blown car. The conditions out there right now are exceptional. Track is in great shape. Weather's in great shape. Yesterday, there were a few other cars that took opportunities of the test session, but not everybody was making full pulls. Well, now that we're qualifying and getting ready for setting the ladder to race tomorrow, they're going to be going for it. So it'll be a couple minutes before we get the alcohol cars around the corner. I'm going to take a minute, grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back. Don't go away. The fastest, loudest, mostest, funnest cars are going to be coming up just a minute.
Attention out there in front of the drag strip, you two golf carts, yeah, Johnson family and Leo, you guys need to move your golf carts, please. You can park them around back here, and then you can walk up front here if you'd like to. But you got to move your golf carts out of there. Leo, you can't act like you can ignore me. You got to move your golf cart. Leo's like, what's that? I can't hear you.
Okay, I am officially addicted to cheesies. I don't know how this has escaped me before. Of course, I don't spend a ton of time up here. My Canadian kryptonite has always been Fudgios. Anytime one of my Canadian buds would come down and Smarties? Oh yeah, yeah. But Fudgios is like, oh. All righty, Kim Parker. First machine rolling around a corner. Going to attack the left lane. Looks like that brand new car of Chris Demke rolling up over on the right side. So we're going to fire off our first pair with one injected nitro burner and one blown alcohol car. For those of you that are real hardcore race fans, especially those of you that are listening in on the live feed, courtesy of our friends at Lordco Auto Parts, track temp checking in right now about 92 degrees, which is like Disneyland. The weather conditions, 57 degrees. The correction factor is 1002. Density altitude, 376 feet below sea level. Air density, wow, 103. It's going to be really easy to make power out there. The key is going to be the application. And, well, I saw him pulling around as a pair, but I guess we're going to start off with Kim Parker on a solo, the injected nitro machine. It was welded together down at Copeland's race shop in Texas a few years back. Kim and Randy Parker, a unique husband and wife race team, both race in the alcohol ranks. Randy raced an alcohol funny car from time to time. There are not a ton of husband and wives that race in NHRA, both that have had national event success. Certainly not in cars that run over 250 miles an hour. But the green machine going to be the first one rolling through. Now, Team Parker, they just rolled in yesterday afternoon, so they did not take advantage of the test session yesterday. This is going to be their first crack at it. For XL Drywall, Power Sports, I know we've got a few casual fans out here, probably a few of them that maybe haven't seen the alcohol cars run before. Under the guise of what NHRA calls top alcohol dragster, top alcohol funny car, you are allowed a choice of combinations. If you want to put a big supercharger on top of it, well, then you got to run alcohol in the tank. If you don't want to run the supercharger, you can just run the injected combination, and you're allowed to put nitro in it. And that's what this machine is. You'll hear a vast difference in tone between the two. Matter of fact, the supercharged alcohol cars will be turning more RPM on the burnout than an injected nitro car turns all the way down the racetrack. These machines operate on low RPM grunt. They've got a centrifugal style clutch in them, what funny car racer Robert Height once called a glorified go-kart clutch. As they roll in here at an idle, when you hear Kim take her foot off the clutch, you'll hear the pop and bang as the engine starts getting a little load under it. And then she'll just smash the gas from an idle and take off. One of the keys to success in these cars is keeping the cylinders lit. There's a lot of fuel going through there. You'll drown out the spark plugs from time to time. Watch for white mist coming out of the pipes. If you see liquid out of the pipes, you know it ain't hitting on all 8. Kim Parker leading off our top alcohol qualifying injected car on a solo. Oh, it just took the tire off right at the step. About the time Kim's foot hit the floor, those big old Goodyears wouldn't hold on anymore. That was just a little too much and a little too soon. I guarantee you Randy and Kim right now at this point are wishing they could have gotten up here early enough yesterday to take a test crack at the racetrack, but just a little bit too much, a little too soon. Took the tire off immediately. And let's see, Kim was under power for what, about half a second? 3/4 of a second? Still ran 10 seconds down to the quarter-mile stripe at 121 miles an hour. So that was a bit of a disappointing start for Team Parker, but they'll be back a little bit later on today and have another shot at it. And now we'll be sending them side by side. We've got 7 cars here on the property, so the first one out is solo. And this is going to be Mike Quayle and Chris Dempke, and both of these drivers yesterday did take advantage of the test session. Quayle's car put up some very aggressive numbers early, but it had a bad habit of shaking the tires out there about 150 feet. I said it's easy to make power when you've got air and conditions like this, but making sure that you've got the balance of power and application to the traction out there is really the key. Here's the first blown alcohol car. Listen to the difference of the engine, the high whine and scream of the alcohol car versus the injected nitro machine. Brooks Brown, the crew chief for Mike Quayle over here on the left side, is a guy that literally has been around injected nitro cars his whole life. When he was a little kid, his dad was one of the guys that were out here running these cars, and that's when they weren't very successful. It took a while for the magneto technology to catch up with the amount of nitro that you need to burn in one of these things to make it happen. And over the course of the last few years, the balance between the two has been pretty solid.
We'll break in for 1 second
Sure.
here. Sportsman, this is your call to the lane. Sportsman, bring them down to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sportsman, this is your call to staging. 1, 2, 3, and 4 for Sportsman. And with that, we'll give Super Pro a standby call. Super Pro, get ready. You are on standby.
Thank you, John. Chris Dempke over on the right side. He's a former world champion, the Jerry Mattern machine. This is a new race car. Came down here, made some shakedown runs yesterday. And again, listen to the difference on the starting line. The car in the left lane is going to leave from an idle. The car in the right lane will be over 6,000 RPMs when he pulls in and lights that second bulb. 3-speed transmission in the alcohol car. He'll be shifting that thing north of 10 grand. Mike Quayle's car won't see 6,000 the whole trip down the track. Dempke's getting up on the center line, but man, he hung with it. Drug second gear out for a while. 5.24 seconds. 275 miles an hour. Man, that thing made a move pushing over towards the center line, and Dempke was not to be denied. He fought it back into the middle of the groove. Unfortunately for Mike Quayle's team, they had the same issue that Kim Parker had right in front of him. Foot hit the floor. The big old Goodyears just wouldn't quite hold on. Took the tire off right at the step and coast down to a 14-second elapsed time.
You know, you mentioned yesterday about the difference in tone just before the A fuel car stages, well, between the two bulbs where they release the clutch, and now there's a little load on the motor. I remember having a conversation with Randy Parker years ago, and he's telling me at that split second, that thing's trying to turn the crankshaft in 2 directions.
I thought they just went clockwise.
Well, they do. But
no, it's a centrifugal
it
clutch.
fights back a little bit.
It's a centrifugal clutch, and you've got a pedal on the clutch. But when you release the pedal and start dragging the clutch, it's kind of like dropping an automatic transmission in drive. You're just putting a little load on the motor.
Absolutely, but I think he was referring to the amount of fuel they're pumping through there. The thing's just on the verge of potentially hydraulicking itself, and I think that's what he meant by trying to push the crankshaft in 2 directions.
Yeah, that never ends well.
No, definitely not.
It's kind of like there are people that will tell you that the only thing standard is change, but that's not true. For 10 million years, it's been impossible to compress liquid, and still is. Every once in a while, a nitro racer tries it, and it's still impossible. Completely impossible. Comes the LAD automotive machine. Mike Austin firing up, and Mitch Myers for Team E4 hose protection is once again. We're going to have a blower car on one side, an injected car on the other. The injected cars almost always start first. Just they have a little bit longer routine. They'll fire those things up on alcohol, let them build a little heat in the engine before they switch over to nitro. You can also, just at a glance, even from a long distance, you can tell the difference in the 2 cars at a glance just by looking at the rear wing. Because of the way the injected nitro cars apply power, they are really hustling out there from about 300 feet to the 8th mile, and they need downforce. That's why you see a much bigger wing on the injected nitro car. Now, when Austin rolls forward, you look at the smaller wing because the alcohol cars, pause for burnout, they have a much more linear acceleration rate utilizing the transmission. And they don't necessarily need the downforce out there in the middle of the racetrack. They just need a little stability. So when you're walking through the pits, you take a glance at it, you see a great big wing on the back of it, you're looking at a nitro car, you see a much smaller wing. You're looking at a blown alcohol machine.
So another difference that's quite obvious between the 2 combos would be the length of the burnout. A fuel car with a fairly short burnout. Why would that be?
Well, for the most part, that's true, but that's not necessarily universal. The A fuel cars utilize a top fuel tire, so they don't need to build a lot of heat in the tires. They just need to make sure they've got them clean, got them dry, and got them ready to go. And you don't want to build necessarily a lot more heat in the engine. Most of the alcohol cars, you don't have to do a long burnout. It's just fun. And the alcohol cars don't burn heat in the engine nearly as fast as the injected nitro cars do.
Well, there's nothing wrong with having fun.
524, that's the number to shoot for. If you want the number 1 spot, you got to take it away from Dempsey. Myers got his car off the starting line, huh? Neither one of them's going to get the top spot, but that's the best side-by-side run we've seen so far. 548, only 220 miles an hour. Look at the speed on Mike Austin's scoreboard. That thing was not running wide open down to the finish line stripe. 549 at 259. For Team Myers, they were rattling the tires loose out there yesterday, backed it down a little bit. You can tell by the 60-foot time that they eased it off the starting line. But they were able to get a full pull in, and now they've got something to build on. 549, 259 for Myers. 548, only 220 miles an hour, comes up on the scoreboard for Mike Austin. Looking at the early numbers, Mike could get that thing to run to the finish line. He's probably another 1/10 and a half anyway. I don't believe he was going to be in Dempke territory, but it certainly was going to run a whole lot better than 548 if he could keep that hitting on all 8. Well, here we go. Our final pair of alcohol dragsters. And it's going to feature the green machine, Darian and Grizzle. And it's going to feature your champion. Hey, Mission Raceway, for a number of years, Sean Cowie has called this place home. For a number of years, he's chased up and down the highways and byways of North America. And for a number of years, he's come up that much short in his championship chase. For the first time in actual competition, your hometown alcohol racer as the world champion is coming in to Mission Raceway, trying to defend his home turf here at the National Open, proudly displaying the number 1 on the wing. Just getting one of them cleared around the top end of the race course, and we'll fire the next pair.
So, of course, our hope is now that he's got his young son, Jackson, driving a junior dragster, that we're going to see a little more of the Cowie family back here at Mission on maybe a little more of a regular basis.
I'd say that's very possible. Yeah, James been running the Super Comp car down in the States quite a bit as well. I don't know how much he comes out here on a regular weekend basis, but I think the Cowie name is going to be very, very proficient in drag racing for a number of years, decades, generations to come. The green car overseen by the veteran Jerry Darian. And I don't believe there's anybody that has taken more racers through his school, so to speak, and sent them on to have success in the nitro cars. And I mean, when you want to go back in time a little bit, the Pedregon brothers drove for Jerry Darian, Gary Selzy, Morgan Lucas, Ashley, Brittany, Courtney Force, all drove that car at some point. Their learning curve on their way up to the nitro ranks where they had a lot of success. Casey Gristle was a guy that worked with Jerry Darian, worked on the car for a number of years. And at one point when they didn't have anybody to drive it, Casey said, how about me? I'd like to take a swing at it. And they have become quite a partnership. That is your Langley, British Columbia-based world champion, Sean Cowie. Just a tremendous story. For those of you who don't know, and I'm assuming most of the people in this part of the world do, what's it been now, 15 years ago? Leading the championship chase, coming off of a big weekend in Houston, headed to Gainesville, and some drunk idiot literally knocked him off of a bridge. He was riding his Harley on the way down to Florida. The doctors told him he would probably never walk again. He said, you don't know me very well. Then they told him he'd probably never drive a race car again, and he said, watch. Down there with his wife, Taylor, and this tremendous family operation. Monday's Towing is a family organization. Slow down, move over. Of course, when you got tow trucks out on the highway, you're definitely going to be backing up stuff that looks after our first responders. 524 is number one. Yesterday, Cowie went a 10th quicker than that. Can he do it again today? Can the Darian and Gristle team step up and steal the thunder from their hometown hero? .519, 273 miles an hour, and your world champion goes to the top. 522 for the Darian and Gristle team. 280 miles an hour. Good solid run out there for Team Green as well, and they're going to end up 1 and 2. Sean Cowie, by a couple of hundredths of a second, the only one of the teams, going to be the number one qualifier after one. Jerry Darian, Casey Gristle, you got top speed after one, and we'll have two more shots at it coming up a little bit later on. And we're not done with making a whole lot of noise and a whole lot of smoke yet, because here comes Brian Howard.
So we got a good little crowd building in the stands. I want to thank you for coming out to Mission Raceway Park. Round one of qualifying for top alcohol cars. We're going to see them 2 more times today. So with that, Alan, I'm going to put the mic down again and leave things in your very capable hands. I will be back shortly.
Best of luck out there on the racetrack, John. Thank you for coming up and sharing a few minutes. Sportsman ET, I need you to the staging lanes, please. Sportsman ET to the staging lanes. I want to personally give a big tip of the cap and a mission thank you to Brian Howard. When they announced that they were going to run alcohol cars as part of this National Open, there simply are not a ton of funny cars up in this part of the country. But Brian, his wife Mindy out in front, they wanted to come up and at least represent the class. This is one of the most solid running cars in the country. Finished top 3 in the world last year for Cascade, for Oregon Motor Coach. Actually had a little bit of a glitch getting the thing across the border a couple of days ago, but Brian, who had flown up here, drove back, spoke to the border people, got everything squared away. They're here for one reason and one reason only, and that's just to show off the alcohol funny car class. They get idled down the racetrack and claim themselves the champions. Brian ain't very good at idling down the racetrack. 546, 264 miles per hour. One of the quickest runs ever made in an alcohol funny car here at Mission. Now, yesterday we had some inaccurate data and claimed that his 49 or 47 was a new track record. That's not true. It'd been a couple of years since Brian ran here, but the last time he was here, he ran a 5:43, which still holds as the track record. But 5:40 anything is a pretty solid move. So again, for Brian, for Mindy, for the entire team down there, we know that you guys had to do a little hoop jumping to get up here and show off the category of alcohol funny car. It's been a while since we've had any of them running here at Mission, and we very, very much appreciate the fact that you guys made it happen. So we'll see him again in just a couple of hours for qualifying session number 2. But your hometown world champion is number 1. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention to the pits. Super Pro, I need you to the lanes now, please. Super Pro to the lanes. We're going to run the tractors a little bit out there on the racetrack. The nitro cars in particular leave a little clutch dust out there that some of the other cars don't like. So we'll just do a quick little cleanup. It'll just be a couple of minutes. We're going to get right back into it. The next thing on the agenda, loaded in the staging lanes right now, Sportsman ET and Super Pro, I need you to lanes, motorcycles and hot rod. Warm up. You'll be coming in soon. Hey, listen up in pits. I have a racer in need. Racer in need. If you have a Ford-style starter solenoid, please go see Dylan Howe or Brian or Mindy. But I have a racer in need. If you have a Ford-style starter solenoid, starter relay, Dylan Howe is in need. And Dylan, if not, Lordco is literally right across the street. You could probably send somebody over there. But if somebody here has got a Ford-style starter solenoid relay, please see Dylan. Sportsman qualifying session number 2 coming at you right now. You'll be paying very close attention to those reaction times down there because that's the way they put things together. Jess Armstrong in the Dodge, a little pickup over on the right side. Let's see where we stood when we finished this all up earlier. Sportsman qualifying session number 1. 006 is sitting in the number 1 spot right now. So you want to be number 1 qualifier, you're going to have to be a little better than that. As Rob Getz and Joe Smith coming at you right now. Rob out of Kamloops. I'd like to live in Kamloops just because it's fun to say Kamloops. I could never have lived in like Poughkeepsie. Not that I have anything against it. Poughkeepsie is a wonderful place. I've been there. I just remember in, what was it, 3rd grade or something like that, you had to be able to write down your name and address, and I couldn't spell Poughkeepsie until I was in 4th year of college. Okay, that's not true. I never made it to my 4th year of college. I did, however, 7th grade was 4 of the toughest years of my life. I remember sitting down one time talking to a middle school guidance counselor, and they said, "Mr. Reinhardt, what do you think you're going to be when you graduate?" And I said, "I'm probably 35 or 40, the rate I'm going right now." I showed them I got out of there at 26. Veronica Hodgkins, rolling down here on the left side, a little Fox body drop top over on the right. I got a soft spot for those Fox body cars because I drove a 7-Up car for a while. If you're like a hardcore Fox body fan, you know what a 7-Up car is. I bought that thing in like 1992. I drove it to Pomona, and I told anybody who would listen, because I had a hot rod car, and I was looking for just a regular driver car, and I told anybody to listen. I'm not touching this thing. I'm not making it a hot rod. I'm not souping it up. I'm not nothing. I just need a car that I can turn the key and drive. I don't want to mess with it. I drove into the gates at Pomona, and I bumped into Art Whipple, and he said, "Hey, is that a new car?" And I said, "Yeah, I just got it. What do you think?" And he said, "You need a blower for it?" I said, "Yes, I do." Game over. Game over. Kevin McCauley in the right side. Brendan Piskak in the left side. Oh, a 008 reaction time. Way to go, Kevin. That's going to move you up the qualifying sheet a little bit. Not going to get you the top spot, but unofficially, I'm going to pencil you in right now, number 2. We'll see what happens as we roll through the rest of it. Here comes the Broadway Dart. I got to know the name. I got to know the reason behind that. I'm trying to remember if that car ran Broadway refrigeration. Okay. Is it true that you guys have to have refrigerators up here in like February to keep your stuff from freezing? Because if you put it outside, it's not that cold? $11.74 comes up on the right side, 109 miles an hour, 1220, 108. in the left. Here comes the Cootie Customs truck. Haley Christensen. And over on the right side is Colin Moore. Okay, I'm officially a Cheesies guy now. Which is not to say that I'm swearing off of Fudgios, because I'm darn sure not doing that. 001 red, Haley. 2 thou away from being the number 1 qualifier. 12:15, 105 for a little pickup. 1388, 97 miles an hour. In the right side. I'm trying to read what it says in the window of the Mustang. I almost swear it says Wicked something. Now I gotta know. Also gotta know why she's not done. Databank. She was in yesterday. Things that make you go, It's a real noggin scratcher there. 11:49 comes up for Dale Ward. Over on the right side of the racetrack, the little Mustang goes 12:02 at 110 miles an hour, and a Datsun pickup. When did Datsun become Nissan? 70s, 80s, 30s? Mark Ferguson over on the right side. Formula Firebird. Early 80s when Datsun officially became Nissan. So the 77 Datsun pickup, what they call the 620 model. Got a small block Chevy in it. Put together 1167, 115 miles an hour. 1260 at 107 on the right side. Still keeping our eye out for those 00 reaction times. See if anybody could sneak up into the number 1 spot. Volkswagen and the Boo having at it down there. I'm telling you, that Volkswagen is real sleeper. Real sleeper. And by that, I don't mean to put you to sleep. I mean, it'll really sneak up on you. 1152 at 117 miles an hour. That's a fast little hot rod. 1251 and 103 comes up over on the right. Roland Lowen now. The 1955 Meteor. And in the right side, Steve Waldums. This 5-0. You don't see a whole lot of 1955 Meteors down in like my neck of the woods. .1201, 116 miles an hour. Ooh, 0006 red. 0006 red. Ew. So close to perfection. So close to number 1. So close to stealing a pole with Steve. Roland goes 1280 at 101 miles an hour. Brings up Bill Wells in the left side. And Wayne Douglas, a 68 Dart GTS 360 drop top. How about Bill Wells, 82 years old, still out here standing on the gas. When I'm 82 years old, I hope they can still load me into one of those rascal scooters and send me to Walmart. 1163, 112 miles an hour for the octogenarian. You know what it is? Yeah, that's right, right? Yeah. Wayne Douglas goes 1353. It's like yesterday we were trying to remember what the word was for fear of Friday the 13th. Nick Douglas down on the left side and Aiden Ketnick. Aiden in the range. We need more Range Rovers on the drag strip. I don't know why, I just think we do. We also need a tow truck to come get this blue pickup out of here. It's annoying me to look out and see it. I'll find one. Don't worry, I'll find one. Here comes the black wagon one more time. Andy Halton over on the right side. I'm telling you, the Camaro's faster. The wagon's more fun. Doing wheel stands in a car is a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Thanks, Chris Hall, for the opportunity a couple of years ago. That was big fun. 8:29 for Andy Hatton. Now, that car is really fast. Teach it to do wheelies, and you might have something. 10.5151 at 121 miles an hour for the Boo. Jevon Brower now on the left side, and Jason Gibson in the right. Gibson in the transmission business, as a matter of fact. I still want to know, he said there's a 289 under the hood of that Mustang, and I'm not buying it. You would have to have a real hot rod 289 to push that thing down into the nines. Maybe I'll get an opportunity later on in the day to catch him down in the staging lanes or something. 971, 137 for the Mustang. 1065 at 122. Comes up for Jevon in the Z28. Motorcycles, come on down. I could call you twice, but I know that, you know, usually by the time I say motorcycles the second time, you guys are already in the lanes. The motorcycles, head this way, please. Hot Rod, you're on standby. And Stock, Super Stock Combo, you are also on standby. .76, 123.8. On the left side, 1054, 122.8. On the right side. Comes Ryan Johnson out of IG Wealth Management. Hey, what should I do with this money I got laying around? Why don't you invest it in my race car? Is that a good investment? It is for me. Team DeJong over on the right side. In the Camaro. The Gen 1 turning loose. They hustle down to an 831, 161 miles an hour. We need to get that Camaro against the green Camaro. That's like the best 2 out of 3 or something, just for funsies. 829 comes up for the Corvette. Also pretty solid hot rod, 163 the speed at the finish line. Warren Jacobson now on the left side. Looks like Jerry Scares in the right. In the dragster. Double O2 reaction time for Warren. That's not going to put him in the number 1 spot. That's going to move him up a little bit. The 002 potentially could put him as high as number 2. Wayne Douglas still hanging in there with that 0005. Sitting number 1. Now it's Colt Morin on the right side and Emmett McKillop coming at us in the left. Hot Rod, come on down. Motorcycles, you should be on the way. Hot Rod, need you to lanes. Stock, Super Stock Combo, and Super Street. You are on standby. Combo and Super Street. You're on standby. 791 for Colton, 166 of speed. 890 for Emmett McKillop. Emmett, interestingly enough, using Super Pro to get dialed in for Super Count. Here goes Emily Gerard for Rad Torque, Shear Solutions, and Curtis Munson. Curtis Munson was the division champ a couple of years back. Team Green, the Valhalla machine. Emily with an issue left way early. And then just cruises on down to an 884. 1085 comes up for Kurt, who did wait until the green came on before he went, because he plays by the rules. And them's the rules. James Cowie rolling up now. Throttle stop off, 710 on the dial board. And Mark Moskant, part of that team, Lordco. Chevy Monza over on the right side, Stroker small block, making it go. I don't think it's going to make it go quite as quick as a dragster, however. Now I'm sure of it. Cowie's car, when they turn that thing loose, wow, 712. Finish line speed of 187 miles an hour, 1061, 129. You saw the Monza kind of lay down a little bit out there off the starting line. It's capable of running quicker than that. They just need to get that thing to snap the tire when it's time to go. Ah, the classic nostalgia look of the front engine dragster over there on the right side. Kevin Garlock. 71 model Camaro, vinyl top car. Motorcycles, final call, Hot Rod, need you to the lanes, please. Final call, motorcycles, Hot Rod, need you to the lanes. A 009 light on one side, a 004 light on the other side, but a red light on both sides. Is not going to move too much around in the old qualifying order there. Chewy Jenkins in the truck, Don over there in the quality racing. Team Mobile, 003, move him up a little further on the old sheet. Way to go, Chewy. I'm going to put him third, I think, or fourth unofficially, but that 003 reaction time is definitely going to make a move. 10:39, the elapsed time, 126 of speed. 10:87, 131. Over in the right lane, now it's Kevin McNichol for the folks at Rad Torque Systems. Oh, it's John Tabak for the folks at Rad Torque Systems. You think they got a bet on? He likes me more than he likes you. No. Kevin goes 002 red. Takes the red car down to a 1009 at 132, 1047, 126 for John. Paul Soares in that really red, really fast Pontiac. Chris Ormsby over on the right side, and that really, really clean Nova. Saw the Pontiac come up earlier, and I'm like, yeah, that thing's pretty sporty. I remember it went like 820 something. Holy smokes. Oh, 007 reaction time. Ormsby's going to move up the qualifying sheet. Anything 00 is going to be a step in the right direction. 812. Sori's almost got that thing in the sevens. 812. 167 miles an hour. That is boogieing right along. I mean, without getting too technical, that is boogieing right along. Here comes Emma DeBray-Coos. That Art Morrison built race car. A little help from the folks at Brandy Truck Lift, Shawnigan Trucking. Martin Rachel over on the right side. In the Malibu. Watching the dragster roll through at 9:53. Only 114 miles an hour. Emma did not run that thing all the way down. Under full throttle. 10-12 at 128 miles an hour. In the right side. And here come Jim and Chris again. It's like you see one, you see them both. Oh. Chris got to jump on a reaction timer. Let's see if that's enough to hold him out in front of the stripe, because these two cars are very close to matched. But he couldn't hold him off. 10:04 beats 10:08 by 0.02 of a second. Jim getting there first. Doing a quick little mop job out there on the left side of the racetrack, right here on the starting line. Stock, super stock, combo racers, lanes 3 and 4, come on down. Stock, super stock, combo, lane 3 and 4. Hot rod, you should already be here. Super street, super gas, on standby. Super street, super gas, please stand by. Hey, Jim Benke. Please take a look at your car. It looks like you left us a couple of drips and drops up here on the starting line, so if you could take a look at that, we would appreciate it greatly. Because we just have a limited supply of white rags. And nobody likes cleaning the racetrack if we don't have to. Uh-oh. Where's this going? Pardon? On a wanted poster someplace?
Yeah, the post office wanted it.
Yeah, they don't want me, believe me. All right, I think we got things squared away. Here comes the Chevelle. What's that, 67, right? 66, 67, Chevelle Supersport? I know it's one of those two. Well, it scared me for a second when he pushed it that far back. I thought, oh, no, it's not broken, is it? Apparently they still got to do a little, cleaning up there. Here comes Greg Doherty. Doherty in the dragster. So we're going to have a couple of right lane singles here. The Rad Torque. Extreme Torque Machines. That is a BC-based entity. The 18 bulb, not bad, but not enough to move up towards the top. 780, 168 miles an hour for Greg, and I believe this is our final car in category. Can have our Pro Mod license run roll around the corner here, and then we'll be ready for motorcycles. Hot Rod is in the lanes. Stock, super stock combo, you are in the lane. Super street, super gas. You need to be ready to rock. Won't be long. .905, 144 miles an hour. And we've got our Pro Mod back up. Ready to make another license pass. Dale Peterson, they tell me this time he's taking her all the way to the scoreboard. Say it again. Oh, well, they idle a little Pro Mod up. Want to welcome. We've got a whole bunch of girl guys out here today. Taking a little field trip, coming out and spending some time at the drag strip. So appreciate the young ladies getting involved in the club and coming out here and spending the day with us at Mission Raceway Park. Hope you're enjoying. Some loud cars, some fast cars, and a whole lot of females in competition as well. There you go. There you go. I told you he was going to take it to the scoreboard. 6:58. Actually clicked her a little bit early. 182 miles an hour. That thing was going right at 200 miles an hour at the 1,000-foot mark. Shut it off just before the finish line, but working on the license, just kind of creeping her way on down there. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Super street, super street. I need you now, please. Super street to the lanes. Super gas, super comp. Be ready. Won't be long. Rolling back into motorcycles in their second qualifying session. When you see them next, they will be in competition. Want to be number one in the motorcycles, got to be better than a 008. 008 on the reaction timer. Jody Brickwood on the left side, Wild Bill on the right. Neither of those two are going to get the top of the qualifying sheet here. 943, 140 miles an hour for Wild Bill. Jody goes 962 at 136. That'll bring up Corey Craig and Dwayne Steffen. Corey on the stretched out Busa over here on the left side. Dwayne on the stock wheelbase. Busa over there on the right side. There's just something about those stretched out no-bar bikes. They look evil just sitting still. At least I think they look evil sitting still. Man, that's a pretty solid launch. Kept the nose down. 124 to 60 feet. Watch that TCS scoreboard down there. 789. Oh yeah, I gotta get me a ride on one of those. I don't want one, but I just want to ride on one. 943, 151. Comes up over on the right side. I used to be a superbike guy. I'm really more of a cruiser now. I traded in my Vance and Hines prepped FJ11 a couple of years back for a couple of custom choppers, and been very happy with the choice. I don't think I bounce quite as well as I used to, so decided that putting myself in a position where I might bounce was going to be a bad idea. Tom Turin now over on the right side. On the Gixxer 1000cc Suzuki. That thing's a rocket ship too. I don't think it's a 7-second rocket ship, but it's pretty fast. 856. 157 miles an hour. Comes up over there for Tom. Going to be 1199 at 126. Here on the left side is the next pair. Two-wheel shooters rolling in.
This guy is, but far lane is Daryl Storzik.
Daryl Storzik over in the right lane. Looks like Mr. Campbell here in the left lane. Out of Action Arrow. A couple of earlier generation Pro Stock style scooters. Wide tire, big wheelie bar. 848, 148 miles an hour for Campbell. Daryl ends up going 870 at 147 miles an hour. Looks like that is going to take care of that. In the motorcycle category, we'll get that ladder printed and ready to go. Hot Rod coming up now. Stock, Super Stock, you should be back there. Super Street, you should be back there. I'm going to turn the microphone over to John for a little bit. I'm going to finish up my my cheesies. And I think I've got a couple of people that I need to go say hello to. So take it away, sir.
Thanks again, Alan. Nice job. Hot Rod. Final time trial for today. So first pair through the top end, 1133 left lane, 1282 in the right. So Rob Monroe and Larry Rodenizer. Rodenizer to the top first, goes 942 in the yellow Ford, 139 miles an hour, 1041 in the left lane for Rob Monroe. Now Jamie Roth coming up right side. B-Body Mopar coming at us in the left lane, Barry Patterson. From right here in Mission. So Jamie Roth, right lane, goes 998. Barry Patterson, first to the top with a 977. Both drivers leaving a little bit early. Now we've got husband and wife out there. Sylvia and Terry Hoogstens. Terry Hoogston's right side of the racetrack. Sylvia, left side. They're both in blue cars. One's a Ford, one's a Chevy. Couple of green lights, both started with a 0. That's a good start. Terry to the top first, 1186, getting there ahead of Sylvia's 1204. That's going to bring up a pair of Robs, Rob Monroe and Rob Hodgson. Rob Monroe, tower side, his little 1931 Ford. This thing scoots. Look for something in the mid to high 8-second range for Rob Monroe in the left lane. How about a 001 reaction time? That'll get you places. Then 862 at 153 miles an hour while sporting the license plates. Nice. Rob Hodgson, fresh off a win a couple of weekends ago. Goes 1065 at 123. Scott Winterbottom, first to the top. No, well, yeah, he was once you factor in the reaction time situation. Scott Winterbottom goes 929. Lord Colane with a 919. And that's going to bring up Douglas versus Winton. Dennis Winton in the right lane. Douglas not in the system quite yet, not recalling his first name. He's the dad of the Wayne Douglas, that's what it is. In the ragtop dart, 1968. Wayne with the better reaction time of the two. Dennis Winton leading the way. How about an 1168, 112 miles per hour? That'll bring up Rebecca Powell. Cool. Rebecca Powell in the right lane, 67 Nova. Well, my screen says they're from Windham, Washington. I'm pretty sure they're from Linden. So Rebecca on a single, right-hand side of the track. Lord Colane goes 038 to start things off. At the finish line, puts a 1050 on the reader board, 127 miles an hour. And that is going to do it for Hot Rod Time Trials. Next time we see the Hot Rod class up here, it's going to be for eliminations. Guess what that brings up? Stock Super Stock Combo. Mission Raceway Park race director Wally DePerrin spraying a little bit of glue to about the 60-foot mark, both sides of the racetrack. Try and make the surface all that it can be for this final round of qualifying for Stock Super Stock Combo. So doubleheader weekend here at Mission Raceway Park for the Northwest National Open. Well, following time trials and qualifying, we will roll into race number 1 today. Then we will repeat the entire program tomorrow. The only class on the property, or the only classes rather on the property, not running 2 races this weekend would be Top Alcohol Funny Car and Top Alcohol Dragster. So here we go with stock, super stock combo. Norm LaPointe and Jim Mantle going to kick things off for us. LaPointe Tower Side is 2008 Chevrolet, little Cobalt. One time it was front wheel drive. That is no longer the case, as evidenced by the big rubber underneath the back of that thing. Right lane, Jim Mantle in his U-Stock automatic 77 AMC Pacer wagon. So it was Mantle with the better reaction time, 0:31 to 1:82. Norm LaPointe there well ahead with a 9:55. So he goes 85 under the 1040 index. Jim Mantle 14:29 on the 1485 index. Now that's going to bring up Rick McKinney and Alf Weeb. Alf Weeb in the right lane. 1970 Buick GS. C-Stock automatic. Alf struggling with the car this weekend. McKinney's not struggling. 011 up front, then 1044 on the 1130 dial. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Super gas, super gas. This is your call to the staging lanes. We need super gas to lanes 3 and 4. One more time, super gas. This is your call to staging. Super gas, bring them down to lanes 3 and 4, please. Doug Mitchell and Daryl Stobie. Stobie, super stock J automatic wheel standing Chevelle over there in the Lordco lane, and Doug Mitchell in his 69 Nova over here tower side. F stock automatic. Stobie goes 10:09, 126 miles an hour. Doug Mitchell with 11:23 at 113. Stobie over 9/10 under his 11 flat index. Bert Taylor from Spruce Grove, Alberta, in the right lane. Super Stocker John Stone in the Q-Ship tower side. Ragtop Chevrolet, little 283 under the hood. Derek Johnstone goes 13:25 at 99 miles an hour. Bert Taylor in the right lane, 10:39, 127. Now Ed Hodder from Linwood, Washington. It's 2015 Camaro, factory stock D. Gonna roll through the gears. Local guy Dave Jung in the right lane. Jung, they double 04 reaction time. Nicely done. Hodder leaves a little early, but leads the way. Goes 10:10 in the left lane, 135 miles an hour. Dave Jung goes 10:48, 127. How can you not love Pete Legg's car in the left lane? Pete Legg out of Surrey, BC, in a P stock automatic 1956 Chevrolet two-door wagon. With the original small block Chevy under the hood, a 265 cubic inch small block Chevy. Taking on Bruce Flodine. I've not seen Bruce out in quite some time. Good to see him back. A little Dodge Dakota pickup truck. Flodine goes 1066 at 119 miles an hour in Lordco Lane. Pete Legg. How about a 1349 at 95 miles an hour? So still above the index, but getting real close to it. John Buczynski is AAR Cuda, right-hand lane. How about 1083, 119 miles an hour? Kyle Larson, left side, 1105 at 118 miles an hour. Now Dylan Howe. This beautiful Copo Camaro coming up left side of the racetrack. Working on the factory stock B index of exactly 10 seconds. Clarence Bidniak in the right lane out of Edmonton, Alberta. A beautiful B body, 446 pack combination. The B stock automatic index of 1125. Clarence pushes through the beams. Love watching that Camaro leave the starting line. 126, 60 foot, pretty sure that's pegged by the back wheels. How about 904, 147 miles an hour for Dylan Howe in the Camaro? Clarence Bidniak, no numbers, left before the tree was activated. And that's going to do it for qualifying in stock super stock. Looks like Super Street is going to be the next class around the corner. See the tractor making its way out onto the racing surface. Just going to give things a little rub. You see safety up there at the top end, just having a look-see. Once again, all the race fans out in the stands, either side, along the fence, walking around in the pits, thank you very much for coming out to Mission Raceway Park today. We are thrilled to have you. And hello as well to everybody watching online on the live stream. All races, including even test days, are live streamed here at Mission Raceway Park. Which is great. However, what's even better is coming on out here to watch the show live. So, a little reminder to everybody, tomorrow morning, 7:30 a.m., top floor of the timing tower, Racers for Christ. We'll be hosting a little Sunday morning service. Once again, 7:30 a.m., third floor of the timing tower. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Super Comp. We need Super Comp to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Super Comp, bring them on down to lanes 5 and 6. So once again, everybody, we certainly appreciate your patience. Just giving the track surface a little bit of attention before we roll into Super Street. So again, 2 rounds of time trials and or qualifying for all classes. We are in that second round as we speak. So the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack is open for business. The BS Espresso Hut underneath the pitside grandstands also open for business. Got those awesome mini donuts. Great coffee products, hot and cold. And in addition to those 2 regular choices for you, we've got a number of other choices today. The food truck located just this side of the concession stand. Got pulled pork, barbecue products going on there. There's also an ice cream stand. Concession over on the parking lot side of the track is open today. I do believe we're going to have a beer vendor here at some point. If it's not open yet, it will be. Beer gardens are open, both sides of the racetrack. We have got you covered here this weekend for the Northwest National Open here at Mission Raceway Park. So all kinds of options to enhance your experience here today. So once again, we've got super street cars lined up in the pits. We've also got super gas, super comp. Everybody's ready to go. As mentioned, safety out there, just doing a little touch up to the surface. Tractor making its back this way, making its way back this way. Once again, if you've just arrived, welcome to Mission Raceway Park. We are thrilled to have you here with us today. So Mission Raceway Park, owned and operated by Canada's oldest continuously operating car club, the British Columbia Custom Car Association. So the tractor did pull off the track. That means we are ready to go. I hear race cars pulling forward. Around the corner comes Fred Hoffman and Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen here this weekend with a fleet of race cars, so to speak. Jan's actually triple class. He's got a 67 Nova, affectionately named El Gringo, that he's running in Super Pro. He's got his dragster that he's going to run in Top Comp. And then the Z28 Camaro that he's going to run in Super Street. And his future son-in-law will be running that same Camaro in Super Pro as well. Then his daughter's running the pickup truck. So they're a busy family here this weekend. So it's Christensen left side, Fred Hoffman in the right lane. Hoffman out of Seattle. So a couple of red lights, one a little redder than the other. Christensen was 12 red, 49 red, or sorry, 42 red for Hoffman in the right lane. Hoffman finds the index, 1090 with a 3. Christensen a little bit on the quick side, 1087 with a 2. Again, the goal is to go 1090 in the class of Super Street. Check out the 57, left side of the racetrack, Jay Schmidt. Love the color choice. Jess Dale in the right lane. One red light, one green light. If you're going to turn it red, now's the time to do it. Both cars under at the finish line. 87 for Schmidt. Jess Dale goes 1084. That's going to bring up Dave Wakefield, Brad Vingy. Vingy in the blue Camaro, right lane. Wakefield in the blue Chevelle, left lane. Wakefield turns it red by just 4 thousandths of a second. Then at the top goes 1088 with a 9. So if he was in competition, he'd have been holding 1. I'd say that's pretty good. Vingy 1081. He's got to woe it up a little bit before round 1. That's going to bring up Jace O'Hara, left side. Little orange first generation Nova. First year of the Nova, 63. No, sorry, second year of the Nova, 63. Next generation Nova in the right lane. Goes 1087. Jace in the left lane goes 1092. Tony Hopkins and Ray Carlson. Carlson in the CUDA, right lane. Hopkins, 55 Chevy Tower side. So no numbers in the right lane left before the tree was activated. 1087 in the left lane. Now Curtis Munson coming up. Valhalla Racing. First Gen Nova in the right lane. Don't have a name for you. So the computer's kind of giving us a bit of a hard time this weekend. We enter the data. It's there. Roll in the next class. Where did it go? Attention in the pits. Top Comp. Top Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Top Comp, come on down to lanes 3 and 4, please. Once again, Top Comp, this is your call to the lanes. Top Comp, lanes 3 and 4. So 1087 in the right lane and 1088 for Dan Parsons in the left. Herman Chan now, right side of the racetrack. The white 67 Camaro. Alan Loftus behind the wheel of the S10 in the left lane. Herman Chan with a nice 009 reaction time. Chan off the stop. How about 1086? Interestingly enough, gets to the stripe first by 0.06 of a second. Loftus goes 1088. That's going to do it for Super Street and take us into Super Gas. Super Gas, very much like Super Street, just a little quicker. Super Street works on an index of 1090, whereas Super Gas will be 990. So Warren Jacobson making a single pass up the right-hand side of the racetrack, well under the 1090 index with a 1054. So Super Gas, as you're about to see, is a class where Roadster is a pretty common choice of automobile. A 27 Ford versus a 57 Corvette. Couple of Albertans. Rory Moser in the right lane out of Red Deer. Dale Dryden in the left lane out of Stettler. So again, 990, the magic number in Super Gas. So Rory Moser way out in front, goes 10:03. Dale Dryden further away from the index, 10:63. Next time we see these cars up, we'll be in elimination, so this is their last effort to get things sorted out and figure out all the right settings. Put in the delay box and throttle stop controller. Ron McKenzie. Pretty Corvette in the tower side. Do believe this car is for sale. He goes 985. Meanwhile, 984 in the right lane. That's going to bring up Glenn Ingleton and Dean Peterson. Dean Peterson in the right lane, behind the wheel of his Roadster Mustang. So Peterson was awesome on the starting line, 007. Ingleton was almost awesome. He was 005, but on the red side. The finish line, Peterson getting there first, 985, but Ingleton is right where he wants to be with a 991. So qualifying in these 3 super classes, it's based on who gets closest to the index. So Kirk Lance turns it red, but just barely. Ed Hutchinson was plenty green. Then 989 with a 0 at the finish line. Lance a little on the quick side, 983. And that's going to bring up Brandon Hutchinson. So Brandon Hutchinson, right-hand lane, finished 4th in Division 6 last year. And will be defending his event win here this weekend. We started things off with an 016 light, then 999 through the finish line at 154, and that's going to do it for Super Gas. Take us into Super Comp. So what changes? Well, once again, the index. Started out with Super Street at 1090. We then went to Super Gas at 990. We're now going to Super Comp at 890. Hey, listen up in the pits. Top alcohol. Alcohol cars, you can start making your way to the staging lanes, please. Alcohol cars. We're going to need you in the staging. You can start making your way there now, please. Once again, Top Alcohol. This is your call to the lanes. Tony Arthur and Emmett McKillop. Going to be the first pair for this final round of qualifying in Super Comp. A couple of Washingtonians. Tony Arthur in the left lane out of Puyallup. Emmett from Selah, Washington. Nice couple of lights, 002 versus an 012. At the finish line, both cars under. Emmett by a little more, 885 in the right lane. Tony Arthur goes 887 in the left lane. 2 more for you. Got the burnouts done, getting themselves backed up. Tyler Dalglish. Always struggled with that name. So it's been recommended to me to just pronounce it Dalglish. I like it. Tyler. Wow. 001. Nice job. Gillespie turns it red by 12 at the finish line. Again, both drivers under. Both go 887. Now Mark Loftus and Emily Gerard. Emily Gerard, local girl from just down the road in Chilliwack, other side of the river. Mark Loftus, Sumner, Washington. For Loftus Racing in the left lane. Loftus turns it a little bit red, 006. Emily Gerard, 023 up front. At the finish line, Emily getting there first, 887. Loftus on the safe side of the index with an 896. Coming up now, left side, Dale Green. You'll notice a lot of these dragsters you're going to see around here today. It says DG Machine on the valve covers. Well, and this actually says it on the car as well. That's because DG Machine is Dale Green. Engine builder. In the red car, right lane, Greg Taylor. Dale Green, left side, 894. Greg Taylor, right side, 884. And that's going to do it for Super Comp and take us into Top Comp. Top Comp going to feature for our opening pair, Colton Morin and Adam DeYoung. Adam DeYoung behind the wheel of the white 67 Camaro, tower side. And Colton Morin in the dragster, right side. Colton Morin, trip zip with a 5. Gotta like that. At the 8th mile, stops the clock, 4:98. Adam DeYoung, 5:29. Now Scott Robinson and James Rutherford. So James Rutherford from Wembley, Alberta, in the right-hand lane. Want to give a welcome back to the Rutherford family. We haven't seen him out here at Mission in a little while. Robinson, left side, turns it red by 9th out. Then goes 4:89. Rutherford gets there first with a 4:80. That's going to bring up Jason Field and Terry Langdon Davies. Terry Davies, left side of the racetrack in that beautiful black and purple Willys. Now Terry's been racing since 1969. He's now in his 56th year. Jason Field for Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, Induction Solutions, Hughes Transmissions, and Menser Motorsports. Or Hutch's Transmissions, sorry. TLD, solid with an 0:18 reaction time, then 5:18 through the 8th mile. Jason Field with a 5:48. Field with a little bit of a bobble shortly after the starting line. Car should have produced a better number than that. Now Mike Kenworthy, Daryl Baker. So Top Comp. It's kind of like two classes put together. Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. Now if we go back in time a little bit, Top Dragster and Top Sportsman kind of evolved from Top Comp. Top Comp was basically like a fast super pro class. And as it grew and evolved, the decision was made to split it into dragsters and door cars. Well, at the National Open Series, we go back in time a little bit and put them all back together in one class and call it Top Comp. So Daryl Baker with a 5:04. He initiated that pass with a 0:05 reaction time. Kenworthy with a solid 0:23 initiated 5:22. Now a couple of dragsters. Jeremy Soares in the right lane, and Cody Baker over here in the left. High River, Alberta in the left lane, Terrace, BC in the right. Cody Baker, 008. Then 452. Jeremy Soares was 032. Then 465. Jan Christensen rolls up beside Greg Dowdy. Greg Dowdy in the Rad Torque Systems. Black and red dragster, right-hand lane. Christensen 17, Dowdy 026 at the finish line. It's Christensen there first, 455, 151 miles an hour. Greg Dowdy goes 491 at 138. Now Aaron Young and Dale Phillips. Dale Phillips from Chetwynd, BC. That stretched out 67 fastback Mustang, 700 cubic inches under the hood. Aaron Young, big block Chevy powered dragster, tower side. So Dale Phillips arrived second, however, posted the better ET, goes 470, 146 miles an hour. Aaron Young, the dragster, was 509, 134. Now Dylan Howe. If I was to take a wild guess, I'm going to say he's going to be the quickest car in the class today. Look for something in the very low 6-second range. Well, if he was running quarter mile. 4 seconds exactly, 183 miles an hour in the 8th mile.
We went 399 last time.
So he went 399 on his earlier pass. I'd say they're ready to put a dial on that thing. So I do believe we have completed qualifying and/or time trials in all classes. So the next time we see classes roll up here, they're going to be in eliminations. Actually, Junior Street will be rolling into round number 2. So we've got alcohol cars making their way into the lanes behind the tower. That's going to be the next thing you see going down the track for round 2 of qualifying. So as mentioned earlier, in addition to your regular food choices here this weekend, we've got a number of other vendors and also Girl Guide cookies getting sold here this weekend. If you were to head down towards the finish line, probably closer to the 1,000-foot mark or so, over here on the pit side of the racetrack, there's a bunch of tents down there. That's where you'll find the Girl Guide cookies. So safety out there, giving the track a little inspection, give it a little rub, a little drag. Again, round 2 of top alcohol coming up next.
Hey, race fans, as John mentioned, the next thing out there is going to be alcohol qualifying session number 2. So if you are somewhere where you can't see the racetrack, I would suggest that you get somewhere where you can see the racetrack. Unless you're standing in line to buy the Girl Guides cookies, and then we'll finish that first. Cookies, more important than racing. Well, most of the time anyway. Mike Quayle going to kick things off here in qualifying session number 2. Now, the run order for qualifying session number 2 is based on the performance in qualifying session number 1. So if you were a real show-off, like, oh, let's just pick a name out of the hat, Sean Cowie, you're going to be last because he made the best run. And we're also switching lanes this time. Mike Quayle, since his top speed on the first qualifying run was, well, let's just say it wouldn't get you a ticket if you were out there on the highway. What's that, Highway 17 or Highway 11 or Highway 42 or Bruce Springsteen's Highway 9? I don't know, it's one of those. But anyway, 52 miles an hour because Quayle took the tire off last time and then just idled down. So by him being the slowest qualifier in session number 1, he has earned the right to go first. If you have to, then you tell everybody it's an advantage. If you don't have to, then, well, it's the punishment. But let's see if they can get this thing to move off the starting line this time. As I said yesterday, the car was very aggressive early and then went out there and rattled the tire a little bit through the middle. Brooks Brown has walked away and told his driver, all right, Mike, get her down there for us. They don't have to run in the teens. I think they'd be happy with a 30-something. I think that'll work. Whoa, 5:25, 272 miles an hour. Hey, Brooks, happy up a little bit, huh? Brooks, come on, cheer up. What's the matter with you? Man, they are jazzed. Nice, clean, solid run. Looked like they cut the pipe slit all the way down. 272 miles an hour across the finish line. And a 5:25 by my math, I'm going to put him in the number 4 spot right now. Remember, Cowie went in the teens because, well, he's Sean. Casey Grills was in at a 22. Dempke at a 24. And now we'll pencil Mike Quayle in at 25. And since we've got 7 cars on the property, we start with a single and then send them at you side by side. And the next 2 rolling around the corner, going to be Mitch Myers and Kim Parker. This time, a couple of injected nitro cars. Mitch got down sort of last time. Car at a 549, 259 miles an hour. The car wasn't running happy, certainly, all the way down to the finish line stripe. And Kim Parker, you may recall, the green machine that is now over on the right side, last time was over here on the left side. And she hit the gas, and it took the tire off immediately with a capital E. Both of them with the alcohol bottle attached to the rear of the manifold. And drop a little liquid in and spin that baby over.
Hey, you want to give a happy birthday to Mr. Dennis Svetic sitting right here on the grandstands in the little door war shirt there?
It's Dennis Fedek's birthday today? Really?
He's not listening.
Dennis. Happy birthday, Dennis. All right, a little heat. Switch over to the yellow stiff. Start popping and banging on nitro. Right now, if you want to be the man, you got to outrun the champ. 519. If you want to move into the top half of the field, you got to outrun that 525 that we just saw, because that right now is number 4 on the sheet. Junior Street, come on down for round number 2. Junior Dragsters, come on down for round number 1. And remember, dial into the left, dial into the left, dial into the left. The Junior Streeters also did a fabulous job. Annie didn't look like she wanted to throw anything at anybody. At least not me, and so that's what always makes me happy. EIFA hose protection system. GTSE cable tie. Mitch Myers, one of the world champions. I can't believe it was 20 years ago. But it was. And over on the right side, Team Parker. Randy, the husband, walks away from the left side of the engine, and Kim, the wife, strapped into the seat. Kim's car last time didn't go 5 feet. Got to be better than that. No! Mitch goes 551, 262 miles an hour. Almost duplicated the run he made earlier when he went 549 at 259. So the car's consistent but didn't pick up any performance, and you're certainly not going to see any jubilation down there like you saw out of Brooks when his car ran. And well, for Team Copeland and Team Parker, that also was about a carbon copy run. It took the tire off right at the step. Kim leaned back on the throttle just to drive it on down there. But she ends up, for you record keepers out there, 7.20 seconds, 258 miles an hour. They haven't quite figured out how to get that car through the initial 10 feet. We know what that car's capable of. Aw, does that say we love you, Alan? Is there somebody else here named Alan? Then it must be me. What the heck is all that smoke? A little blue out of the pipe down there on Chris Demke's car. I guarantee you Kevin's down there going, we put rings on that piston, right? Yeah, we probably did. Most of them anyway. One's enough, right? Maybe, probably, kind of. So we had a couple injected cars go side by side. We'll have a couple of blower cars go side by side. Mike Austin over on the right side. Out of Oregon, the LAD Automotive team. And Chris Demke for Team Peenright. Clean booth. The Jerry Madden Racing team. Kevin Watson, a big guy on the right side of the car, serves as the crew chief. They don't seem too concerned about that one smoky pipe, so if it's not bothering them, it's not bothering me. Demke in the opening session was one of the guys that was reasonably happy. At 524 is what came up on his scoreboard. And for Mike Austin, in the opening session at 5:48, but only 220 miles an hour. You remember Austin's run. Shut it off early down there, but it was definitely on the way to a better run than what he ended up with. I'm still a little concerned with all that blue smoke out of the one pipe over there. Cylinder number 5 does not look happy. Cylinder number 6. .538 all the way to the stripe this time, 268 miles an hour for Mike Austin. So a good solid run for him. And for Chris, I mean, the smoke out of the pipe didn't seem to bother him, but the smoke off the tires when he dropped the clutch sure did. I do want to say a big thank you to Demke. Whoever made up the sign that says, we love you, Alan. Oh, I love you guys too. I hope they're talking to me. Thank you. I love you too. I feel all warm and fuzzy. So Demke will stand on his run from earlier. And he'll remain in the quick half of the field. As a matter of fact, the two coming up now were the final two earlier. They started 1 and 2, and they're still 1 and 2. Casey Gristle, who's got top speed at 280.02 miles an hour. I did the math. You know how many kilometers that is? 450 and a half. What was top speed? 450. Yeah, 450. I went 450. Like, well, alrighty then. But it was a good, solid opening shot for both teams. Now, a little bit of sun on the racetrack right now, so the track temp is going to be up a little bit. Running in the teens might be a bit of a tall order. But if there's one thing I've learned over the years, don't ever bet against that Monday's towing car when it's sitting down there on the starting line. Because there have been a number of times, and I thought, you know, I'm not sure they can make an improvement. Oh, look, the new #1 qualifier. Jerry Darian, Casey Gristle, Team Green, just waiting for the thumbs up. You can see a couple of quads down there on the far end of the racetrack doing a quicko inspection. Make sure everything's clear down there, and as soon as they get out of the way, we'll bring in the final pair. Juniors, both street and a dragster. I need you to the staging lanes, please. And again, the great thing about the juniors, you almost never have to call them twice. When you say junior drags to the staging lanes, that's like saying, hey, Reinhardt, free beer. You never have to say that twice. I will be there for free beer. Now, not counting the alcohol cars from here on out, we are in eliminations. And we're going to run to conclusion tonight, and then we're going to have a whole nother brand new race tomorrow. The exception, of course, being the alcohol cars. They're going to qualify today, and then they will run their one and only race tomorrow. That's your champion who just loves long burnouts and hates tires and valve springs. And that's your current top speed holder. 280 miles an hour earlier today. Now, Cowie did go 280.9 yesterday in testing, which was one of the fastest speeds ever recorded by a blower car. Top speed of the meet, usually pretty darn close to every time. He's going to go to an injected nitro car. They just run a little bit more mile an hour out the back. The alcohol cars got to make up the time early in the run. And when you rev up that big blown Hemi and drop the clutch, those cars rule more aggressive on the early part of the run. And then the alcohol cars really start hustling out there from about 300 or 400 feet through the middle of the racetrack. 1 and 2 when we started the session, 1 and 2 still. The only thing they could do is swap spots, and if they do that, the green car is going to have to be 18 or better. Final 2 from the first session, final 2 from the final session. One more time. How about 5:13, 280.2 miles an hour. They improved on a warmer racetrack, and look at the hugs and high fives going on down there on the Cowie side. A 5:29 at 274, nothing to sneeze at for Darren and Grizzle either, but 5.13, 130, fourth quickest official run ever in a blown alcohol car. And 280.2 is going to just miss the top 10 speeds ever in a blown alcohol car. Because I know somebody's curious, there's always somebody curious. The fastest speed ever by a blown alcohol car, 281.5, and that was Sean Cowie. Did it in Dallas a couple of years ago. And that 5.130 will slot in number 4. And 3 of the top 4 quickest speeds ever all belong to, or quickest ETs ever, all belong to, all together now, Sean Cowie. So your champ is number 1. And he didn't just stretch it out by a smidge. He put a little daylight between himself and the field out there. And there ain't nothing wrong with the Darren and Grizzle car either. That 529 at 274. That is 2 good, solid back-to-back runs. So Cowie stays 1. Grizzle stays 2, unofficially. Unofficially, because I'm not that good at counting. Dempke stays 3. Mike Quayle, biggest mover in that session. And here comes Brian Howe, going to make another hit with the Cascade. Truck and trailer machine, Oregon Motor Coach. Ram Trucking. Again, I mentioned it earlier, really appreciate Brian and Mindy, and they had to do a little hoop jumping to get up here, but the opportunity to come out, show off a little bit with their alcohol machine was one that they were not going to miss. Well, let's see. Sean picked up 0.06 of a second, so, you know, come on, Brian. I mean, come on, Brian. If you pick up 0.06 of a second, you get to reset the track record that you already hold. Again. Ruh-roh. Something definitely not right down there. As you can hear, the Cascade machine has gone silent. Not possible to tell from up here what exactly the issue was, but they obviously saw something they weren't happy with. And picked up the body, took a look, and no mops out, no nothing like that. So, I mean, I'm not trying to be too technical or anything, but In case you missed it earlier, remember the Girl Guides are down there selling cookies. Cookies, cookies, cookies. Hard to go wrong with cookies, especially Girl Guides cookies. And now we go into eliminations. Josephine Smith, Jenna Murrow, coming at you. Josephine to the left, Jenna on the right. They ease in, they're set, they're ready. There's the handicap head start going to the Blazer, and here comes the pickup. Winner here goes to the semifinals. We'll be bringing back 4 a little bit later on in the day. Surrey, BC versus Abbotsford, BC. Which one's closer? Abbotsford? Okay, well, Josephine won. She's closer. That makes perfect sense. Jenna actually had a better reaction time. Got there first, a little on the quick side. 10:94 on the 11 flat. So Josephine is going to move on.
Hi. Hello. Congrats. Thanks, man.
Off and running right now. That is Tyler Smith. Making a move, Josh Klosky. On the chase, only Josh jumps too soon. The red light's on. Josh is gone. Tyler's going on. Tyler's going to come back and run Josephine a little bit later on today. It's going to be Abbotsford versus Abbotsford for the trip to the final round. Down the finish line, 11:01 on the 1085, but had that one won as soon as the red light came on. Over there on the right side. Now it's Jackson and Jack. Jackson left side, Jack on the right side. Dew and Johnson. Langley versus Winnipeg. Coming at you right here. Handicap head start, not very big this time. Only 19. Jack Johnson over on the right side should move first. Predicting a 1090. And did move first via the handicap. And now we got to make the decision down at the finish line stripe. Check it out. It's going to be 11:06 on the 1090. That's a winner for Jack Johnson. And Jack Johnson advances. 1086 on the 1071. Not quite good enough for Jackson Dew. And our final pair, Nathan Lloyd, your number 1 qualifier over here on the left side. And I still don't have any information on the driver on the right side. I apologize for that. But I can tell you the winner of this one's going to come back and run Jack Johnson in the final. Will it be Nathan Lloyd in the dark blue 4x4, or will it be our Duramax handicap this time is going to go to the left side. A little more than a bulb going to be the difference, about 61 if you want to do the math. Remember, Nathan this morning, number 1 qualifier, came out here and ripped off a perfect reaction time. And now we'll find out if he can hold on to go to the final 4. Jack Johnson waits. He's going to run. No, the number 1 qualifier out of here. Late on the reaction after being perfect this morning. Wow. My mystery Duramax driver goes dead on the money. Predicted a 10:08, ran 10:08.2. And hopefully, I'll be able to find out just exactly who that is before they come around the next time. So here comes round number 1 of our junior dragsters.
683 dog D.
All right, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. You mean pro, right? You want pro, right?
Last time I heard it was pro on standby, let me ask though.
Okay, I thought I heard super pro. Pro ET, come on down. Attention in the pits. Pro ET, round number 1. To the lanes, please. Jack Green left. 100 gallon right. There's some wild graphics on the side of Jack's car down here. Dialed in 1204. Be a pretty big handicap head start here, as a matter of fact. More than 3 seconds. The whole race for Hunter is going to be less than 9 seconds long, and he's given up a 3-second head start. Not yet, not yet, not yet. Now! Runner out of Mill Run Truck Body, Lordco Racing. Going to be closing in a hurry. In a hurry, in a hurry. And got there, 894. 67 miles an hour for the win on the 890. 1213 on the 1204 for Jack Green, not quite enough, so Hunter is going to advance to round number 2. Ashton left, Jackson right. Another very, very big handicap. More than 4 seconds. More than 5 seconds. More than, well, there's a lot of seconds. We'll count Mississippi's, we'll figure it out. What's the metric crossover to seconds? Let's see. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Now! Ashton's got a lot of ground to make up. A lot of ground to make up. Look how far out the Hulk is. Look how far out. Oh, but runs too quick. 898 on the 897. Going to come up on the left side. That's going to be a winner. $14.04 on the 1435. That's a whole lot quicker than what they were predicting. Over here on the left side of the racetrack. Now it's going to be Nate Green coming up here on the left side. Team Rutherford lined up over there on the right side. Oh, and it's going to be a red light start. Rutherford too early by a bunch. By a bunch. Nate Green going to take the win here. Goes 892. Wow. 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 Well, like dialed 903 runs 892. Once the red light came on, it wasn't going to make any difference, but a little quick down there headed to the stripe as Nate advances to round number 2. Comes Cadence Rodrigo over on the right side. Now this is a biggie because this is 2 for 1. The winner of this one's going to earn the bye run in the next round and advance straight on to round number 3. You get the pass go, you get to collect $200 and everything. Well, maybe not collect $200, but you get the idea. You get the idea. Handicap is not a lot, 0.15. Right? Carry the 8, but yeah, I think so, 0.15. Oh, and a red light. Cadence, your number 1 qualifier fouls out by 9,000ths of a second here in round number 1. And that means my mystery driver gets 2 for 1 via the red light. Going to be lined up with nobody next round. They bring up Alex Green. In the left side. And Kiera over there on the right side. Kiera's dialed in 1390, so we're going back to a big handicap here after having a couple of pretty close leaves on the countdown. We're going back to a bigger handicap. Once again, Pro ET, round number 1, come on down. We need you, please. Is that a big enough handicap for you? Is it big enough? Is it big enough? Is it big enough? Kiera's out there. Way out there. Way out there. But look how quick Alex is closing in. Got her, 950. So Alex Green taking care of his business. He'll be back in the next round. Sean Cowie got his feet stuck to the racetrack. They're waving Jackson into stage. Jackson taking on Pearson Moss. Unfortunately for young Mr. Cowie, just hit the gas too fast. So Pearson Mass is going to get the win. And now we've got Nash Gallant, rolling up in the left side. I believe it's Dallas Jackman over on the right. These are going to be the closest dialed pair we have. They're both in the 12-second zone, but they're only dialed 0.02 of a second apart. Nash on the left, Dallas on the right. find out who is going to advance into the next round. Well, we know that now because it's Nash. Turn on the red bulb. About 800s. So Dallas is going to take a victory lap down there. As you can see the green light on the Norco board. 11.96 for the win. Even though he ran too quick, won it. On the starting line. Now we're going to find out who's going to come back and run Nate Green in the next round. Will it be the Fountain Tire driver? Wes Armstrong. They seem to be a little unhappy with that car over the right lane there for a minute, but now looks like we got it rolling forward. Well, we'll find out. They got him rolling in. The car in the right lane is supposed to leave first. Let's find out if they were able to solve whatever the issue was down there. Well, car's off and running. Wes on the chase. I don't think he's going to catch him. Boy, he's going to get the win. It's going to be a double breakout. Both of them running too quick. Under by 1/10 is the right lane. Under by 600ths is the left lane. So Wes going to come back and run Nate.
Can you hold him there for a second, Matt? This will be a comp single, so 2 numbers
In the next round.
Dial-in is 1395.
90.
Okay, 2 numbers in.
Apparently we had one of our competitors that had some problems back in the pits or broke something. They weren't able to get straightened away, so Danica going to roll in here and take the solo run. Danica going to come back and run Hunter in the next round. Dial in at a 1390, got a practice run and ran 1435. And that should switch us over from lightning to thunder. Emily White going to get a solo here because her opponent unable to answer the call in round number 1. So Emily just going to roll in, stage it, take her victory lap, dial in at a 906. Runs 913, 68 miles an hour. Going to be a little bit more difficult for either Izzy Marshall here or Connor Jackson. Pro ET. Pro ET. If you're not in staging lanes, you're in the wrong place. Sportsman, you need to be warmed up and ready. So Izzy Marshall, Canco Petroleum, Silva, Auto World against the TK Hot Rods, Fitness Lab, Rod Reed family, and Connor Jackson. And this is the two winner here. Buy run, free ride in the next round. Working off of a 10-car ladder, we're only going to have 5 coming back. So whoever turns on the scoreboard here will be the driver with no opponent. Red light start for Connor. And in both of our junior categories, the #1 qualifier out of here, round number 1. So Izzy going to advance straight on into round number 3. So far, Izzy and Emily have advanced. Here comes Bentley Johnson. Coco over on the right side, Bentley on the left side. Difference in handicap 5 hundo. Both drivers off on the green. This was 2 alcohol burners singing in harmony down the finish line stripe. Both drivers run too quick. Bentley runs too quick by 4,000ths. Coco runs too quick by 200ths. 4,000ths in this case is better than 200ths in Bentley. On the double breakout. Gets a win. Going to come back and run Emily in the next round, and that's a biggie because that's the bye to the final. Abigail White. Easing in over here on the left side. Difference in dial between these two is 500ths of a second as well. Adam over on the right side, Abigail on the left side. Both drivers away on the green. Better on reaction time is Adam, and he's going to get the win. 793. Abigail could not win the race. She actually got there second and ran too quick doing it. 793 on the 790 with superior reaction time, and we're going to send Adam on to the next round. Well, hey, try this on for size. We actually had a pair that were unable to come back, and that means we're going to have 2 buy runs in the next round. Adam and Izzy. And just like that, we are going into Pro ET round number 1. All righty, apologies for that missing a pair down there. I getting squared away up here by the rules. Hey, I'm learning. You know, sometimes the new guys, you just got to teach them this stuff. Random pair coming at you here right now. Scott Wilson picked up the win light on the last pair. Here comes Jason Mercer on the left side, and my 66 Bel Air. A little wagon on wagon activity. You'd think the wagons would stick together, not pick on each other first round, wouldn't you? It's like, hey, let's go pick on the rest of the guys. Let's not pick on each other. But that's just not the way it worked out. Handicap goes to the right side. The big wagon trying to run down the mid-sized wagon. The big wagon's going to get the win. 11:69 the prediction, 11:70 the elapsed time. It's going to be a breakout over on the right side. For Jason, who predicted he was going to run 12:49, ended up with the 12:43. That puts you about 6 too quick, and that puts you away for the day. At least in this category. Remember, a number of these drivers double duty in their way out there. Off the starting line, Ralph Ellers going to get the win. Ralph's going to get the win. Again on a double breakout, but he was closer, only being 9 thousandths under. Okay, here comes John Tabak. The Rad Torque Systems pickup over here on the left side. This is the other guy who's been sharing a microphone up here today. And over on the right side, the Nova, as the two of them are off and running. Pickup. Dial 1049. Nova dial 1041. Slight handicap head start goes to pickup. Win light also goes to pickup. 1052. Solid job on the starting line and then runs free over the dial to win it. Got there first as well. The Nova a little bit late on the tree. Got there second and broke out. That's what we call 3 strikes. Leave second, cross second, run too quick, strike 1, strike 2, and well, take a seat. Sorry, that crackling paper brought to you by JBS Equipment Company. Both drivers off away on a green. Both drivers too quick. Right lane's going to get the win. Coming out a little closer to the dial, 3 under, 15 on the 18 versus 6 under, 83 on the 89. Red light, right lane, win light, left side, Kim Cornish. Going to take the little Mustang 2 into the next round. Sportsman, come on down for round number 1. Sportsman, into the staging lanes, please. Make sure your dial is visible on the left and head this way. Left side again, Dave. Dave, just all my announcer screen says it's Dave. Like, Dave's not here. Dave Schreck. What it says on the window. Out of Bubba's Speed Shop and JBS. Brandon Biscusack over there in a Mustang. There goes Brandon. That's a pretty sizable head start. Oh, and that's a red light. Dave just couldn't wait. 23 on the wrong side of the tree, and the Blazer red lights away his opportunity at fame, fortune, and a couple extra bucks in the bank. 13.34 on the 13.24 for Brendan. Won that one here on the starting line. Now it's going to be Del Northgraves over on the right side. And a little silver Gen 3 here on the left. And another red light, Del this time. Lights the cherry. Turns the red light on his side of the tree, turns the scoreboard on the other side. 11:35 on the 32 for the win. Didn't need any of it. Once that red light came on, 32 on the 29, the losing effort. After being read by, well, pretty sizable margin. Steve McKenzie in left. Lauren Schwartz in right. That Chevelle is sweet. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with a Monte Carlo. Don't misunderstand, but that Chevelle is sweet. Whoa, whoa. Now check this out. If Lawrence doesn't lift, he could go quick and break out. No, you hear him off the gas down there 1,200 feet. He looked over and goes, he ain't coming. I'm not giving it to him. Steve McKenzie hit the gas, and that thing lurched and then went kabang. Well, it wasn't quite a kablooey. It would have to, the hood would have to be open for it to be a kablooey. But that was definitely a kabang. And it pulls over and stops, and again, very much appreciate that. If you know you're broken, obviously he has no idea if it might be leaking something or leaving some kind of foreign debris on a racetrack. Pull over and stop. We'll be happy to come get you if we need to, but could potentially save us a big cleanup. Hopefully whatever happened to that thing is not permanently fatal. Did he just start it up, drive it off? Wow. Wow. I mean, kabang and then drive it away. You don't see that very often.
Any others? That's all. Yeah, back there. Oh, wait, have a second? Because. Oh, wait. Oh, no, they're not.
You know, even with a really good pair of binoculars, I can't figure out what that engine is in the little dragster down there. It's a what? Datsun? Not a Nissan? Cool. Hey, I like guys with imagination. I like guys that do things a little different. I really, really, really like that they were able to drive the Chevelle off and not kill it. So the half fast 2 here on the left side, Eric Britton and Walter Johnson in the right side. Now Walter at this particular point in time is hoping that whatever happened to the last Chevelle is not contagious. Because that red 72 over there with LS under the hood, another pretty sweet hot rod. We know the last Chevelle, well, it wasn't contagious, and the wind light's already on over there for Walter Johnson because the red light's on over here. for Eric Britton. 11-11 on the 11-10. Didn't need any of it. Good solid run. Little dragster predicted a 13:38, ran a 13:40. So pretty close on the number down there, but left the cherry burning in his wake up here. Steve Scheffler now. How did the two guys without a hood end up side by side? I mean, there's like 3 guys without a hood in the whole category, right? 2 of them ended up side by side. Isn't there like these 2 and then the Gen 3 Camaro? Wow, that was kind of interesting. Falcon hit the gas. It looked like something was misting up there. Looked like it to me anyway. Unfortunately for the Falcon, 007 red. Game, set, match goes to Steve, who runs 1170. Off the gas at only 108 miles an hour down there. And now we've got the 2 red Chevys coming at you. 3rd gen Camaro on the left side. 81. Oh, and the Malibu just pushed right through. Did you see that? He pulled in stage, tried to bring it up against the converter, and it just shoved him right on through. And there is nothing you can do except ease down the right side of the racetrack, muttering words under your breath like darn and shucks and rats and, well, you know, words similar to that. 1085 on the 1080. That's your winner on the left side, Jeff Bell now. Pulling up. This thing's a street car that does wheelies. At least I think it's a street car. It's got a license plate on it. And that's just cool. Neil Culberson over on the right side in the pickup. Go! I was trying to help. Go! No! Jeff Bell just lost the race. Oh, you got to be kidding me. See the pickup out there? That's your winner. Reaction time slower. No, not slower. 10-second reaction, 14-second, and a winner because Jeff Bell didn't realize there was nobody there and he broke out. The pickup was actually supposed to leave first. Oh, Jeff. Jeff, if you're pitted next to Jeff, you might want to duck because there's going to be something flying over there when he gets back and realizes what went wrong. Well, there would be if it was me. Rich Dyes on the left side, Jesse Gerard on the right. This one's a red light on the starting line. As Rich jumped too quick by a couple of hundo. Turn on a red light. Puts himself out of competition for the day, Jesse. Taking a win, 1197 on the 1195. Oh, we got the deuces side by side again. First gen, second gen. Car on the right side, 62. Car on the left side, 66. Generation split at 65. And another red light. I don't know about you, but I'm getting tired of red lights. Can we finish up with this red light? This red lights are no fun. No fun. I want it to be fun. I want to race to the finish line. Racing to the finish line is way more fun. Way more fun. 1057 on the 1054. Winner for Daryl. Amber Rutherford now. And Steve Beckerville. The 2-liter turbo Volkswagen Golf. Dialed in 1156. Now, Amber's Mustang is fast. I mean, fast. She's going to give up a 2-second head start. But when you look over and see a Volkswagen, you normally, right, wouldn't you be thinking, yeah, I'll be closing in on him. About 900 miles an hour. No, not quite. I mean, you're going to be closing in, but look at the Mustang reeling him in down there. Like having a salmon on the line. 938 for the win. Off the throttle was Amber. A 009 reaction time for Amber. A tip of the cap on the best, I believe, best lighted round so far. Elijah Copeland coming up now on the left side. Craig Johnson in the right side. The black boo with the old school square snorkel scoop. I love those snorkel scoops, especially the square ones. I know they're not quite as aerodynamic. They don't look as swoopy. Wheel standing Malibu wagon. I gotta get me one of them. I really do. Well, we're gonna see the wagon again. Elijah a little bit late on the starting line and paid for it at the finish line. 10:59 for the win on the 10:53. 12:44 on the 12:43 for Elijah on the number. Missed the reaction time. Here comes the dragster, dialed in 12 seconds. And Ray Bollinger. Just think, look at the car on the right side. It's got a small block Chevy. Car on the left side's got a small block Chevy. If you took the motor out of the car on the right side, put it on the left side, that thing can run 820. Oh, this is not going to be pretty. When you give up a second and a half head start and you pass your opponent at 150 feet, you're feeling pretty good. The opponent feeling not quite so good. Jason Mercer, you need to report to your car. Let me check and see when. Now! Jason Mercer, why did you leave your car? You need to report back to your car now. Chris Stone's going to get the automatic win because that Malibu left early. Early. And then broke out as well. Super Pro to the lanes, is that what you said? I can do that. Oh, attention in the pits. Super Pro. I need you to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Matt Warner in the left side to Callahan. That's got a 390 in it, really? Oh, that's even more awesome. That's better awesome than I thought it was. Wow, a little less tense. Sounded like it spun the tire out there. Looked like it spun the tire out there and is, well, no longer on the chase. Off the throttle, 1063 for the win. For Matt Warner, who's looking over his shoulder going, yeah, he should be coming, and he's not. Didn't want to make the mistake of giving that one away. So Nick Douglas with an odd number of cars in category based on his reaction time. In the last round. Going to take the buy run here. 23 model Super B. That hailed from Washington, and I do believe drove this car up here to race. I do believe. He's your current track champion? So he drives up here every week to do this? Right on. Support your local drag strip, even if it is in another country. He had dialed at 1210, ran 1209. He was going to be pretty hard to handle even if there was somebody in the other lane. Super Pro, come on down. I need you, please. We're rolling right into Sportsman ET here, so I need Super Pro to the staging lanes. Dale Wood in the left. Pickup in the right. Not as much handicap as you would probably think. 16 hundo. That's it. That much right there. Dale Wood left second, got the 60-foot mark first. By a considerable margin. Womp. 1168 for the win. 113 the speed. Pickup missed it a little bit up here and ran too quick down there. Got there first, but could not win the race. Got to bring up Aiden Katinick in the Range Rover, who was off and running. Here comes Jose Smith, who's on the chase, and Jose's already caught him. I know you're thinking, wait a minute, he hadn't caught him. Well, look at the wind light down there. He doesn't have to catch him. When that red light came on, you no longer need to catch when your opponent turns on the bottom bulb. Because when the bottom bulb comes on one side, the wind light comes on the scoreboard on the other side. And here comes Roland Lowen now in the Meteor. Little help from Lordco Parts. Let me tell you something. If Lordco stocks parts for a 55 Meteor, then they have parts for everything. Everything. The Fox Body Ford off and running. The big round one on the chase. Big round one trying to catch him. Finish line stripe. 3, 2, 1. Win. Left. 1288 on the 1280. 1494 on the 1436 for the Mustang. Looked like he got down there and maybe made the wrong choice. Tried to dump him. 78 miles an hour. That's dumped hard. That's like being dropped on your head on prom night. That's like really being dumped hard. 78 miles an hour. Unfortunately, for the Mustang, it didn't work. Fortunately for the Meteor, it didn't work. Colin Moore now on the left side and Mark Ferguson on the right. Old school v. new school. Or newish school. Newer school. Wind light's going to come on for Colin. Had the better reaction time, got there first, and was safe. That's a win every single time. Ferguson, late on the tree, got there second and broke out. That's a loss every single time. Here comes a little Chevy-powered Datsun truck. Now, my screen says CPOM claps them, and I'm thinking that's probably a typo. Halsey Christensen over on the right side. So the 67 Chevy C10 and the 77 Datsun 620. What do you think? Which one do you like better? No wrong answer. They're both cool. Oh, half a thou. The Nissan goes red by half a thou. That's monumentally annoying. It's like, I'd rather be red by a day and a half than half a thou. I really would, especially when your opponent's going to break out by 2/10. 2/10. But Haley already had the race in the bag. Kevin McCauley left. Veronica Hodgson right. McCauley in the Cutlass. Veronica in the Dodge. BDL Automotive on one side, Lordco Auto Parts on the other side. Handicap head start goes to Dodge, not by much. Not by much. But will it be enough? It will. Holding reaction advantage on 1193 on the 1192. That's kind of mean. Kind of mean, Veronica. I'm just saying. It's kind of mean. 1160 on the 62 for Kevin McCauley. Could not get there and broke out because Veronica was being mean. Sylvia Huskins. It says Wicked something on the window, and I'm still trying to figure that out. So that's Sylvia in the Mustang. That's Steve Walton's. Over here in the newer gen. Wow, look at the brake lights. Brakes, and he won it. 1227, 104 miles an hour. Sylvia goes 1211 on the 1205. Reaction advantage went to Steve, and he took advantage. Here comes Stormy Newcomb. Out of Aero Machine. Pavey Hill. Jason Mercer over on the right side. The Boo Wagon. One light's going to come on the right side for Jason. Predicted a 12:47, ran a 12:56. Had the better reaction time. Stormy actually got there first. Was a little late on the tree and had to run too quick to do it. Steve Baskerville on the left. Team Broadway on the right. They're beating up that turbo Volkswagen, aren't they? Put another class. Run again, run again, run again. Win again, win again, win again. 1171. 107 miles an hour. 1216 on the 1221. That's too quick. Trying to overcome that light. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I don't need you, but stock, super stock, and super street. At this point, it looks like you will run before alcohol, so just be prepared. We're clipping along at a nice pace, and we very much love the fact that we're clipping along at a nice pace, that we might end up a little earlier tonight than we had officially predicted. So if we keep clipping along at this nice pace, stock, super stock, and super street will run in front of alcohol. That's just a heads up. Don't need anything, just wanted you to be aware. Be aware. Double breakout. Win light goes to Brendan. Bill Wells was under by more, and not a lot more. We're talking about a few thousandths of a second on the double breakout. But Brendan was closer, and closer wins. Rob Getz down left side, Nick Douglas in the right. Didn't we just see Nick? We just did see Nick. Took the by run. Came right back around. That's the beauty of having a car that's got that much of a cooling system. It's like, yeah, we didn't even have to turn off the air conditioning. I guess on a day like today, you probably didn't turn on the air conditioning, right? Yeah, but you turn it on when you're driving through the pits. Nick Douglas going to get the win here, 12:18 on the 12:15. That'll make it work. 70 on a 60, back by a tenth, and that left the door too far open. Nick taking advantage. Wayne Douglas, the Dart GTS convertible. Jess Armstrong, the 75 Dart. Even the 75 vinyl top Dart is looking over at the other car going, okay, you're cooler than I am. I mean, come on, convertible. Convertible. Listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles, come on down. Motorcycles are ready for you now. Hot Rod, be ready. You're on standby. Motorcycles to lanes. Double breakout. Wayne Douglas for the win. So the drop top will make another appearance a little bit later in the day. Super Pro coming at us. Motorcycles roll into the staging lanes. Hot rod on standby. Stock, super stock, and super street also on standby. Please stand by. First pair. Mark Maskant going to end up 3 thou red. And done for the day. Win light's going to come on for John Tabak. How about John? First round of both of them. I said Tabak, right? That's Tabak. He explained it to me. It's Tabak. Like without the O. Jason Gibson now on the left side. Nick Angelucci on the right. Oh, and a red light. The Orange Mustang, also 3 thou red. That's our first 2 races, both red 3 thou each. And that goes 1070 on the 76, 70 on the 72. After the red light for the Mustang. Now it's Jan Christensen and Ryan Johnson. Reading left to right. Ryan Johnson, a little flamed Corvette over there. A couple of big hits, big blocks coming up. Wow, less than 1 thou. Jan Christensen red by less than 1 thou. So we have 003 red, 003 red, 0009 red. Ryan Johnson with a freebie. 830 at 163. I'll bring up James Cowie. That's the Monday towing machine. I mean, no pressure or anything, James, but you know, your uncle's number one. If you screw this up, I might call you Jimmy tomorrow. I'm told you love that. Jeremy Soares over on the right side. Jeremy dialed in 735. James is dialed in 713. About a half a bulb handicap head start going to the right lane. Oh, here comes Team Cowie all running up here to root on James. Jeremy gets a head start. Cowie on the chase. Not going to get him. Not going to happen. 736 on a 35. That's solid. 15 on 13. Also solid. Jeremy just a tick better on both ends of the racetrack. 1 hun closer to the dial and tick better on the reaction time. That added up to win light. Steve Ida now on the left side and Warren Jacobson in the right. And we're going to hold on for just a second. I think it's Anna's fault. Testing, testing. Okay, now we're ready to go again. Steve Veit in the left, Warren Jacobson in the right. Listen up to the bids. Hot Rod, Hot Rod. Come on down, Hot Rod. I need you to the lanes, please. 11:05 for the win for Warren. 10:94 for the not win for Steve. Warren was better on the reaction time by a sizable amount. He gave him a lot of room to play down at the other end of the racetrack. They're going to bring up Colton in the dragster. Colton Morin. And Martin Rachel in the right side. In the 76 model, Boo. Hot Rod, Hot Rod. Come on down. Hot Rod to the lanes. Both drivers away on the green. Look how quick the dragster's closing in, but he's not gonna close the deal. Got there first by 007, or got there first by 15 and broke out by an extra thou. If he gets there first by 14, he wins the race. He got there first by 15. That was one too many. So Martin will be back. Brings up Paul Soares. Lawrence Schwantz. Paul in the red car, Lawrence in the white car. The Pontiac out of Quick Tech Race Cars. The Monte Carlo out of Bubba's Speed Shop. I don't know. Now I know. Paul's going to win it. Another double breakout. Paul is under by about 100. Lawrence is under by about 200. Paul is going to get the win. Now it's Brad Powell in that Chevelle 67 model. I think I might have even got that one right earlier. If I did, that would set my string at one in a row. Emily Gerard over on the right side. The Rad Torque machine out of Shear Solutions, Just Mechanical. Taking a little extra time, getting rolled in, getting staged. Now we're ready, now we're set, now we're racing, and now it's over. Because Brad left too soon. 12th out, too soon. Chevelle gets the red light, the dragster gets the win light. 758 on a 757. Winner. 845 on an 844, not winner. Hot Rod, Hot Rod. Let's make this final call. If you're not in stage lanes, you're in the wrong place. Hot Rod, final call. I know the motorcycles were over there. You don't even have to ask them twice. Let's have a contest sometime. See who's better at showing up in a timely manner, the motorcycles or juniors? Both of them show up pretty quick. Chris Demsby is a long way down there. Here comes Ted in the road. Man, that's a lot of ground. Now it's a little less. Now it's a little less. Now it's, well, not going to get there. 1092 on the 1092. Wow. Had the reaction advantage, runs dead on 7. Cut a little closer than you probably needed to. But you know when it works, it works. Here comes Don. The quality racing machine over here on the left side, and Matt over on the right side. I'm not the only one that heard that, right? When he let go. Womp, womp, womp. Usually a womp at the finish line. That one womped himself off the starting line. Womped himself right out of competition. 1090 on the 10, dead on 5. There you go. There you go. That's going to be a win for Don. The green machine goes 901 on an 895, and that just wasn't enough. Emmett McKillop left. Kevin McNichol right. Emmett McKillop has dialed the Super Comp Index. And he ran an 891 and couldn't win the race. As a matter of fact, dead one beats one above. Pretty good drag race, especially if you're Kevin McNichol. I just realized that Andy Halton's car, that Camaro over there, I think has the Grinch on the hood. You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch. I will tell you, however, I am positive, because I am an expert in my field, that is not a 1965 Camaro. Somebody's fibbing to me. Must be the Grinch. Must be the Grinch. The Grinch gets a win, by the way, 832. Had a better reaction time and was closer to the dial. I like the Grinch. I liked him better before his small heart grew 3 sizes that day. Remember when his dog got sucked up by the sled and jumped on the back? He yanks on the tether and whips it back out front. What was the name of the girl that caught him stealing the Christmas tree? Cindy Lou Who. Very good. You have watched that movie too many times. Greg Doughty takes the win there. 776 on a 776. Dead 7, baby, with the better reaction time. This is going to be the earworm, trying to get "You're a mean one, Mr. Grinch" out of your head. Cindy Lou Who. There's a light on this string that's not working, my dear. I'll fix it up there, then I'll bring it back here. I love the Grinch. I think the Grinch got a bad rap. It's kind of like, has anybody seen either the movie or the play Wicked? The Wicked Witch got a bad rap. That lying Dorothy all these years, you believed what Dorothy said. And she was lying to you. Lying to you. $10,900 on the 1090. Boy, that's pretty nasty. 1065 comes up on the 1066 over there for Jason. Wow, Jason got there. Actually, Jason didn't get there. He was behind on reaction time. Ran 1 thou too quick and still couldn't get there. I think, you know, most green creatures are misunderstood. Like the Wicked Witch of the West. She wasn't so bad. I mean, think about it. some crazy girl from Kansas with a flying house kills your sister and then steals her shoes. Wouldn't that piss you off? All the witch ever wanted. Give me back the shoes. That's all I want. Give me back my dead sister's shoes. All she had to do was give back the shoes. I'm telling you. You need to get all the facts before you vote guilty or innocent. I think Jabba the Hutt was probably a pretty good guy once you got to know him. The biggest what? Rose from the Titanic was the bad guy? That's like Indiana Jones. Was it Raiders of the Lost Ark? Would have made no difference whatsoever if Indy was there or not. They wouldn't have. They opened the Ark, killed everybody. He had no role in it. Actually, I don't watch very many movies. Ever since Smokey and the Bandit didn't get nominated for Best Picture, I've kind of shied away from big Hollywood movies because I figured the fix was in. You want to get rid of the Grinch song in your head? Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. We gonna do what they say can't be done. I got a boy running the Southern 500 tomorrow. I'd like to have some Coors beer. We're gonna need a speedy car. All right, boy, speedier than that. Meanwhile, back on the racetrack, Ron Fawcett and Adam DeJong. Yeah, you could kind of see that one coming. Fawcett's car turned the tire pretty hard down here. Did not get a clean move at the hit. Adam was by him at about 300 feet, and at that point, it's pretty simple. I do believe, in the drag racing community anyway, as Chris Stone and Stephen Robert pull up the starting line, I think I set the world record for sticking songs in people's ear. Because to this day, after the red light comes on for Chris Stone, giving the win light to Stephen Robert, to this day, 2 or 3 times a month, somebody will send me a text message, picture of their stereo that says Dexy's Midnight Runners, and a note that says, I still hate to sing. He'll roll it up 1 foot before he stages. I have figured this out. Irene Cockatello over the left side, and Mr. Johnson. Oh yeah, yeah. The yodeling mountain climber from The Price is Right. I was always betting on it. I just wanted to see him face plant. I didn't want anybody to win anything. I just wanted to, like, right off the edge of that baby. And you thought we were just going to talk about race cars. Combo, come on down. Stock, super stock, combo. Your turn. D2 lanes, please. Stock, super stock. Whee! Red light, right side. Push the beam. Peterson stands up the wagon one more time. Turns on the win light one more time. Combo, combo, combo. Come on, come on, come on. Is this the last one? Emma's the last one? All right, Emma. Let's see what you got. Brand D lift truck. Swanerton Trucking, competition tree service. Our Pro Mod going to come up here and make another full pull license run. Dale Pedersen, working on the license move, looking to make the step up to Pro Modified. I think he figured if Justin Bond can do it, how tough can it be? I'm kidding. Come on, I'm kidding. Clicked off a little early one more time, but still clocks a 652 at 187 miles an hour. And here come the scoots. Combo cars, stock, super stock, combo to the lanes, please. Stock, super stock, combo to the lanes, please. I'll call you're 30 minutes away. Be ready. I'll call 30 minutes away. That doesn't mean happy hour. That means final qualifying. No. What? Hey, listen up in the Sportsman pits. Attention, Sportsman pits. We had a couple of reruns, and you will run right behind the alcohol cars, so plan accordingly. When we get the alcohol cars up in the lanes, we will get our rerun cars in behind them. You will follow the alcohol qualifying session. Here come the scooters, round number one. Corey Craig here on the left side out of Chilliwack. Mr. Campbell on the right side. The 785 dial for Corey Craig. He's got his work cut out for him, and here he comes. No, not going to get him. 856 on the 849 winner, taking a strike by a couple of hundo. Had 300 in the bank on reaction time. Corey was 6 back of the dial, and that just left too much room. Too much room. Whoa, look, the undefeated John Tabak. How about you? Setting them up and knocking them down. You want to jump in and talk a little scooters? All right, I'm gonna let John talk because well, he obviously knows what he's talking about. He undefeated on the day. Nice job out there, by the way.
Well, I thank you, Alan. Got to get through that first round. If you want to go anywhere, got to get through first round. So, pair of bikes out there now. Dwayne Steven, the right lane. Working on a 941, does not get the job done. Left lane got there well ahead. 1170 on the 1160, good enough. Well, and now I do think I know who that was. That was Anna with a first round win. Nice job. Now Wild Bill. Jody Brickwood in the right lane, Wild Bill in the left. Bill McDonald, been doing this for a long time. Veteran rider in the left lane. He has ridden and driven just about everything. Turns on the win light. 947 on the 920 dial, good enough to get the job done. Neither rider was stellar on the starting line, but Jody Brickwood was considerably better. Despite that, could not turn the win light on. Wild Bill coming back for round 2. Now Daryl Storzik and Tom Turand for the Kraken Electric Motors. Turand dialed 855. Storzik dialed 855. Are we going heads up here in round 1? Is this actually happening? Cool. No? Well, no, it's too late. He staged on it. So I'm kind of guessing they got Daryl's dial in wrong, or he had it written down wrong, or something went wrong in the process. However, he did pre-stage the bike before he caught it, so it's a done deal. So that's going to do it for round 1 of motorcycle. And here we go, round 1 of hot rod. Roland Lowen in the right lane, behind the wheel of the 55 Mercury. He turns the win light on. 009 up front, then 1288 on the 1282 dial. Good enough to get the job done. Larry Rodenizer, I'm sure he'd like to try that again. It was not the reaction time he was after. I am certain of that. So, Battle of the Robs. Once again, Rob Hodgson and Rob Monroe Jr. this time. Hodgson ran Monroe Sr. in a time trial, if I recall. So a couple of green lights. 11 thousandths the advantage for one of those cars. Finish line says Rob Hodgson. One above, 1067 on the 1066 dial. Rob Monroe was dead on with an 8, 1040 with an 8 on the 1040 dial, but did not get the win light. It was Hodgson to the stripe first by 4 thousandths of a second. Now Barry Patterson and Sylvia Hoogstas. Sylvia in the right lane, behind the wheel of her 66 Mustang, dialed in at 1209. Barry Patterson in the Coronet, dialed 979. Patterson could not wait. Sylvia was kind of there for the taking as her lights started with a 2. Patterson turns it red. Sylvia moving on. Goes 1205 on the 1209. That'll bring up Jamie Roth and Mike Nottingham. I don't think that's Mike Nottingham. Could be. No, he's got a really cool Fairlane. Maybe he's got a Mustang too. Oh, Roth, left side. Is he going to get there? Yes, he does. Wins a double breakout. Arrives at the stripe first by 0.03 of a second. And in doing so, goes under his dial by 0.06 of a second. His opponent, Mike Nottingham, was under by 25 thousandths. So Jamie Roth, your winner, by way of being the lesser offender in a double breakout situation. Firebird, left lane. Dialed in at 11:53. Keith Winterbottom in the right lane, rowing through the gears. Does not get there. Attention in the pits. Super Street. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take Super Street to the staging lanes, please. Super Street to the rear of staging. We will ladder you up as you arrive. Now Wayne Douglas and Dennis Winton. Dennis Winton, the 66 Bel Air wagon. Wayne Douglas is your winner. It's another time trial here in round one of eliminations. Dennis Winton turning it red by 53 thousandths. Wayne Douglas was dialed 1354, ran 1355. '66 Nova in the right lane, 67 Nova in the left. Rebecca Powell in the white car, left side. Terry Hoogston's in the blue car, right side. Terry in the blue car dialed 1190. Rebecca Powell dialed 10.5 seconds exactly. 10.50. So one of these drivers with a sizable starting line advantage. That would be your winner. Rebecca Powell was 007. Fortunately for Terry, his lights started with a 1. Rebecca Powell turning on the win lights. She'll be back for round 2. Now, Rob Monroe Sr. going to take on Scott Winterbottom. Scott Winterbottom in his Super Shifter Nova. So he'll be rowing through the gears. Car's got a clutch pedal in it. So just 8 thou difference in reaction times. Winterbottom out in front. Can he stay there? Monroe's your winner. 861 on the 858 gets the job done. Winterbottom winds up 934 on the 927 dial. Just for the record, it was Monroe with the starting line advantage, 047 to 055. So stock, super stock combo will be the next class. So does a nice cold beer sound good? Sounds pretty good to me. However, between working and still being in competition, it's not exactly an option. But it is for you. And we've got you covered, both sides of the racetrack. We've got beer gardens. We've also got concessions, as well as a couple of food vendors that are not normally part of the program here at Mission. So lots of options for you today. As always, the B&S Espresso Hut, located underneath the pit side stands, open for business. Fantastic hot and cold coffee products and some pretty amazing mini donuts. And into the water rolls the first pair. Stock, super stock combo, round one of eliminations. Here we go. So, first pair, couple of Camaros, Kyle Larson and Rick McKinney. So, Rick McKinney in the red Camaro, right-hand lane, dialed at 1043. So, somebody packing a 79 thousandths advantage from back here on the starting line. And that was, in fact, your winner, Rick McKinney, 007. Then 10:52 on the 10:43 was all it took at the finish line. Kyle Larson was 086 up front and 1108 on the 11 flat dial. Now, a couple of late model Camaros. Dylan Howe and Ed Hodder. Hodder in the right lane. Dylan Howe over here, tower side. Howe dialed in at 9:06. Hodder going to leave first, dialed at 10 seconds exactly. Red light. Ed Hodder, right lane. Turns it red by 11th thou. Dylan Howe gets another time trial. On the 9:06, he goes 9:05 with a 6. That definitely works. So Dylan Howe advances to round number 2. That'll set up our next pair, made up of Alf Weeb, and Doug Mitchell. Doug Mitchell in the right lane, whole bunch of wheel spin out of the Nova. Thinking the thing could possibly have a broken right side axle. Left tire just lit up and the car kind of working itself towards the wall. So not sure what happened there, but made for an easy run for Alf Weeb. 1065 on the 1046, good enough to get the job done. Alf Weeb and that beautiful Buick will be back in round number 2. Now Clarence Bidniak taking on Jim Mantle. Clarence going to have to be a patient guy back here at the starting line. just shy of 4 seconds difference between the dials. So he's going to watch that little pacer drive away for almost 4 seconds. Oh, so he was within 4 thousandths of a second of doing an excellent job of being patient. Bidniak comes up 4th thou red over here in the left lane. Jim Mantle is going around number 2. 15-14 on the 1430 dial. Not sure if he was on or off the gas at the finish line, doing 81 miles an hour. That'll set up Norm LaPointe and Burke Taylor. Taylor's in the right lane in a Spruce Grove, Alberta, 1996 Camaro. Norm LaPointe, also an Albertan, out of Sherwood. His Cobalt. LaPointe not able to hold it in the beams. Gives it a little RPM and pushes through. Burke Taylor is going around 2. Comes up 10:36, all out on the 1040 dial. A couple of local guys going to face off now. Daryl Stobie, his super stock J automatic Chevelle in the right lane. Dialed in at 10:09. Look for a nice smooth wheels up launch. So Daryl's also going to have to practice some patience. Derek Johnstone, left side, in the Q ship. His Q stock automatic ragtop Impala is dialed in at 13:26. So over 3 seconds separate these two cars by the dials. Stobie trying to chase down Johnstone. Gets it done. How about dead on with a 7? Taking 8/10,000ths of a second at the stripe. Close drag race right there. So Stobie coming back. So Peter Legg in what is definitely one of the coolest cars on the property here today. We'll make a call for the alcohol classes. Alcohol classes, we need you in the lanes. Alcohol classes, this is your call to the staging lanes. 5 and 6, please. Alcohol classes to the lanes. Dave Jung gets the win. 1071 on the 1050 is all it took. Had a sizable starting line advantage to work with. So Peter Legg's ultra cool 56 wagon will not be coming back for round 2. Now John Paczynski, Bruce Flodine. A couple of Mopars. Once again, a significant difference in reaction times. John Buczynski with the win light on. 1092 on the 1085. Good enough to get the job done. That's going to do it for Stock Super Stock. Looks like Super Street will be the next thing up. So John Buczynski came up to the tower yesterday and introduced himself to Alan Reinhart. And John's a pretty humble guy. So that 1970 CUDA of John's is an actual AAR CUDA. He purchased it brand new in New Westminster. AAR CUDA is a very limited production automobile, 346 pack powered. But even cooler than that is his brother bought one at the same time. They are 2 serial numbers apart, and they both still own them to this day. So once again, we have made the call for the alcohol classes. We're looking for alcohol cars in lanes 5 and 6, please. If you could start making your way there, that would be awesome. And also Sportsman Reruns. Sportsman Reruns. I'm assuming you know who you are. You're going to run immediately after alcohol, so not a big rush, but you as well can start making your way to the staging lanes. Sportsman Reruns, you're going to run after alcohol, so please be in the lanes for that and ready to go. So safety out there, just giving the track a little inspection. Give it a little rub, a little drag. Super Street coming at you momentarily. definitely a totally different vibe. Like even the fans that came out, you can tell like they're fans of TV shows. They're fans of these celebrities. Really, it's not the racing that is the draw for them, you know. So, but it's kind of cool. Like, you know, my shitty little truck. Half the weekend, there's people hanging around it. If I'm near it, like they're full of questions, and you know, you never have that on a.
Like I said, those guys have done a masterful job of marketing. The reality is, and it's been true for 100 years, people don't.
So we are just about ready to continue on with the program. Super Street again, going to be the next class up. Tractor's still out there, although I'm thinking it's probably on its last pass. So for anybody kind of new to the sport, maybe you're here for the first time, maybe you're online tuning in for the first time. The surface here at Mission Raceway Park is concrete from the water box to about 50 feet past the finish line. However, cars don't really ride on concrete, they ride on a layer of rubber. Throughout the day, we'll call it maintenance. We do maintenance to that layer of rubber. Try and maintain a consistent and equal surface for both lanes and from round to round. That's always the goal. And then in preparation for certain classes, We may do things just a little differently.
Yes, he did one more pass and he was like, woo-hoo.
So I wasn't lying when I said it looked like the tractor was on its last lap. He has pulled off. We have race cars rolling into the water box. Round number 1. So Jace O'Hara and Brad Vingy. And just of note, the way the ladder works out, whoever wins this round pairing will have a bye the next round. So there'll be an automatic player pretty much for round 3. Job 1 is get through round 1. Brad Vingy in the right lane, Jace O'Hara in the left. Vingy way behind for now. But he's got the bigger horsepower numbers. Here he comes. Does not get it done. It is O'Hara to the stripe first by 0.02 of a second. Both cars go 1091 on the 1090 index. They were separated by just 0.06 on the starting line. So that was a dandy drag race right there. Jace O'Hara coming back for a bye in round 2 and then on to round 3. Dan Parsons out of Powell River, BC, left side behind the wheel of the Duster. And he's done for the day. That beautiful Nova in the right lane turned the wind light on 11 seconds flat on the 1090. So Parsons just flat out missed the tree. Now Warren Jacobson. Ray Carlson in the CUDA, right lane. Warren Jacobson, tower lane. One of these drivers with an almost 0.3 of a second advantage, and it was in fact your winner. Warren Jacobson moving on to round number 2. 11:17 on the 1090, good enough to get the job done. He was 0.45 on the tree. Carlson's light started with a 3. That's hard to come back from. Couple of Chevrolets now. Herman Chan will take on Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen in the right lane. In the gray Z28 Camaro. Chan in his 67. Chan pre-staged. Waiting on Jan. Taking his time. Pre-stage lit both sides. Jan in first. Herman lights the 4th bulb. Here we go. 20 thou. That's the advantage on the starting line. I'm not going to tell you for who. Herman Chan's your winner. Jan Christensen to the stripe first, but in doing so breaks out. Herman Chan puts it dead on with a 5. To illuminate the win light in the TCS lane. Herman Chan coming back for round 2. First Gen Nova, Tower Side. Don't have a name on my screen, and I don't see one on the car. Dave Wakefield's in the right lane. Oh. So, both drivers turn it red. Just 1/1000th of a second separates them. They were both 00 red. Dave Wakefield's your winner. He went 008 red. First Gen Nova in the left lane was 009 red. So Wakefield will be coming back in the Chevelle. Jay Schmidt, this 57 Chevy. Gorgeous car. Jess Dale in the right lane, behind the wheel of the Dart. Just 0.02 of a second too early. Jay Schmidt turns it red by 2 thou. Jess Dale's an automatic player in round number 2. Goes 10.88 on the 1090. Jay Schmidt, almost to add insult to injury, was dead on. 1090 with a 6. Now Curtis Munson. Alan Loftus. Trusting my memory. Curtis turns it red by 5 thou. Loftus is your winner. Basically gets a time trial here in the middle of round 1. And maybe a good thing. Goes 10.83 on the 1090. Chris Ormsby take on Tony Hopkins. Ormsby behind the wheel of that beautiful Nova. In the right lane, gorgeous car, super clean. Tony Hopkins, his 55 Chevy, also very cool car, also nice and clean. So Ormsby, I don't know if he's trying to kill time at the top end, but he certainly wasn't making use of a throttle stop. Whatever it is, he got the job done. How about 1091 on the 1090? 011 up front. Tony Hopkins was 060 and in trouble. That'll put round number 1 of Super Street in the books. Fred Hoffman on the single. He was 017 on the tree. How close does he come to 1090? How about 1089 with a 7? So he's holding 3 thou. It's not bad. It's pretty easy to get rid of. And that will in fact do it for round number 1 of Super Street. Here comes the alcohol cars for their final round of qualifying. So people, if you're not trackside, it's where you should be. Round 3 of qualifying. Top alcohol dragster coming at you. And with that, I'm going to turn the yakking duties back over to Alan Reinhardt. Thanks, Alan.
The yakking duties? Now, see, now you got me thinking, we were talking about earworms earlier. Now you got me thinking about which one of the Dr. Seuss characters was the yak? There was a yak. It wasn't green eggs and ham. Wasn't the Cat in the Hat. So you're killing me now.
I'm trying to talk, but yes, I'm good to go. This first one should be a right lane single. No. No? You lying to me? Yes. Oh, okay. Never mind.
All right, we're going to have 3 pairs of cars here. I'm told that Mike Austin, happy with what he ran earlier, has opted to sit out the last session. Currently in the field with a 538, solid 268 miles an hour. There's no rule that says you have to run all the sessions if you don't want to. And he said, you know, I'll just get ready to go for tomorrow. I'll tell you who probably wants this run more than anybody is Kim Parker's green machine over there on the right side. Twice they have brought that thing up to the starting line, and twice they have not made it past the Christmas tree, still under power. Steve Baskerville, we need you back, please. And Super Gas, you need to come in as well. Steve, we need you back for the rerun. Rerun's going to run right behind Alcohol, and then Super Gas, you guys can come on down. We'll get you paired up. The Lorax. Okay. The Lorax. I still thought there was a yak. Well, Grok says no. What a world we live in. We can ask your phone if there was a yak and get an answer in 2 seconds. Thanks, Elon. XAI is a beautiful thing. So we get all pairs. We get Mitch Myers. The E4 hose protection machine here on the left side, and we get Kim Parker. Kim wanted to make sure those tires are nice and warm this time. Here's the deal. We've got 7 cars on a property. The number 1 qualifier is going to get a buy run. Unless something like holy smokes happens out there, that's going to be Sean Cowie. If somebody out there can run a 5.12 right now and move Sean out of the number 1 spot, that's going to be pretty impressive stuff. That doesn't mean somebody's not going to try. As John was telling you about the all-concrete race surface here, very conducive to good times. A little bit of a cloud starting to roll over the starting line right now. That won't hurt anything. You'd be amazed how fast the track temp can drop a couple of degrees, and you'd be amazed what a difference that can make. All eyes, or at least most of them right now, are on the green machine over in the right side. Because Mitch Myers, last time out, actually Mitch Myers both times out, has not really made a full run. He's made the same run twice, like a 51 and a 49. But I don't think I'm telling tales out of school to tell you 51 and a 49 not going to win this race tomorrow. You're going to need to run at least in the 20s or 30s. At least. A little pop and bang coming off the clutch. I'm telling you, they're loading up that Parker machine. Well, you heard Mitch pedal it down there. 555, 262 miles an hour. Still stuck in the same place, and well, that time Kim hit the gas and it just kind of hiccuped out there. It had at least one cylinder out when she smashed the gas and just went silent. So I have a feeling it's going to be a late night back there at Camp Parker. Well, they try to figure out just exactly what's wrong with that thing. I can also tell you, whoever comes up to race Kim Parker tomorrow is going to come up understanding what the car's capable of and not necessarily what the car did today. So we'll get the quad out there to get Kim cleared, and we'll bring the next pair at you. Featuring Chris Demke and Mike Quayle. Chris in the black car and Mike in the, oh, well, that didn't help, the black car. As a general rule, I try not to play favorites in the alcohol ranks, but since Amy's got a sign down there that says, well, the first one said, love you, Alan. Now it says, miss you, Alan. I'm right here. I liked it more when you love me than when you miss me. Super Gas, come on down. We need your lanes, please. Super Gas, head this way. Hey, race fans, when we finish up the alcohol qualifying tonight, we're going to have racing on the track for another, couple of 3 hours or so. If you didn't have anything else going on Saturday night, why not hang out here? We're going to run until we're handing out trophies and checks later on in the evening. And then tomorrow, we're going to come back and run another complete separate event. Now, Sunday, because everybody's already comfortable with the track, we're going to run one time trial / qualifying run. It'll set the ladders and then go directly into eliminations. So if you want to come back out tomorrow, we'll get you out in time for Sunday dinner. And tomorrow, of course, the alcohol cars are going to run to conclusion. (8:30) will be our start time again tomorrow, and I'm assuming we'll start with juniors like we did today. Also, for those of you that are here, if you didn't see the memo, if you're going to miss your normal Sunday worship services because you're camped out here at the track or staying here at the track, don't worry about it. RFC, as normal, has got you covered. Chapel service will take place 7:30 tomorrow, third floor of the tower. It is non-denominational. Everyone is welcome. I mean, if, like Kim and Randy Parker are looking for a little divine intervention tomorrow in round number 1, they'll, come up and take part in RFC. Can't hurt. Can't hurt. Have they figured out where neutral is yet? There we go. Bring out the pusher quad in. We'll get Kim's car down to the top end of the racetrack. And I think it's going to be kind of a late night for the Copeland team, Team Parker tonight. Because I guarantee you, just because they didn't run very well today in qualifying doesn't mean that they're giving up on the race. They're going to try to figure out what's wrong with that thing. Come back out here and maybe surprise somebody tomorrow. I mean, you got to think about it. It's kind of a bummer. You spend all the time during the week getting ready, and then you come up here and spend all the time getting ready, and you get up and you hit the gas, and your car goes, pleh. It's like, oh, come on, really? Really? But Mom said there'd be days like that. I don't think it's often that Kim Parker leaves the drag strip thinking, I would have had more fun driving the school bus today. But there is a reason they call it drag racing, because some days it's just a drag. All right, we've got all of our super gassers rolling in back behind the tower, getting squared away for round number 1. And as the green machine makes a swing at the top end of the racetrack, we should be getting a signal here momentarily to fire the next pair. Mike Quayle, right side, the injected nitro car. Again, you can always tell by a glance just by looking at the wing. The injected nitro car will always have a much more substantial wing than the blown alcohol car. Chris Demke. here on the left side. Currently sitting in the number 3 qualifying position. Here comes the blower car first. And here comes the injected nitro burn. Blown alcohol machines, the quickest and fastest quarter-mile cars in NHRA competition. And it really is a treat to have them back up here at Mission. Been a while since we've had alcohol cars in competition up here, battling it out for realsies. Hey, listen up at the pits. Oh, attention to the pits. Super comp, super comp. You can head this way, please, super comp. To the lane. Kevin Watson out in front of the car on the left side where he serves as crew chief. See Brooks Brown alongside the engine of the car on the right side, making the final idle adjustment. He's looking down at the dashboard, watching the RPMs. He adjusts the air bleeds on the side of that injector. And a nod from one side to the other. My driver's ready. Yep, so's mine. And they will roll them in. Car very aggressive, then it makes a move towards the wall, and he had to shut her down. 5:31 for Quayle, 270 miles an hour. Mike Quayle was in with a 5:25 earlier, so he'll stay in the same spot. But Chris Dempke's car very aggressive early. You saw it the first 150 feet or so. And just looking at the numbers, by 330 feet, he was well out in front of Mike Quayle. And then the car made a move over towards the wall. That's a new car. And that's old concrete. And you do not want to introduce your new car to old concrete or new concrete or any other kind. Oh, there you go, Amy. I like the we love you side better than the we miss you side. So they'll go back and start getting ready for tomorrow. Here come the final two. They've raced each other now 3 times side by side. First because they were the highest point cars coming in, and next because they were the best qualifiers in session 1, and now because, well, they're the top 2 qualifiers. Sean Cowie, the reigning champ, now back on the left side of the racetrack. Slow down, move over. Logos on the front. Monday's Towing, of course, the family business based in Langley. Core Garage Solution. And the Darien and Grizzle machine for Casey Grizzle, who is an aerospace mechanic or engineer, or, you know, just like really smart guy. Cowie was the quickest in session 1. Cowie was the quickest in session 2. Which kind of begs the question, and I honestly don't know the answer. If you're him, and you already made the 4th quickest run, official run in the history of the sport, do you come back now and go for the quickest? Or do you come back now and go for a consistent race car and some information that could potentially help you win the race tomorrow? Because I can tell you this, records are cool. Everybody knows records are cool, and everybody wants to set records. But I don't believe there's anybody that unloaded their car out there this morning that said, I came to set the record. They unloaded the car and said, I came to win the darn race. That's the plan. So let's see if Sean and the gang decide. Now, they do know they've got a free ride tomorrow morning, unless Casey Grizzle can steal that number 1 spot from them. He staged, I'd say he was going for it. How about 5:11? Hey, Mission, you just watched your hometown world champion make the quickest run in the history of blown alcohol competition. 5.115, all-time quickest, 281.25 miles an hour, and pencil that in as the 6th fastest in history. And he's got 5 of the other 6 anyway. Congratulations down there to the Mondays towing team. 5.119.890 to 60 foot. Quickest run ever by a blown car. And race fans, he's your very own. Let them hear it as they parade down there to pick up your world champion from right here in BC. A 5:26, meanwhile, for Casey Grizzle at 278 miles an hour is a very good run. Unless the guy in the other lane is making the quickest run in history. And that's exactly what just happened. Yahtzee. Well, I guess that answers that question. I was watching the way that Sean was staging that car. He was staging that thing like Sean Langman or Steve Torrance, doing the old bulb blink, trying to get every thousandth of a second he could get out of it. And I'd say he got him. 226.9 miles an hour at the 8th. And again, in a blower car, that is really stout. Brian out. Rolling out now. The only alcohol funny car that made the trek up here. And bumped into him down in the staging lanes. I said, man, I really wish you had somebody to race. He said, you know what? I do too. He said, I made a couple of calls, told people, hey, you need to come up. You need to check out the track. We need to support this deal. But it just is not very convenient. There's not a lot of alcohol funny cars in this part of the world, certainly not nearly as many as there are dragsters, and so he was not going to let you Mission fans down. He said, I want to come up at least 2 big burnouts, put some good numbers on the board, and show off a little bit for my category. And that's what he's doing right here. Wife Mindy walks away. His son, of course, is out here racing in the stock eliminator and top comp. Solid. That's really solid. 5:44.9, 264 miles an hour. Another good, strong, solid run for the Cascade and Oregon Motor Coach team. So they could have idled down the racetrack and been deemed the winner. But that just isn't the way that Brian and Mindy and Dylan and the entire team down there does business. They came up here to run the car and put on a show, and that's exactly what they did. There's going to be a whole lot of bandwidth used up. Talking about that 5:11 run. Wayne Douglas left, Jess Armstrong right. Quick little rerun here from earlier in the day. Had a glitch. We hate glitches. But we'd hate even more for somebody going home from mission, feeling like they didn't get a fair shake. So it's like, well, let's bring them back. How do you like your darts? Vinyl top or drop top? I know, drop top, right? Gotta be drop top. Gotta be. Both of them get away on a green, closing in now down at the finish line stripe. We have a winner. It's going to be Wayne. 13:57 after predicting a 53. 43 on a 34. Comes up for Jess. Jess actually had the better reaction time, but couldn't quite close the deal. Now it's Steve Baskerville in the Turbo V-Dub Golf. And the Broadway machine over on the right side, and they're off and running. As our super gassers pull into the water for round number 1. The Dub was on the brakes pretty early down there, wasn't it? Had the reaction time advantage, wanted to stay on the safe side and did just that. 1163 on the 1160 for the win, 1217 on the 1215, actually closer to the dial. Was the right lane, but behind on the leave. Was also the right lane. And now it's super gas. Ron McKenzie left, Dean Peterson right. Corvette versus Mustang, blue car versus green car, big block versus big block. 990 versus 90. Pro start, throttle stops. Instead of you putting a number on the side of your car, you got to put your car on the number. The number's 990, and in this case, 1006 is going to be good enough to win. Ron McKenzie, well back of the number down there at the other end of the racetrack, only a 1018. And that let Dean Peterson ease on by for the 1006 win. Kirk Lands and Rory Mosier coming at you now. Kirk is in the Camaro, the topless 67 machine. 27T Ford over on the right side. Oh, and a red light start. Kirk goes red by 008 and 008, enough to send him home. So that means Kirk out. Rory Mosier going to come back. Rory's going to run Dean in the next round. After he cards a 988. 375, yes, that would normally be too quick, but once the red light comes on, the race is over. You can run as quick as fast as you want to. Dale Dryden rolling in now. Steve Lowe over on the right side. And this is the two for boys and girls. Whoever wins this one's got a free ride right straight to the semifinals. By run next round awaits. Whoever can turn on the win light. Will it be Dale on the left? Will it be Steve on the right? The Roadsters right now. Oh, no. Oh, man. Remember, this is heads-up racing. If it looks like there was a handicap start, then either somebody was way, way early or somebody was way, way, way late. In this case, Dale was way, way late. So Steve is going to get the win. 1018 to 1167, so all kinds of issues coming up there for Dale Dryden. Top comp, come on down. We got to get you matched up. Top comp. To the lanes, please. Ed Hutchinson left. Brandon Hutchinson right. Couple of Corvettes. Could they? Would they? Are they? I honestly don't know. I mean, you'd almost have to assume, both from BC, that, well, I don't know. I mean, Hutchinson's not exactly Smith, right? Related? 992 to a 992. Brandon Hutchinson taking care of business over Ed. I'm just thinking, I honestly don't know if they're related or not, but I was just thinking, if that was father and son, and tomorrow's Father's Day, like, wow, you ungrateful. Glenn Igluden gets the solo run here, odd number of cars in the category, and he will return to run Brandon. Dean's going to run Rory. Steve's got the solo. Super Comp is in a water box. Top comp. Come on down. Juniors, you need to be warmed up and ready. Top comp, come on down. Mark Loftus, Mark Gillespie. Coming at you here. A couple of Washington runners mentioned earlier. It seemed like the state of Washington was trying to load the box, so to speak, and make sure that they were able to take the trophy back. Somebody said this morning up here, like, you load the boat or load the ferry, right? Load the ferry. Well, Washington has certainly brought strength in numbers to try to get the Super Comp trophy to go south of the border. Remember what I said earlier? It looks like a bracket race. Either somebody was way early or somebody was way late. Well, in this case, Mark Loftus was way late. Mark Gillespie going to get the win, 8:95. They both run 8:95, but the real telling numbers there were reaction time. One of them was 13, and one of them was more than 13. Lots more than 13. Emily Gerard on the left side. Emmett McKillop in the right. Now we got a BC car over here on the left. We got another Washington Stater over there on the right side. But Emily trying to uphold the honor. And stop those invaders from south of the border. I can tell you, I live in Tucson, Arizona. 60 miles from Nogales, Sonora. It seems really strange for me to be saying south of the border and not be talking about the Mexican border, but the Canadian-U.S. border. That probably doesn't mean anything to anybody but me, but it does mean something to me. Both drivers get away on the green. This is shaping up to be a pretty good drag race, especially if your name is Emily. Hey, listen up, race fans. The Beer Garden is issuing last call for the Beer Garden. If you want to grab another one, this would be the time to do it. Emily advances, 8:92. Emmett, a too quick, 8:88. So Emily, still with a chance. So you're saying there's a chance to keep the trophy up here. That's not the only chance. Tyler Dalglish here on the left side also from BC, Mission as a matter of fact. Dale Green over on the right side. That's another one of the Washington invaders. The runner out of DG Machine. And Dale had some success on the National Open Series here so far this year. They both turn loose on the green. It's Tyler, it's Dale, it's Dale, it's Tyler, it's Tyler, it's Dale, it's. Dale Green one more time. 1 thou apart on the starting line, 6 thou apart at the finish line. Dale Green going to take the win, and Dale is going to come back and race whoever turns on the win light between these two. Top comp. This is going to be your final call, top comp. Hopefully you guys are all there, matched up, and ready to rock, because you are next. Juniors, be ready. I'm going to be calling you here pretty quick. Won't be long at all. Final pair. Super count. In, set, ready. Green. Washington and Washington. 892 beats 8-8. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Getting there first by 19 thou is Greg Taylor, and he broke out by one of them. 889.9 to go home. Tony Arthur is going to move on. Tony's going to run Dale. That's Washington against Washington. Mark Gillespie, Washington, going to run Emily. The last chance to keep the trophy in British Columbia. Rides with Emily. Nope, no pressure or anything. No pressure. Hey, I'm just, just sharing the facts. That's it, just the facts. Top Cop going to be rolling around here momentarily. All righty, our top comper is going to be rolling around the corner here momentarily. And we will continue on. Again, last call at the beer garden, race fans. I know that a few of you are headed out now that the alcohol cars are done. Hey, thank you on behalf of everybody at Mission for coming out to support your local racetrack. We appreciate it greatly. Hopefully you'll come back tomorrow and watch the eliminations in the alcohol classes. And for those of you that want to hang out, we're going to be racing here for another, couple, 3 hours or so. Love to have you hang around. The ticket you bought is good for the whole day. Might as well use the whole day's worth. I knew it. Amy, I appreciate the help, but in Dr. Seuss's ABCs, Y is for a yawning yellow yak. I knew there was a yak in there somewhere. I just knew it. My all-time favorite is Fox and Socks, especially when they start talking about Tweedlebeetles. Juniors, come on down. I know I told you a minute ago to warm up, and it looks like some of you not only warmed up, you warmed up the golf carts, but juniors, both junior street and junior dragster, to the lanes, please. All right, top comp, let's go 8th miling. The yawning yellow yak. I feel vindicated. I just realized that was Amy that sent me the yawning yellow yak. I'm sorry, Amy. I just knew it. I knew there was a yak out there somewhere. Adam DeJong on the left side. James Rutherford in the right side. Dialed into the 8th mile. Check it out. Race is about 5 seconds long. You got to make the right choice. You got to be on the the tree. You got to be on the number. You got to make a good choice at the stripe. And guess who did the best job? That's going to be James Rutherford. Reaction advantage by a thou. 83 on an 82. Wow. Adam DeJong goes 30 on a 29. True margin at the finish line stripe. 2 thousandths of a second. 2 thou at the stripe. Colton Morton going to get the solo run here. Colton, excuse me, was supposed to have run Justin Bond, but if I understood correctly, Justin's daughter Amber got married today. Well, she's like 10, right? Oh, it wasn't Amber they got married. Oh, they had a wedding to go to. Okay, you're sure it wasn't Amber? April, I'm sorry, April. I knew it had an A in it. So with Justin not here to face off, Colton is going to take a free ride. I'm trying to figure out what the 789 is. There's no way he's dialed 789 to the 8th mile. See, that thing can run 789 to the 8th mile with a transmission out of it. 5 flat to the 8th mile. That's more better. Of course, if he knew he didn't have anybody to race, he probably just didn't change the dial. Because I think he's double dutying. That's Jan Christensen now in the left side. That's Daryl Baker over there in the truck on the right. April. I'm going to have to remember April. I don't want to make Justin bad. He was one of the reasons that I'm here. Of course, he's not here. He can't hear me. There's no way he went to a wedding and has got like the live broadcast in his ear. Well, wait a minute. It is Justin, so maybe he does. Handicap coming up here. 1 bulb. Exactly. Okay, 1 bulb and 1 hunt. Daryl Baker in the truck. Better leave first. Better, oughta, should. They sat there and thought about it in pre-stage like 3 times longer than the race is going to be. Both of them get away on the green. Extra pulling up alongside the truck, and that's going to be a winning move. Dialed 454, goes 455. Daryl Baker, dialed 505, ran 506. Margin stripe. Well, the difference at the start was the difference at the finish. Reaction time made the difference. About 3 hundo. Pro ET, you're on standby. Pro ET, be warmed up and ready. Judging by the golf carts in front of the tower, I would say all my juniors are there. Judging by the 2 on the starting line, I'd say that Cody Baker on the left side and Aaron Young on the right side are ready to get after it. Getting after it, and this baby's over. That baby was over about 150 feet. Something not right with Aaron's car. Slow on reaction time, slow to 60 foot, way off the dial, and Cody Baker just went blasting by. Now it's Scott Robinson on the left side. Jason Field in the right. The Rad Torque machine here in the left lane is going to get a slight head start, and then Jason's going to be feeding nitrous to that big old Chevelle. Trying to catch him. Just a little less than 2/10 is going to be the handicap. And the win light going to come on for Scott Robinson. Scott goes 91 on an 88. Jason goes 69 on a 70. Still couldn't get there. Both drivers missed the tree, but Scott didn't miss it quite as bad, and he's able to hold on for the win. That Willys is awesome. That thing is really awesome. Finish line stripe. It's going to be Jeremy for the win. 465 on the 465. That's what we call right on the money. Honey. Had the tree to go with it as well. Hey, just a reminder, if you are under 16 years old, the only thing you're allowed to drive at Mission is a junior dragster, and that's on the racetrack. And of course, a junior streeter. If you are under 16 years old, you can't drive the golf cart, the quad, nothing with wheels. Please and thank you. It's not another one of the Jeep golf carts. Those Jeep golf carts are cool. I have zero use for one, but I want one. That's okay. I have a lot of stuff that I have zero use for, so that's just me. Dylan Howe over on the right side. Greg Doherty over here on the left side. Dylan dialed 401, fastest car in the class, and he's not going to get it done. Wow, he got dumped on his head down at the other end. Dylan had the reaction advantage, got there first by 4 Hun to break out by 9 thou. Gene Doty goes 491 on the 490. And that was good enough to make it happen. And this looks like it's going to be our final pair because I do not believe the two in the water box are going to be running in top comp. As a matter of fact, I'm certain. Mike Kenworthy on the left side, Dale Phillips on the right. Both drivers away on a green. Pontiac left, Mustang right, win light, Pontiac. 522. Dale Phillips runs dead 7 on the dial, but he missed a tree. Left it back here at the starting line, and Mike Kenworthy taking care of business. You know, like taking care of business every day, taking care of business. Bachman Turner overdrive, right? Is that right? I think that's right. Tyler Smith and Josephine Smith. Are they related? Are they related?
Yes, they're
Brother and sister? Really? Which one's older? Tyler's older? All right, so Tyler in the right lane, trying to be the mean old big brother and pick on his little baby sister. Josephine. Both of them get away on the green. Now we'll find out who Dad likes best with shoe polish. The little sister's in the left lane. The big brother's in the right lane. One of them is going to come back and run for the trophy. And whoa, take that, big bro. Ha, ha, ha. Josephine puts it on her brother down there. Goes 74 on a 72. Tyler back of the dial a little bit, goes 11 flat. Door was open. Now, I'm thinking Tyler's probably just like the sweetest, kindest, wonderfulest brother and did that for his sister. Because brothers, that's what brothers do.
He's won the championship in Junior Street 2 years in a row now? 3 years in a row? 2 years in a row?
He is a 2-time reigning champion, and he just got his butt kicked by his little sister? Oh, man. Be a while before you hear the end of that. Pro, to the lanes, lanes. Pro, to the lanes. Sportsman, And Super Pro, warm up. Sportsman Super Pro, be ready. You're on standby. Pro ET to the lanes. All right, so Josephine is going to come back in the final and race one of these two, either the Duramax that I still don't have driver information on, or Jack Johnson. So the pickups ruling the roost here in Junior Street. And the red truck is going to get the head start, and then the diesel going to be cranking up the boost. You know, usually it's one car, two car, red car, blue car, but we're going to do one truck, two truck, red truck, blue truck, because we're on the whole Dr. Seuss thing, thanks to the yawning yellow yak and the fox and socks. Our game is done, sir. Thank you for a lot of fun, sir. Winlight, hey, it's coming on for Jack Johnson, so it's going to be Jack and Josephine in the final round, coming up just a little bit later on. Our first final is set, and that is the final in Junior Street. All right, Pro ET, you should be there. First pair of juniors rolling on corner. It's going to be Alex Green in the left side. I believe that's Pearson over on the right side. Pearson Mass for New Elevation Civil. Alex Green, True North Mechanical. You know, I just realized that Grok didn't know there was a yawning yellow yak. I thought Grok knew everything. The dial-in is going to give Pearson a sizable head start. Alex is going to have to be very patient for about 2.5 seconds, you know, ish. No. Alex Green goes red by a heartbreaking 0.0001. 1/10,000th of a second since Pearson into the quarterfinals. No, I'm sorry. Since Anthony in the quarterfinals. See, I got my ladder screwed up. Don't listen to anything I say. I don't know what I'm talking about. This is Pearson. Wait a minute. Now, this is Ashton and Dallas. Okay. Now I'm really confused. Ashton on the left side, Dallas on the right. See, that's what happens when you write so bad you can't even read your own scribbles. And this is 2 for 1. At least I think it is. I don't know. At this point, I'm not sure I can even count to 3. But I can tell you this, both of them got away on the green light and the wind light. Going to come on for 6005. And now I've got Hunter Gallant over here on the left side. And I believe that's Danica over there on the right side. Have I got this straight now? This is what happens when you bring in, rookie announcers that been on break from the United States. Yes, that is Danica on the right side. And that is Hunter on the left side. I'm mildly certain. Both drivers jumped too soon, but Hunter was closer. So Hunter is going to get the automatic win. Nate Green taking care of business there. 9 flat on the 895. Had the better reaction time as well. So Nate is going to come back and run this driver a little bit later on in the day. We will have 5 cars coming back in our Junior Thunders. So we reset for Jackson and takes a hit. 911 on the 908 to advance. And here comes our junior lightning category. Well, in a unique situation here, because we had a missing pair in round number one, we've got 4 cars that are still in competition. 2 of them will have bye runs. Because once the cars qualify and get set on the ladder, now these 2 don't. Bentley and Emily going after it down there, and it's going to be Bentley Johnson taking a win on the double breakout. 13 on the 16 is under by 3 for Emily. Bentley goes 96 on a 98. That's under by 2. So Bentley, and that was for the free ride to the final. And this is going to be Adam taking a solo run. He would have run the winner of the missing pair, but when we had 2 missing, obviously nobody advances. So that leaves an empty spot on the ladder. And then Izzy's going to be up in just a minute with the ladder bye, and the 2 of them will race later on today. I know it's confusing when we have like entire pairs missing, but some days that's just the way it is. Wow, 788. I think, was it just me, or it sounded like it was spitting and sputtering a little bit out there? I mean, I wasn't making that up, right? It really sounded like it was spitting and sputtering a little bit out there. Here comes Izzy. Izzy races Adam later. Winner gets Bentley. Sportsman, come on down. Need you loud, please. Sportsman to the lanes. Nice looking run for Izzy. 038 on the tree, 797 on the track, 78 miles an hour. And we'll get things cleared off down there. Move right into our Pro ET. Be up momentarily. Sportsmen, you have been called to the lane. Super Pro and motorcycles, stand by. Please stand by. apologies. I had a VIP guest up here in the tower that I had to spend a minute with. Down the stripe, win light's coming on for Rolf. 1070 on the 1069 dial. 12 flat on the 1190, just left a little too much room. Steve Scheffler now. Firebird on the left side, bright red Camaro on the right side. Well, both drivers off the starting line, and wow, really? Steve Scheffler had a reaction time started with a 4 and won the round. Problems for the Camaro, slowed it way, way, way back of the dial and left the door too far open. Ray Bollinger now on the left side and Lawrence Schwartz in the right. Well, that one went a little more according to Hoyle, the better reaction time. Ran dead on the dial with 5 thou to spare, and that was a winner for Ray Bollinger. Lawrence just didn't have anything for that. John Tabak. My announcing sidekick up here. Trying to show that announcers can do more than just yak. And I'm not talking about a yawning yellow yak. I mean like yak. Amber Rutherford. Over in the red. GT Mustang with 500 plus cubic inches under the hood of that 66 model. To back off and away on a green. Here comes Amber. John is still out there. John is still out there. John is still out there. John's winning it. Super Pro, come on down. I need you, please. Super Pro, I need you. John had the reaction advantage, and he's going to take the win. 46 on a 45, 41 on a 39 for Amber. Couldn't get there. Now it's going to be Andy Klosky on the left side and Nick Douglas. Nick, who like so many, is double dutying that hot rod over there. Dialed in 12-11. Andy dialed in 11-14, so the blue car will go first. About a second, you know, give or take. Ish. Kind of. Was it just me or did the dart sound like it wouldn't shift? Sounded like the dart kind of went zinga down there as it went into neutral, and you see the brake lights on for Nick Douglas. He's going to clear the top end and take the easy win, and hopefully Andy Klosky's car isn't hurt too badly, but it definitely sounded like it didn't shift out there as the RPM came way, way up and the car slowed way, way down.
Alan, you got a fan here for you.
How are you, sir? Problems from Neil coming out of the water box, and Kim Cornish going to get a free ride. It's not often you can red light, go too quick, and win the race. But when your opponent breaks coming out of the water box, you can do that. That was really cool. I just had a guy come up in the tower and say hi that I used to see at the boat races like 30 years ago. That's awesome. Hey, while we got a quiet moment, a tip of the cap to the fire and safety team here at Mission. I don't know how many of you race fans know this, and I know it's not exactly like sweltering hot out there, but the safety team, they are in their fire suits, fire jackets, everything all day long, sitting down there in the trucks in just-in-case mode, and just want to let those men and women know that we appreciate the effort they put in, even though we hope it's kind of like having auto insurance. You hope you never, ever need it, but if you do, it better be there. The Johnson's Custom Exhaust, that's JCE on the side of the wheel standing, snorkel equipped Malibu wagon that's dialed in 1053. Super Pro, you should be headed this way, please. Motorcycles and Hot Rod, you are on standby. And stand closely by, because it won't be long. Mustang off and running. Look, and the wheels up one more time. I just love that thing. Somebody distracted, and I'm going to see if I can drive it out here. I wonder if it's got a big enough gas tank I can drive it all the way back to the States. I don't mean just Washington. I got a long way to go after I get past there. The wind light's going to come on for the wagon, though. 1054 on the 1053, 29 on the 26. Over on the right side, Matt Warner and Jesse Jard coming up now. I was just told Craig Johnson is driving that wagon. Just to give you a little history, like how long the wagon has been in the family. When Craig Johnson was born, he rode home from the hospital in that wagon. Did Dad do a wheel stand on the way home? Because that would have been awesome. That would have been cool. Strap the kid in the seat and go, okay, hold on, Junior. You're going to get started young. That'd be awesome. Matt Warner getting the win there. 46 on a 45, one above the dial. It brings up Walter Johnson and Chris Stone. See, I don't know why nobody else's mind works like mine do. That's the first thing I thought of. Walter left, Chris right. We have a winner. It's going to be Walter. 15 on the tree. 3 above, 11-13. That's a winner. 09 on an 08. That wasn't a problem for Chris. And he didn't have a terrible light, just didn't have quite as good a light. Margin to stripe, 17 thousandths of a second. Motorcycles, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Come on, there's 4 of them. That's funny. Motorcycles. Come on up. I think you can all squeeze in the same lane. Oh, no, half a thou. Red light by half a thou. Half a stinking thou. Who thought that was a good idea? Obviously, the guy in the left lane thought that was a good idea, but he's probably the only one. 11:34 on the 36. That's a winner, even though it's a little too quick. How about dead zero after being red 0005? Just in case you didn't hurt bad enough.
That's a rough one.
Red half a thou, dead zero. Dear God, good one. Which one of these you like better? There's no wrong answer. Roland Lowen in the left side. Haley Christensen in the right.
The Meteor is super cool. You never see them.
I've never seen a Meteor.
Oh, it's a Canadian car, I think.
Well, I knew that. I mean, come on.
But they are very rare. But that C10 is badass.
The C10 is pretty cool, but the Meteor is probably more rare. More rarer. More. That's not how I like my steak. I do not like it more rarer. I like it less rarer. Now we find out if the truck can chase down the Meteor. Blistering across the sky, leaving a trail behind it. Here comes the pickup. No. Wah, 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 wah. Rolling, making it happen. Dial 1282, ran 1283. Had the reaction time to boot. Haley could not win the race. He was locked out on reaction time. Bring up Wayne Douglas and Veronica Hodgson. Haven't these two raced like 47 times today? Didn't we already do the vinyl top versus the drop top? I think we did. I'm almost positive. Sometimes I have flashbacks to things that never happened. Oh, and a breakout comes up for Wayne Douglas that time. Veronica. And getting the nod. 92 on the 90. Got there first by 400. Broke out by 9 thou. Did Wayne. Jason Mercer. Joe Smith running up. There's Smith, the black boot. Chevelle Model 68. And the Mercer Motorsport machine. Mercer Motorsport machine. Try saying that 3 times fast. Or you could just say, mmm. Well, we'll have a chance to try that again. Comes down to a double breakout, but it comes down to Jason Mercer being the better on the side of the math. Only under by 9 thousandths of a second. With a double 0-1 reaction time. Winner! Steve Baskerville left, Dale Wood right. These two are dialed almost heads up. I mean, 200 difference. Why didn't you guys just, you should have both dialed 11 flat and just run them out. Just run them out. Maybe that wouldn't have been such a good idea for Dale. 1180. Dale Wood is way back of the dial. Wow. I'm not sure if it turned a tire or stumbled on the starting line, did something. 178 to 60 feet is not what that thing should have been. So Baskerville going to keep on keeping on in the Volkswagen. Nick Douglas and Colin Moore coming at you now. Hot Rod, come on down. We need you, please, for pairing. Hot Rod, Stock, Super Stock. Please stand by. Stock, Super Stock, you're on deck. Hot Rod, come on down. Hey, racers, as we're getting down in the car counts, remember, turnarounds are going to be going quicker and quicker and quicker, so when you turn on a wind light, you need to get back to the pits and get the car ready just as quickly as you possibly can, because we're going to be in turn and burn mode here in just a little bit. Red light, Douglas. Wind light, Moore. Both drivers left early. Nick got the red, Colin got the win. Were they back there not ready yet? Come on now. Come on now. Brendan Prskasic. Left, Steve Watkins. Right, a couple little blue pony cars. Both with 5.0 engines. You'd think this would be a close race. But technology has moved a long way between 1990 and 2018. No, a red light, 6 thou. Steve Watkins, 006, too soon smashing the gas. Red light shines in the right lane, wind light shines in the left lane. And Brendan taking care of business. I always wonder every time I see generational cars like that, just think if they could talk. You know, you put a 1969 Camaro next to a 2015 Camaro. Would it be like your crotchety old grandfather that used to tell you all these stories about how bad he had it when he was a kid? We didn't have air-conditioned air-ride trailers when I was a kid. It's like, yeah. Calm down, Gramps. We know how tough you had it. Do what? In my day, we wished we had an aluminum manifold. You kids with your computers and superchargers. Well, these guys are pretty adamant down there about what lane you're supposed to be in. No, I told you to go over there. What were you thinking? They listened to us to be the grumpy grandfathers and here we go in Super Pro. Nick Angelucci on the left side. In the boot. Adam DeJong on the right side. In the Camaro. I thought of something. How about it? Or like a real 68 Camaro versus a Camaro Roadster. You've had so much plastic surgery, you don't even look like a real Camaro anymore. Rut row. Angelucci's car, you saw that thing kind of jump on the starting line, and it looked like it jumped early, and it jumped early. You can tell as soon as that red light came on, 8:33. For Adam. No wonder they wanted him in that lane. That was apparently the 833 lane. Going to get the win. Ryan Johnson left. Chris Ormsby right. Those are two really nice classic cars. Really nice. You guys got some cool hot rods up here. Some cool hot rods. Pretty side of the left start. All right, Ryan, you got room. Chris is holding on. Ryan's closing in. Chris is holding on. Ryan's closing in. Chris is not holding on anymore. Ryan goes blasted by 9 thousandths. Man. Difference in speed. You ready for this? 161 miles an hour for Ryan. 84 miles an hour for Chris. Talk about trying to drop a guy on his head. Ryan got the stripe by 009. Chris made the wrong choice. He needed to keep the nose out in front. When he sees the time slip, he's going to be thinking the same thing. I chose unwisely. Closed circuit for Sean Cowie. Bob Fry is impressed. I sent him your time slip. Emily Gerard left. Warren Jacobson right. But we're going to have a little dragster versus door car activity coming at you back to back. To maybe even back. Nah, maybe not the third back. Jacobson is throttle stopping that thing. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So does he. 10.903 on the 1090. Holding on by 18,000. Emily comes by, 169 miles an hour. Couldn't get there. Off and running is Martin Rachel. Here comes the dragster. Emma, got enough, got enough, got enough? No, not enough. Not enough. Reaction advantage went to Martin, and he held on for the win. 4 above the dial. This is father and son. Paul Source left, Jeremy Source right. Father's in the dragster or the door car? Father's in the door car. Well, let's see, Jeremy. It's Father's Day. I'm just saying. Dear old dad. I just know if I ever raced my dad, he'd want me to. Nah, never mind. My dad thought racing was stupid. My dad was one of those guys. I'm not making this up. When I was a kid, like, spent all my time trying to make my Mustang faster. And my dad was the guy that said, I don't know what's the point of having a fast car. Speed limit 55 miles an hour. That's what my dad thought of racing. His idea of racing was going 62 and a 55. Paul's in the left side. Jeremy's in the right side. Father and son go, go, go. Jeremy trying to chase down his old man. You ungrateful little. Is that a way to treat your dad on Father's Day? You know what Jeremy's going to say? That's tomorrow. Get off my back. Get off my back. Reaction advantage actually went to Dad. But Jeremy went down there and tracked him down. 35 on a 34 for the win. Stock, super stock, come on down. Stock and super stock. Need you please. Kevin McNichol left. Steve Robert right. Game over. Steve's red, 53 red. 10-10 for the win. For Kevin. Here comes John Tabak, still undefeated. I love when announcers do things other than just, you thought I was going to say yak, didn't you? Ha, no. So here comes Shaylin Svatic in the left side. Her dad's celebrating a birthday. So today's his birthday. Tomorrow's Father's Day. There is not a snowball's chance in Death Valley that he's getting 2 presents. That's like being born on December 24th. You get 1 stinking cake. You get 1 stinking present. Oh, and a red light for Shaylin. So John, keeping that string alive. Rolling, rolling, rolling. 10:43 on the 10:45. Had a free time run and used it. That'll bring up Don on the left side, Andy on the right side. Should we tell more Grinch stories? What was the Grinch's dog's name? I can't remember the dog's name. Max. I remember him sitting on the back of the sled when he just yanked. Great moments in theater. And he's got his work cut out for him. Don is a long ways down there. Oh, and he takes care of the Grinch. Dial 1090 10901. Take that, Mr. Grinch. Steal my Christmas tree. Talked about it earlier. The guy driving that black station wagon down there, when he was born, that's the car that his parents took him home from the hospital in. I really hope they did a wheelie on the way home. That would have set the hook for life, no doubt about it. Curtis Munson over on the right side. Team Valhalla. A little Malibu on Malibu violence coming at you right here, right now. Right go. Well, when you're the car that gets the head start and you're behind at 150 feet, that's usually a bad sign. That's a bad sign. At least it was a bad sign for Curtis Russell making it happen. 003 on the reaction timer. Going down there and running one above the dial. Craig Doty now going to be final car in category. Stock, super stock. Stock, super stock. You need to be, should be, ought to be. Getting paired up, getting matched up, and getting ready to go. Seven, 787 on the 777 dial, and that's good enough for Greg. Motorcycles coming at you now, and we should have 4 left, right? Right? Or am I making that up? 4 left. That's right, because I called them to 4 lanes. I remember now. You win here, you run for the trophy. Wild Bill on the left side, Campbell on the right side. Winner goes to the final. How about try this on for size? We got 2 bar bikes and 2 no bar bikes. And the no bars are going to run against the bars in the final, one way or another. Campbell, reaction, 017. Got stepped on the starting line, but he's still going to win the race. Wow, both drivers run under by a mile. 9:05 on a 9:18 for Bill. 8:42 on an 8:49. Campbell's going to win it. Campbell will come back and he'll run for the money. Tom Durand here on the left side. That's the stretched out bike. Anna Donaldson in the right side. Anna, how about ladies that ride fast motorcycles? There's not a whole lot of places in NHRA where ladies have had more success than on fast motorcycles. But for Anna, her day's going to come to an end here. Left a little bit back here, and Tom taking care of business. Now our final round is set. Super Street, come on down. Super Street needs your lanes, please. Super Gas, stand by. Please, stand by. Sylvia on the left side. I believe that's Ron Hodgson on the right side. Yes, it is. No matter what my screen says, it's wrong. Wow. Sylvia just went all James Bond on the starting line where they double 07. But it wasn't enough to win the race. Ron Hodgson comes out on the good side of a double breakout. And he wins it. Rebecca Powell lined up in the left side. Jamie Roth lined up on the right side. Rebecca goes red. 3 hundo. Was dialed soft, goes 1046. 96 on a 98. Comes up for Jamie, didn't matter. That one was over. We bring back the Meteor and we bring back the drop top dart. Looks like we had 2 more pair. And then I got stock and super stock at the ready line. Off the starting mark, the Meteor goes red. The dart goes on. Here comes Rob Monroe. That supercharged small block 8-second player. 31 Ford, not quite a little deuce coupe. Be a little ace coupe, right? Doesn't quite have the same ring to it. You know, little ace coupe, you don't know what I got. The little deuce coupe had a flathead mill. This one's got a supercharged small block Chevy. If those are my choices. Oh, no. 14th thou, 14th thou, 14th thou. Red light's on. Monroe's gone. Firebird's going on. 35 on a 35. Dropped it right on the number after the red light came on the left side. We got stock and super stock at the ready line. I think we're going to do a quick little maintenance down here. And then we're going to get it. Once again, racers, we're getting down to the short end of it. So if you are fortunate enough to turn on a wind light, get it back to the pits, get it turned around and ready as quick as you possibly can. Because we're not going to have a whole lot of time between rounds, especially those of you that are still in multiple classes. Eight cars left. We're getting closer to the money. Jim Mantle. The AMC Pacer. To my knowledge, the only AMC Pacer stock eliminator car alive and well these days. And in the right side, Rick McKinney. And the Pacer fouled himself out of here. Mr. Mantle hit the gas too quick. And he'll have no shot at fame, fortune, and the trophy tonight. Rick McKinney goes 41. On to 43. Once the red light came on, the race was over. Here comes Alf Weeb and Burke Taylor. The BC-based GS, an AB-based Camaro. Winner goes to the semifinals. Both drivers off and running. Not a whole lot to pick as far as dial. They are side by side all the way down the racetrack. Burke keeping the nose out. Alf on the chase. Burke getting away, and he runs one above the dial, 38 on a 37. Alf left a little bit back here when he let the clutch out, and then got down there and decided to drop the nose, and that was not the right move. Daryl Stobie now on the left side, and Dave Jung in the right. It seems almost certain, certainly from a numbers standpoint, that the trophy's going to stay north of the border. Both drivers, again, sky in the nose. Dave Jung off and running with the handicap head start. Daryl Stobie trying to close them in. The two super stockers at the finish line. 10.500 on the 10:45. That's going to be a winner for Dave Jung. Again, reaction time plays the role. Remember, in handicap style racing, if you're the slow car and you have the better reaction time, you get a bigger head start. If you're the fast car and you have the better reaction time, well, you've cut into the head start as soon as you smashed on the gas. John Basinski now in the Classic CUDA, and Dylan Howe, the 427. Naturally aspirated factory stocker over in the right side. Basinski wheels up, off and away. Here comes Dylan. Also wheels up, off and away. I can tell you that nobody's making the Dean's List on reaction time here, but I can also tell you that John's going to get the win. 1083 on the 1082. 903 on the 905 for Dylan. Super gas, come on down. Need your super gas. John Tabak is back in the tower. I figured you'd be down there getting cooled off and ready to go, but you just wanted to come up here and make a little more noise?
Sure. It's part of the routine.
Right now, you look like Cinderella at 11:59. You know what Cinderella said at 11:59?
No idea.
So far, so good.
Gotcha. No, I started out full-time announcing, then started mixing the racing in a little bit, so I'm used to doing this. Actually, the way it really started is kind of a funny story. We used to have a guy here that I shared the announcing duties with, and we came up with this fantastic idea that I would build a Sportsman car over the winter, and he would build a super shifter car over the winter. That would space us apart far enough that one of us could always cover the other. It would not be a problem whatsoever. And I proceeded to build myself a Sportsman car over the winter and showed up with it, and he hadn't lifted a finger over the winter, so.
So you guys weren't keeping tabs on each other?
Not really, no. That might have been a plan, and then 2 races in, some stuff happened, and that was the end of that guy, so. It was all for naught. So, making our way through a very aggressive run order, we'll call it that for today. Lots of classes, lots of cars. 254 entries into today's event. Thank you very much for coming out to Mission Raceway Park and supporting this, the NHRA Northwest National Open. So big shout out to all the people that support this facility. There are many of them. Some of the long-standing ones, of course, Lordco Auto Parts, Mopac Auto Supply. It is the titanium strip. Big shout out to Derek Shirk for all of his support over the years. Hello, Derek in Germany. Well, let's see. It's 6 o'clock here, so I'm thinking it's got to be 3 or 4 in the morning in Germany. He might not be watching right now. We'll make a call for Super Comp. Super Comp. Let's get you guys rolling. Super Comp, this is your call to the staging lanes. Super Comp to the lanes, please. So as you can see, the hard-working safety crew here at Mission Raceway Park showing a little love to the track surface. Got Super Street in the staging lanes. I believe Super Gas is there as well, and we've made the call for Super Comp. We'll go ahead and repeat that. Super Comp, if you're not on your way to the staging lanes, please make your way there now. Super Comp to the lanes. So I heard a last call for the beer garden, so sadly, that's not open anymore. Gonna have to wait till tomorrow. Is there anything open? Do believe the concession's still open. So if you have not yet had dinner, there you go. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Top comp. Top comp. This is your call to the staging lanes. Let's get top comp to the lanes, please. Top comp. Bring them down. And let's give a standby call to junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, well, in Junior Street, if there's any of you left. Junior classes, this is your standby call. Standby call going out to the juniors. So Junior Street down to the final round. So get ready to go, guys. Well, there's the sound we've been waiting for.
We can just clear today's. Hey, Bo, you can just clear today's and use today's.
So here we go, round number 2 of Super Street. We start off with a bye. Jace O'Hara. Remember in round 1, we talked about Jace's pairing being a twofer. Well, here we go. Jace won that round, gets the bye here in round 2. Win light on down there at the finish line. Means we're going to see him come on back for round 3. Now Herman Chan, Warren Jacobson. Another twofer. This is for a bye in round number 3. So Warren Jacobson in the right lane. Purple and white Nova. Herman Chan over here, tower side, in his white Camaro. Well, somebody was almost perfect on the starting line. Wasn't your winner. Herman Chan goes trip zip with a 6, then comes up 11:09 on the 1090 index at the finish line. Not sure what happened to Herman, but Warren Jacobson was able to pick up the win quite easily. He was 67 up front, so less than spectacular, but 1094 on the 1090 easily gets the job done. So Warren Jacobson coming back for round number 3, where he'll have a bye. So we'll go ahead and make the call now for junior dragsters. Junior dragsters, this is your call to the staging lanes. Junior dragsters, bring them down. Junior dragsters and Junior Street. So Wakefield turns the win light on. Double breakout affair. Wakefield under by just 5 thou. His opponent under by about 500. And red, just for good measure. How many ways can you lose? Ainsley way out in front and was a little too far out front. Broke out 10.88 on the 10.90. Fred Hoffman was ready for him. On the brakes goes 10.91 on the 10.90. Hoffman coming back. Red Super Sport Nova, tower side for Puget Sound Petroleum. Jess Dale behind the wheel of his 69, or gotta see the back of it, possibly a 70 Dart. One of these drivers packing a 29 thousandths advantage. So the girl out in front of the tower excitedly jumping up and down. I think expecting a wind light to come on down there in the left lane, but instead the wind light came on in the right lane. So Jess Dale will be coming back after going 10.91 on the 10.90. And that'll bring up Super Gas. And seeing as I've called juniors, I'm pretty sure I know what follows them. So with that said, Alan, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Sean. 5 cars left, and this is the 2. The winner of this one is headed to the final. And guess what? Yeah, you can kind of see that coming. One driver had a 12 reaction time. The other one started with a 5. I mean, with a 5. Dean Peterson, whether he flinched or blinked or whatever he did, took himself right on out of here. Rory Moser takes the easy win. These two are racing to figure out who's going to come back and run the Firebird in the water box. Glenn Agludian in the left side, 69 Corvette. Brandon Hutchinson in the right side. Don Davis Mill, carbon copy Corvette. Brandon won this baby a year ago. Can he go back to back? Not with a 1041, he can't. Wow, 992 for Glenn, who was 10 miles out in front. Because Brandon was nowhere near the number. Glenn backed off just enough to stay on the plus side. So Steve is going to take his solo run here, and we've already got Super Comp in the water box. As we are getting down to it. On the solo run. 39 on the tree, 92 on the track. And our semifinals are set. And now Super Comp rolls in. And this is the semifinal. Win here. You'll come back and run for the trophy. The only real question here, Emily Gerard over in the right side is the last one standing who can keep the trophy here in BC. Surrounded by 3 Washingtonians. And you know what Emily's going? I ain't scared. Send them. Send them. The Rat Machine, that's Emily. Defending the home turf. Mark Gillespie from Port Orchard, and if Emily wins this, the 2 behind her, both out of Washington. Gently in search of beam number 1. Mark found it. Emily found it. Mark dives right in. Emily. Tick. Tick. Wow, she got in. Good for time. And now she's off and running. Mark left, Emily right. Does the trophy have a shot to stay in Canada? No. Wow. Emily had the reaction on the advantage, a reaction time advantage, and she got there first by a train length to break out by 4 thousandths of a second. Gillespie was dead late, 895. Should have had no chance, and Emily let him back in. So, Tony Arthur and Dale Green now racing. And the only question to be answered is, what part of Washington will the trophy go home to? Because it ain't staying here. I'm telling you, that's going to be one of those. Emily sees that time slip, she's going to be sick. Both drivers hitting the tree solid, separated by a thou. Tony Arthur got there first by 300, broke out by 1 thousandth of a second. Dale Green got down there and cut him loose. Chose wisely. Dale Green goes to the final. And just like that, we are in top comp. Pro, come on down. We need you lanes, please. Pro to the lanes. Pro ET, come on down. Top comp. One moment. We need to do a little computer reset. James Rutherford with the windshield and the doors. Jan Christensen without. Little Ford Probe's going to leave first. Told you. Both drivers get away on the green. Both drivers get away on the identical green. And check this out. Getting there first by 12 thousandths of a second is Jan. Breaking out by 2 thousandths of a second is Jan. Rutherford, 83.0 on the 82 for the win. 53.7 on the 54 for the not good enough for Jan. Now it's Jeremy Soares left. Greg Doty right. Jeremy whooped up on his dear old dad just a round ago. I think if he comes home with a trophy, he might be forgiven. If he doesn't come home with the trophy, he might be having Thanksgiving special at Denny's. You guys have Denny's up here, right? You know, like when mom and dad don't invite you to Thanksgiving? Win light. He's staying alive, Jeremy. 67 on the 65. 93 on a 90 comes up for Greg after they are 2 separated in reaction time. 11th out at the finish line. Now it's Mike Kenworthy on the left side. It's Colton on the right side. Taking a little extra time, looking for that second bulb on the Christmas tree. Now we're finally ready to go. And off and running we are. And the wind light going to come on for the door car, Mike Kenworthy. 21 on a 20. Was holding a couple of hundred reaction time at this end, and ran 21 on a 20 and slammed the door in Colton's face down there. Pro, pro, pro. You should be in the lanes, lanes, lanes. Please, please, please. And we've got a final pulling into the water box. But first, Cody Baker, Scott Robinson. We do the door car versus dragster thing again. We give the door car a little head start again. We send the dragster on the chase again. And we'll find out at the 8th mile who wins again. Dragster's taking care of business, 009 on the starting line, 17th thou out in front at the finish line, and that'll get it done. Scott was close to the dial, but he missed a tree. And here comes our first trophy dash. As we make the move into Junior Street, Josephine Smith in the left side, who beat her brother, Jack Johnson in the right side. I mean, if you're a junior streeter, by definition, you're not old enough to have a driver's license. Jack is sponsored by IG Wealth Management. When I was this age, I would have been sponsored by, hey, mister, can I mow your lawn? How do you get a wealth management sponsor when you're a teenager? Oh, wait, I bet Jack's probably a good kid, right? Yeah, when I was a teenager, I was just like I am now, only smaller. That probably explains everything. The right lane is going to get the sizable head start. Jack will be off and running. Josephine then will try to run him to ground. Here we go. We're in. We're set for the trophy in Junior Street. Both drivers away on the green. The Z71 out there. Here comes the little black slam down hot rod. First trophy of the day. Jack, Josephine. It's going home with Josephine. Check it out. She was behind on the leave, but she gets the win. Jack got down there too quick by 3 thousandths of a second, and Josephine Smith picks up the win. Her brother has been like crushing the life out of everybody in the category. Well, today she took him down, and then she came back and closed the deal. Congratulations. Josephine for the Wally. And we should have our junior dragsters back there as we are getting down to it. Junior Thunder and Lightning. We're at the quarterfinals in our Junior Thunder. We're at the semifinals in our Junior Lightning. And we got the first pair fired up and rolling around the corner. Sportsman, come on down. We need you now, please. Sportsman to the lanes. Solo run rolling in here first. It's going to be Ashton rolling in, taking the tree, taking the win, taking the free time run. Smashes gas a little bit early, but with nobody in the other lane, we're going to overlook that. Yeah, nothing to see here. Move along, move along. Everything's just fine. 894, 72 miles an hour. And here comes Nate Green in the left, and my driver in the right that I've never identified all day long. The winner of this one's going to come back and run Ashton. Sportsman, need your lanes, please. Sportsman. Roll them this way. Handicap head start. 16th out. Goes to the right lane. And then we'll move from thunder into lightning. Red light start for Nate Green. So that'll give me a little more opportunity to figure out who's driving that other car as my mystery driver goes to semis, where we'll come back with 3. And the winner of this pair, the 2 for 1, Pearson Mass, Hunter Gallant, winner to the final round. And a big handicap. A big handicap. 3.16 Mississippis. Just thinking, they look a little more concerned down there with Pearson's car than we've seen them most of the day. But not much you can do about it now. Top light is lit. Hunter pulls in on the right side. Pearson, that is a big, big, big head start. Hunter's got a lot of ground to make up. Past the 330, 430, 530, 630, 660. There's your win. It's going to be a double breakout, and Pearson Mass is going to the final round. Hunter had the reaction advantage. Went flying by down at the other end, broke out by more. So Pearson will come back with a free ride to the final round. Junior Lightning, 3 left. Izzy Marshall in the right side, out of Canco Petroleum. In the left side. Here comes Adam K. Both dialed on the floor at 790. So there won't be any handicap here. Watch the cars jump. See if you can tell which one leaves first. Assuming they're both green, the one that moves first will have the reaction advantage. And then we'll see whoever that is, if we can tell the difference, can carry it on. Could you tell? Could you tell? Adam on the gas at 005 and breaks out. Izzy Marshall is going to the final to run Bentley. I got to tell you, I saw that 005 to 34. And I really thought Adam was going to take care of business, but got down there and got too much. Izzy will come back and run Bentley after Bentley takes his solo run here. Finally takes the tree, takes the practice run down to a 7.99. Matter of fact, 7.997. That'd be a full house. Or if you read right to left, it would still be 7.9997. And the final round is set there. Super Pro, come on down. Super Pro. To the lanes, please. Kim Cornish left. My really cool wagon in the right. I'm just thinking that red light comes on for the wagon in the right side. I don't believe there's been a 77 Mustang in the winter circle since Dino Dawn. Unless Kim has done it more recently than that. I just don't see a whole lot of those Mustang 2s around anymore. But Kim got the automatic win there when the red light came on over in the right side, so she will advance. Now you get the Gen 3 hoodless Camaro in the left side. Nick Douglas. The two-time and reigning track champion in the right side. And as they drive past the scoreboards, you're going to see the one light up over here on the left. Camaro will be back again. Dial to 34 had a double 06 reaction time. And goes 11:41 for the win. 16 on a 13 for Nick, who was closer to the dial but further back on the reaction time. Paid the price. Here comes John Tabak. Ray Bollinger. Both of them off and running. Ray in the big old Pontiac. How about John? I'm telling you, he has been knocking them down today. Double 04 on reaction. One above the dial. Closing the deal. Ray Bollinger got the stripe, but the only way he could possibly do that was break out, and that's exactly what he did. Break out. Super Pro, I need you to the lanes. Motorcycles, be ready. Won't be long. Ralph Ellers, Steve Scheffler, left to right. Fox Body against Firebird. That's FB against FB. FB for Fox Body, FB for Firebird. And this time the FB Fox Body is going to take care of business. Steve Scheffler missed it at this end. 1082 on the 69. That's having a lot of room down at the other end. Team Johnson rolling up again in the wheel stand and wagon. Matt Warner over on the right side. Let's see who does a better wheel stand. Both of these cars have been like really dangling the front end all day long. Who cares about who wins the race? This is going to be about who does a better wheel stand. Okay, we care a little bit about who won the race. Not a whole lot of handicap, though. They both are going to have the front end in the air at the same time. See? No! One foul. Double. Oh, one. Red. Winlight Matt Warner. 001 on the reaction timer. That is painful. Really painful. Walter Johnson now. In the red Chevelle. Rolling in. Super Pro, you should be here, please. Sportsman pulling into the water box. We're going to be in turn and burn mode here pretty quick. Walter screams the thing down to the stripe, goes 11:09 at 119. 11.090 at 119.11. Just like that, we make the move into Sportsman. Six drivers left here. Motorcycles, come on down. We need you, please. Hot Rod, you can come down as well. Motorcycles and Hot Rod, come on down. Colin Moore, rolling low on the racetrack. At the finish line, Colin, rolling. Give it to Colin, 1189 on the 1187, 2 above the dial, 89 on an 80 for Jason Mercer. Stock, Super Stock, you need to be warmed up and ready. You're on standby. Stock, Super Stock, you're on standby. Motorcycle Final, come on down. Hot Rod, come on down. Here comes Veronica Hodgson in the left side, Jason Mercer in the right, 2 for 1. Winner of this. 3 cars coming back. The winner of this one won't have anybody to race. But I want to race somebody. Tough. Take your free pass, go. We'll see you in the final. $12.60 on the 1250. That's good to be a winner. Coming up for Jason. Veronica left a little bit back here. Could not get there and ran too quick. They're both off on the green. Brendan, 003, taken 005. That's just not being very nice. That's all there is to it. That's mean. 003 reaction time, take 005 at the stripe, comes down to a double breakout, but he had Steve Baskerville locked out as Brendan will advance. And we should have, I do believe, 3 coming back. Here comes Super Pro. Jeremy Soares. Boy, they've been turning that car around in a hurry, haven't they? Warren Jacobson, ditto. Ditto, ditto, ditto. So Warren Jacobson, who's still throttle stopping his way to a 1090, and Jeremy Soares, who is not throttle stopping at all on his way to a 734, 3.56 seconds handicap. For a race in Jeremy's lane, it's only going to be 7.3 seconds long. Warren Jacobson goes 006 red. And Jeremy figures he don't need a practice run. You heard him take his foot off the gas down there once he saw the wind light come on. 8:57 for the nice easy ride. Hot Rod should be final call. You should already be here. Stock, super stock. We're going to be needing you here in just a minute. Ryan Johnson left. Martin Rachel right. We continue rocking our way through Super Pro. Red light 004. We had a 006 just a minute ago. We got a 004 this time. 10-12 for the win. For Martin, who went ahead and checked the dial. Ryan Johnson, who saw the red light, took his foot off the gas at 9:52. So we've had 2 rounds decided by a total of 1 Hun, both on red lights. Here comes John Tabak in the truck. And Adam DeJong in the Camaro. Handicap is 2 seconds, plus 1300s. Tabak in the truck, going to be off and running, trying to hold off that Camaro all the way down to the stripe. Here comes Adam. Can he run a little pickup to ground before they go past the scoreboards? Nope. 009 for John. I'm telling you, he is knocking him dead up here on the starting line. And 10:49 for the win. 33 on a 32 for Adam. That part was good. 0:44 reaction time. That part wasn't so good. We need my combo. Stock, super stock, combo. Need you please. Stock, super stock, combo. Come on down. And you know what that means? That means Super Street, Super Gas, you are on deck. Be ready. Super Street, Super Gas, you're on deck. Here comes Don in the Dodge. Here comes Greg at the dragster. Green lights are on. Can the dragster run down the dart? From where I'm sitting, it does not look like it. And from down there, it still don't look like it. 1091 on the 1090, that's a winner. 783 on the 778, not going to work, especially with an 080 reaction time. I just said that. Yeah, what are you new here? Come on, come on. Well, Russell and left. We saw him turn it red moments ago in the other category. Let's see if he can stay alive here in Super Pro. Or if Kevin McNichol will send Team Russell home for the day. Another skying wheel stand out of the wagon. This time the light's green. So is Kevin's light. Down to the finish line stripe they go. Both drivers run one over. Wow, wow, wow. On the starting line, they're separated by 3 thou. At the finish line, they're separated by 2 thousandths of a second. And the wheel stand and wagon moving on one more time. Dale coming back for another license run. Hey, champions, if you have won your category, at the end of the day, we're going to bring everybody up for pictures and just kind of run them through like an assembly line. So if you've won, put your feet up for a minute, hang out, relax. At the end of the day, we'll bring everybody up. Super Street, come on down, Super Street. Dale is doing his Pro Mod license stuff. I got a note from somebody earlier that said the reason he's shutting it off is because he has got the thing geared for the 8th mile, not the quarter mile. So he's just running it down there until he like basically runs out of gear ratio and then clicks it off. But he has been making nice, smooth, straight runs, which is exactly what you got to do when you want to upgrade your license. Once again, solid run past the 8th mile and then clicking her down with the chutes out. Here comes what should be, according to my math, the motorcycle trophy dash. Super Street, come on down. We need your lanes, please. Super Street, come on down. Super Gas, Super Comp, please stand by. Tom Tour on the left side, Campbell on the right side. This is for the trophy. In the motorcycle bracket. Difference in dial, a 1/10. Not a whole lot. They're going to be side by side, as you can see. Tom gets off the starting line, trip, zip 5. Brake lights on early for the win, 863. Only 142 miles an hour, 843. Campbell broke out trying to run him down and just couldn't quite do it. A double. Oh, make that a triple 05 reaction time. Parlays right into a winning ticket. As just like that, we move into the hot rod category. Semifinals in hot rod. A Dodge, a Pontiac, and a classic Mercury. Ron Hodgson with a big block trying to track down a little small block drop top dart over in the right side. And Ron's going to make that happen. 1069 for the win. Double 05 on the reaction timer. Put Rod in the final round. Here comes the Firebird on the left. Here comes the Mercury Comet on the right. Jamie looked like spun the tire a little bit off the starting line. Is that going to slow the Comet down enough to let the Bird off the hook? Nope. 10:05 for the win. Able to get there first. Left lane just left a little bit too much back here, and even though Jamie spun the tire, Jamie was still able to get a track down at the other end. That is a wildly painted Vega wagon. Just coming up here making a test run in between classes while everybody's getting turned around and coming back. Not in competition here today. Hopefully will be tomorrow. All right, we've got Super Street sitting back there. We've got Super Gas, Super Comp on standby, Top Comp. You need to be on standby as well.
Take Super Gas to the lanes as well.
Super Gas, you can go ahead and bring them. Bring them. We are getting there. Again, if you are fortunate enough to win, stand down for the moment, and we're going to bring all the winners back up for photos and interviews. As soon as we have identified all of the winners, we'll bring you down and have you enter and sign in, please. Looks like combo time for stock and super stock. Semifinals. It's the final four. And how about the fact that 3 of the final 4 are Gen 4 Camaros? Well, they've got the Barracuda surrounded, but can they do anything with him? Rick McKinney on the left side, Dave Jung on the right side. Red light for Rick. Dowdman 400. Rick goes 008 red. Dave Jung is going to move on. 10:59 off the throttle, 110 miles an hour, 10:44 for Rick. So will it be an all Camaro affair? Or will John Basinski bust up the bow tie party? He'll have to take care of Burke Taylor this run, then come back and try to deal with McKinney in the final. Super gas, need you lanes, please. Super gas, need you now. Super comp, you can come down as well. Super gas, super comp to the lanes. Both drivers get away on the green. Neither driver going to brag about the green. But the win light is going to come on for Basinski. So we're going to have a CUDA against a Camaro in the final round. The Gen 4s thought they had him surrounded, but not quite yet. 82 on an 81 for the win. Burke Taylor goes 37 on a 37. Both drivers missed the tree. But I have said time and time again over the years, drag racing is like bowling. You don't have to be better than everybody, just better than the guy in the other lane. And in this case, John Basinski was better than Burke Taylor on the reaction timer, and that carried the day. Top comp of juniors, you're on standby. Hey, top comp, I told you wouldn't be on standby for long. You're not on standby anymore. Come on down. Super comp, top comp, come on down. All of my .90s as well as top comp should be either here or certainly on the way. Juniors, your turn. Come on down. Juniors, to the lanes, please. I hate that they're leaving early, but I love watching cars just burn up and down the racetrack all day long and then drive on the highway to get home. You should have cars that are multi-purpose. 5 cars left. Jay Sohara. This one's a 2 for 1. Winner here, straight to the final. 1 win line, 2 round wins. Click bang, 1094. Winner for David. You lied to me? Why would you lie to me? We're not even dating. That wasn't the 2 for 1. I got lied to by your division director. This is the 2 for 1? It better be, because there's only 1 car left, and I don't think a buy run's going to get the buy run. Just Dale in the Dodge. And the 67 Camaro at A Street Automotive, Fred Hoffman. I can't believe you lied to me. Can't believe. 1092 for the win for Jess. 1095 for the not good enough for Hoffman. This guy's been 1090 in Super Street and 1090 in... Was he running around Super Pro or Hot Rod or Rare? I mean, all day long, just locked in on that 90. And he gets a solo run here. Super gas in the water box. That's the best time to have a 005 red light. The best time. It's a good time to have a 1088 breakout as well. The best time. Rory Moser's got the solo. And he will come back and run the winner of the pair in the water box for the trophy. '27 T Roadster, chrome bumper Corvette, Gen 3 Firebird, 9-90. For everybody. 002 988. That's a pretty good practice run for Rory getting into the final. Now, Glenn's in the Corvette, Steve's in the Firebird. We'll find out who's going to come back and run Rory. We already know. It's going to be Steve. Corvette went red. And Steve gets a chance to check out his numbers if he wants to drive it on down. He goes 10:06. Wow, dead on 9 after being 14th out red for Glenn. That hurts. That hurts. And another final round is set. And now it's Supercom. It should say 890. Pro. Come on, down. Pro, we need you, please. Pro. You can't run them at 990. Dale Green, Mark Gillespie. Coming at you. Dale Green goes red 006. Mark Gillespie goes green 006. Gillespie gets the win. So congratulations, Gillespie, for the win. I still had the wrong ladder. You guys, I can't believe you guys keep trusting me with paperwork. I have proven time and time again that I cannot be trusted with paperwork. Here's top comp. Cody Baker, Mike Kenworthy. Now this better be the semifinals, or I'm just going to set all my paperwork on fire. We got dragster versus door car times 2. Will we have 2 dragsters in the final? Will we have 2 door cars in the final? Or will we do another mix and match? I'll let you know here in a minute. Yeah, a minute and a half. Yeah, a minute and 3/4. Red, light, start. Cody Baker, 007 red. Mike Kenworthy in the money run. 521 on a 520. 453 for Cody Baker. Both of them go one above the dial, but only Mike was green. So now what? James Rutherford in the probe. Jeremy Swords in the dragster. Again, not a whole lot of handicap between the two, but the door car is going to get a little bit of a head start. Just a little. This time it was green. We're going to have to figure it out down there. The probe trying to hold on. The dragster trying to run down. Probe 83 on the 82. Had the reaction advantage as well. 64 on a 66 for Jeremy and still couldn't get there. So Jim Rutherford come back. Run Mike in the final. If juniors are getting ready to roll around the corner, we should have one semifinal and one final. Pro ET, Super Pro, or Pro ET and Sportsman. Pro ET and Sportsman. Hopefully we're turning and burning back there. Sportsman, 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 come on down. So Pearson Moss has the final, or has the bye to the final. And we get 2 more back there to find out who he's going to run. $12.25 for Pearson. He'll go back and get ready for whoever wins this pair. Ashton in the left. Or Grayson in the right. So Grayson is hoping to race his brother. Pearson doesn't care who he beats. Unless Pearson knows Dad likes Grayson better. No, you got to take those things into consideration when you're laying the odds. And if Ashton can beat one of the Moss boys, you're going to have to come back and run the other one. Which will really cut down on the number of birthday parties you get invited to next year. Both drivers off on green. Head start by handicap goes to Grayson. Ashton left. Wow, whacking the throttle at 500 feet already and going to take the win. So Ashton going to take care of Grayson. Now come back and run Pearson in the final. And speaking of finals, here's Bentley Johnson and Izzy Marshall, and this is a final. Team Canico Petroleum on one side. Team Rodrigue Family Racing on the other side. Six Hun, the difference in dot. Super Pro, come on down. Super Pro. Pro ET, you should already be there. Sportsman, you should be there. Super Pro, I need you. For the trophy. There's your win light over on the left side. Congratulations to Bentley. At an 802 on the 799. Izzy goes 799 on the 793. Reaction went to Bentley. Stripe went to Bentley. Win light went to Bentley. Congratulations. Your Junior Lightning champion here at the Titanium Strip. We should have Pro, Sportsman, Super Pro. At least Pro and Sportsman should be here. Super Pro, you should be on your way. Here comes Pro, and this is an interesting match here. John Tabak in the truck. Ralph Ellers in the Mustang. This is 2 for 1. The winner is going to go straight to the final round. Now, John is going to drive right back up, win or lose, because he has the bye run in Super Pro. And he is still alive with a chance to double. If John doubles, I think he should do all the winners' interviews, including talking to himself. So, John, how'd you do in Super Pro? Well, John, I won. How'd you do in Pro? Well, John, I won Pro. Well, John, I think you're the greatest. Well, John, you know, I think you're the greatest. And then he can get into a slap fight with himself. Ralph Ellers' mission in life is to make sure that doesn't happen right here and right now. Ralph is the president of the guys that run this joint. So John can get us all thrown out. Oh, way to go, John. DeBack has been crushing the tree all day long. He's going to take the win. 10:57 on the 10:45, 77 on a 69. Not enough for Ralph. So John is going to run in at least one final. And he'll be right back to take the bye run. Super Pro, Matt Warner, Walter Johnson. Coming at you in the right here and the right now. As we play 1 car, 2 car, red car, blue car again. Matt in the blue car, Walter in the red car. I just love that Mercury. That thing looks like it would be more fun to drive than about anything I can imagine. Going to be the last time we see it here today, however, in Pro bracket, because the wind light comes on for Walter Johnson with a double 0-4 reaction time. Taking a stripe by 400. So Walter's going to come back and run the winner of this matchup, either Kim Cornish or another one of my mystery drivers that I've been unable to identify all day long. Need to get the FBI involved or the CIA or get a phone book or something. I don't know. I don't know. Mustang versus Camaro, finish line stripe. It'll be the Camaro. It's going to be a double breakout. Under by 8 thou is the Camaro. Under by 16 thou is the Mustang. So the Camaro will come back. Going to run Walter. Winner of that one gets John to back. And now we've got Sportsman. Colin Moore. Hot Rod, come on down. Hot Rod, come on down. Brendan Piskacek. Pistakak, that's what I said. He's over there in the Mustang. Colin Moore over here in the Falcon. Winner's going to come back and run Jason Mercer in the wagon. They both missed the tree, but Brendan's going to get the win. 13:27 to a 13:97. Said you just got to be better than the guy in the other lane, so Brendan. Hot Rod, come on down. Brendan's going to come back and run Jason, who's taking a free ride here in the Boo. $12:45 on the free time run. And the final round is set. That was a little bit stronger leave than last time. Last time almost looked like I left in high gear, just kind of drove lazily off the starting line. That time the Vega with the nose up charges down to a 1051. 127 miles per hour. Just making a couple of test runs out here. So Super Pro should be loading into the lanes. Hot Rod should be loading into the lanes. We got our stock, Super Stock Final, right? We're getting down to it.
We're trying, girl. We're trying to get back to the lanes.
Sportsman Final set. Pro, we're in the semis. Top Comp, we're in the final. Super Gas, we're in the final. Super Pro, still in the quarters, but they should be in the staging lanes. We got the Junior Thunder final, got the Combo final. Hoping somebody has a cold Budweiser out there. Need a little throat lube here coming up soon.
What did I put in the fridge? What am I, freaking stupid? See?
Anybody that's still in competition can come back
to the lanes.
The back still in too. All right, boys and girls, we've reached that time. Attention in the pits. Time to go racing like a fat bird. Round robin time. If you are still in competition, cool it, fuel it, bring it right back. If you're still in competition, I need you back. Super Pro. This is the 2-for-1. Don on the left side, Martin on the right side. I figure we're all on a first name basis by now. The winner of this is going to take the bye run to the final. .1090 is Don is still throttle stopping his way towards that Super Street number. Martin's not. Martin's trying to run him down to the finish line. He's going to get it done. 10:13, making it happen. 10:87. That's a breakout. Getting there first by a couple hundredths of a second. Wow, wow, wow. Don had about 5 thou to mess with. Couldn't quite squeeze it in there. So Martin will have a free ride to the final round. John Tabak is coming up momentarily in the truck. He'll have the solo run. We'll find out in just a moment here who he's going to have to race in a round of 3. And again, it is gas and go time, boys and girls. If you're still in competition, quick as you can get back here, come on back. And that includes our stock, super stock combo. That includes Super Street, Super Gas, Super Comp. Junior Thunder, if you're in the finals, come on down. We'll take you. Jeremy Swords and Team Russell. 3 Mississippi handicap coming at you right here. As a matter of fact, as big a wheel stand as Russell's wagon does, he'll have the nose on the ground before the dragster sees the green. It's going to be a lot of ground to try to make up in only 1,320 feet. Just keep it green, boys. It's way, way more fun when you've decided down at the other end of the racetrack. Man, that is a lot of ground. Here comes Jeremy Swords. Look at him close in on the wagon, but can he catch him? Yes, he can. 7:35 for the win. actually pushed him out. Try this on for size. Russell got there first by 13 thousandths of a second and broke out by 11 of them. The only way he could win that race was to snug 2 thou at the finish line stripe, and he just couldn't quite get it done. So Jeremy is going to come back and run John. See if John decides to leg this thing out or if he's just going to hit the tree and drive it down. Looked like he's looking for a dial-in check. Now he's coming back. He's in the final in one, the semi in the other. Still got a chance to double them up. 10:52, 110. He did take his foot off the gas. He didn't run it all the way down. And this is the final in hot rod. Did I hear that right? Did I hear that right? Anna, this is the final in hot rod? Rob Hodgkin on the left side, Jamie Roth on the right side. Winner gets the trophy. The two classics from back in the 60s. Rob in the Plymouth with a 440. Jamie in the Comet with a stroker small block. The Comet is actually the quicker of the two. The handicap head start is going to go to that big old Dodge. But one of them is going to go home with the trophy. Both of them get away on the green. The blue Ford trying to run down the blue Dodge. The blue Dodge trying to hold off the blue Ford. All right, Plymouth Mercury, you get the idea. How about that? A breakout for Rob. Had reaction advantage by a sizable margin. Took the stripe by a mile. Broke out by 18 thou. Jamie Roth got down there, 996, 134, crossing second, taking a win. The Comet will land in the winner's circle, having taken home the Hot Rod Trophy. All right, we should be down to finals in everything except Pro and Super Pro, I believe, right? We're not in the finals of Super Street yet? Oh, well, let's get the Super Streeters back here then so we can trim them down. Then we start running Trophy Dash after Trophy Dash. All cars, all categories. If you're in competition, we are ready for you. And tomorrow morning, remember, 8:30 tomorrow morning. Start just like we did today with the junior categories. Tomorrow, there will be one either time or qualifying run. Set the ladder, and we'll go right into racing. Of course, tomorrow, we're going to run the alcohol dragsters. See if anybody can slow down Cowie, who is the quickest man ever to drive one of those cars with a blower and alcohol. And as I mentioned earlier, if you're missing your normal Sunday worship tomorrow, being here at the track, RFC will have their non-denominational chapel service at 7:30, top floor of the tower. All are welcome. John Basinski in the Barracuda. Dave Jung in the Camaro. 340 Plymouth, 350 Chevy. Handicap head start goes to the Barracuda, not a lot. A little over half a bulb. Both drivers bumping their way in. After we worked our way all the way through the stock, super stock combo, we were down to the final two. They both drive away on the green. Both drive away with the wheels in the air. Barracuda left side, Camaro right side. Who's taking home the trophy from here in Mission? It's going to be dead on the dial, Dave Jung. 10:47 on the 10:47. Neither driver is going to brag about the reaction time, but a small advantage went to John. And then he ran 10:84 at 1:14, dropping the nose at the finish line stripe, letting Dave have it. And Dave ran dead on 3. Congratulations, Dave Jung, for the stock super stock combo win. Oh, there's like little moments in life, right? If I could just have that one back, if I could have just seen into the future 5 seconds, if I could adjust. John Basinski dropped the nose, gave up the stripe. Dave Jung, dead 3 for the win. Hopefully we got Super Street back there. We still got 3 of them to go. And then we'll need Super Pro and Pro and everything else, I think, is a final. Of course, I said that a minute ago, and I was wrong then, too. So here's what I've discovered since I've been in Canada. I can't count to 3. I suck at paperwork. I think that's it. I think that's all I learned. The rest of my faults I already knew about. Oh, yes, and I like cheesies. Also, I really want to thank the Girl Guides who brought up a cookie sampler for us today. We sampled them. They were good. We've just about sampled all the way out of them. That's how good they were. That was like lunch and dinner. That sounds like a junior, so this should be a final. Ashton, who took care of Grayson in the last round, and is going to have to run Pearson here. Pearson is dialed in at 12:10, so Ashton is going to have to be patient. .15 seconds worth of patient, to be exact. And Pearson got a chance to avenge his brother Grayson, who was the last victim of Ashton just about 30 minutes ago or so. So Ashton trying to send the whole Mass family home. Pearson trying to save it. Pearson jumped the gun. Ashton taking care of business and taking home the trophy. And 9:08 puts an end on the story. Pearson goes 12:20. Didn't matter. Hit the gas a little too soon. And Ashton takes care of both the Mass brothers, on our way to the winner's circle. Congratulations. Who's next? Send me more victims. I mean contestants. Send me more contestants. If you are waiting for a personalized invitation, if you are still in competition, this is your personalized invitation. If you're in Super Gas, if you're in Top Comp, if you're in Pro, if you're in Super Pro, if you're in Sportsman, if you're in Super Comp, I think.
We need Just Dale as well.
Just Dale? Just Dale for Super Street. We need you. As they say, what are the odds that we get down to the final in Top Comp and we've got two door cars? The Probe of James Rutherford out of Alberta, the Firebird of Mike Kenworthy out of Washington. The orange car trying to keep the trophy on this side of the line. Kenworthy trying to take it to the other side of the line. 482 to a 520, the difference in dial. I count that as 3800s. A little less than a full bulb. Of course, since they're both hitting the top, it really doesn't matter that much, but let's see who did a better job predicting what the car would run for the final time today. Both get away on the green. Kenworthy takes his head start. Rutherford pulls up alongside, looks over, waved at him, I think, when he went by. 483 on a 482. That's a winner. Had an 017 light. Got there first. Got it done. Congratulations, Jim Rutherford, who you tell me wasn't even planning to come here until They had an event up north that got rained out, so we decided, okay, we'll go ahead and head on down there. I love it. Oh, so just across the street? Yeah. And that brings us to the 990 final round. Rory on the right side, Steve on the left side. 9.9 seconds after the tree flashes, we're going to find a home for another trophy. You know the old story, right? I didn't come this far to only come this far. Deep breath. One more bulb. Turn it loose. light by 4 thousandths of a second. Rory Mosier going to be your winner. And Steve turned it red. 004. 995 for the win, 145 the speed, 1001 at $150. After the red light came on, didn't make a whole lot of difference. John's back. He's got the solo here. He's already in the final round. Runs 10:49. 110 miles an hour, shutting her down a little early. Jason Mercer, need you to staging lanes, please. Jason Mercer, come on down. So John is going to run the winner of this matchup. And then he's also going to turn around and come back as quick as he can get back. Jeff Lefebvre in the Camaro. He's been ducking identification all weekend long, but we finally figured it out. Jeff Lefebvre. Can he hold off Walter Johnson down to the stripe? Yes, he can. 36 on a 33. That's going to be a winner. Walter Johnson missed a tree and broke out trying to get there. So Jeff Lefebvre will run John to back in the final round. And now it's Super Street. And this is a semi. Jess Dale will run whoever wins here. We got a Chevelle. We got a Chevy 2. And we got a Dart. The two Chevys going to take each other on. Find out who's going to come back and race the Mopar. They both get away on a green. Finish line stripe. 001 on the starting line helped immensely in Dave Walfield taking care of business. The Chevy 2 goes 1088 breaking out, 1089 for Dave as well, but he got the stripe. The 001 light put him in good stead, and that'll put him in the final round where he'll come back and run Just Dale, who's just going to take the tree and back up. So our final round is set. In Super Street. The only semi we have left now, I think, is Super Pro. And we're ready as soon as they can get back. And it's gas and go. If you have turned on a wind light and you're still in competition, If you've turned on your win light and you're waiting for a trophy, well, as soon as we get the last couple run, we're going to invite everybody down here at the same time, joining the winner's circle for some interviews and some photos. Martin Rachel, solo run into the final. John Tabak's going to come back and run Jeremy Soares. And John's already back there in the back of the staging lanes. He made his solo run and pro and hot lapped right back up. So Martin could do the Jess Dale routine, just take the tree and back up and be ready, but it looks like he wants to practice run. Go 17 green. Goes dead too. Save that for the final. That'd be pretty mean.
After the Sportsman Final, we're literally just waiting on the Pro Final, Super Pro Final, and the Super Street Final.
John Tabak trying to make 2 final rounds in the little rad truck. And Jeremy Soares trying to get welcomed back into the family after beating his dad earlier. And to do that, he's got to win. Now, John, who had a 10:45 on the window, has dialed his way down to a 10:40. Now, he has had a couple of free rides here. And I guarantee you, he's been running 1,000 foot, dropping it down there and going, okay, here's what I need to do. Because he knows the dragster is going to be going about 60 miles an hour faster than he is. Well, 40 miles an hour faster. Judging the stripe is difficult. If you can hold it down and make the other guy make the mistake, that could be the winning move. Both drivers are way on the green. Let's find out if John made the right choice dialing down or if Jeremy Soares can run him to ground top end. Jeremy, 734, dead on 1. Tabak actually dialed down 5 and still broke out by 4, 1036 on the 1040. So John's going to come up a little bit short here in Super Pro, but he'll be right back to run for Pro and see if he can at least salvage 1 trophy out of this deal. Jeremy Soares, after beating his dad early, going to try to come home with a trophy. Here comes the Sportsman Final. Jason Mercer, Jason Piscatek. Mercer in the wagon. Jason over on the right side. So we got A, B versus B, C. And then after that would be C, D, and after that would be D, E, and then after, well, I tend to spot patterns from time to time. Mustang goes first. Wagon on the chase. Both drivers green. For the trophy in Sportsman, watch the scoreboard. Green light says, how about over there in the Lordco lane? Both drivers missed the tree. You only got to be as good as the guy in the other lane. 13-18 for the win. On a 17, Jason Mercer went down there and went 12:52. It looked like a little bit of a battle of the brake pedals down there at the finish line, both of them playing the backup game. But Brendan going to take the win, going to take the trophy. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we've got Pro, Super Pro, and Super Street. So I need 6 cars in the staging lanes, and then we can wrap this baby up. Do it all again tomorrow. And I go get a beer. I'm worried about that tonight. I'll worry about tomorrow. All right, guys, here's the deal. We've got 3 final rounds to run, and we are all ready to wrap up tonight. So here's what we're going to do. Whoever gets here first gets a trophy. We're not even going to race for it. Whoever gets here first gets the trophy. Simple as that. That usually will speed them up out there a little bit. Oh, come on. Don't tell me my favorite wagon is leaving. I hope you're coming back tomorrow. Man, that thing is cool. You know, if you got a 56 Chevy stocker, that's how it should travel, on an open trailer. A 56 Chevy wagon should never be like an air ride, enclosed, climate controlled. Nah. Those cars are tough. By the way, for those of you that are tired of hearing me blab all day long, you can blame John Tabak for that, because one of you guys could have beat him earlier. He'd have been up here. Just saying. Just saying.